Part 1 1892 to 1906, Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist and Two Letters. Section 1. Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. From Part 1, The Awakening and its Toll. From Part 2, The Penitentiary. Part 4, The Resurrection. Section 2, Two Letters. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, November 23, 1928, St. Tropez. Part 2 1906 to 1919, Agitating in the United States, The Blast and the No. Section 1, The Blast. Why the Blast? Volume 1, Number 1, January 15, 1916. Preparedness Volume 1, Number 1, January 15, 1916. Not Guilty Volume 1, Number 1, January 15, 1916. The Young Folks Volume 1, Number 6, February 19, 1916. Wilson the Lackey of Carranza Volume 1, Number 7, February 26, 1916. Villa or Wilson, Which is the Bandit? Volume 1, Number 9, March 15, 1916, Villa. A Group That Does Things Volume 1, Number 10, April 1, 1916. The Bloodhounds Volume 1, Number 11, April 15, 1916. More Suppression Volume 1, Number 15, July 1, 1916. An Inspiring Example Volume 1, Number 17, August 15, 1916. The Hope of the Longshoreman Volume 1, Number 17, August 15, 1916. Down with the Anarchists. Volume 1, Number 17, August 15, 1916. The Billings Trial Volume 1, Number 19, September 15, 1916. The Billings Verdict Volume 1, Number 20, October 15, 1916. The Daylight Burglary Volume 2, Number 24, January 1, 1917. March and May Volume 2, Number 4, May 1, 1917. To the Youth of America Volume 2, Number 5, June 1, 1917. Registration Volume 2, Number 5, June 1, 1917. War Dictionary Volume 2, Number 5, June 1, 1917. Section 2. The No Conscription League. No Conscription. Statement of the No Conscription League. No Conscription League at Hunts Point Palace in New York City. Minutes to the Part 3 1919 to 1922, In and About Russia, The Bolshevik Myth, The Kronstadt. Section 1. The Bolshevik Myth. Chapter 1 The Log of the Transport Buford, on board the UST Buford. Chapter 3 In Petrograd. Chapter 7 The Market. Chapter 8 In the Moscommune. Chapter 13 Lenin. Chapter 14 On the Latvian border. Chapter 22 First Days in Kharkov. Chapter 28 Fast off the Pogromed. Chapter 30 In Various Walks. Chapter 32 Odessa, Life and Vision. Chapter 38 Kronstadt. Chapter 39 Last Links in the Chain. Section 2. The Kronstadt Rebellion and the Russian Tragedy. From the Kronstadt Rebellion. The Russian Tragedy. Section 3, A Letter from Exile. Alexander Berkman to Michael Cohn, June 6, 1930, Paris. Part 4 1928 to 1935, Four Letters and the ABC of Anarchism. Section 1. Four Letters. Alexander Berkman to Emma Goldman, June 25, 1928, Paris. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, June 29, 1928, St. Tropez. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, July 3, 1928, St. Tropez. Alexander Berkman to Pauline Turkel, March 21, 1935, Nice. Section 2. The ABC of Anarchism. I. Introduction. 2. Is anarchism violence? 3. What is anarchism? 4. Is anarchy possible? 5. Will communist anarchism work? 6. Non-communist anarchists. 7. Why revolution? 8. The idea is the thing. 9. Preparation. 10. Organization of labor for the social revolution. 11. Principles and practice. 12. Consumption and exchange. 13. Production. 14. Defense of the revolution. Part 5, The Last Letters. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, May 2, 1927, Toronto. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, November 19, 1935, London. Alexander Berkman to Emma Goldman, March 23, 1936, Hospital Pasteur, Nice. Alexander Berkman at the time of the Homestead Strike. As for my fame, God help us, and your infame, I would be willing to exchange a good deal of mine for a bit of yours. It is not hard to write what one feels as truth. It is damned hard to live it. Eugene O'Neill to Alexander Berkman. January 29, 1927. Forward. We owe thanks to Gene Fellner for gathering in one volume the writings of that extraordinary American, Alexander Berkman. Yes, American, though Berkman might rebel at this description as he rebelled at almost everything, but though he was born in Russia and deported from this country in the wave of anti-radical deportations following World War I, his chief political activity was in the United States over a period of 25 years. Our gratitude to Gene Fellner is in good part due to the fact that Alexander Berkman is one of those lost heroes of American radicalism, a rare pure voice of rebellion against the state, against capitalism, against war. To bring Berkman to public attention is to present to all of us, and especially to a new generation of young people looking for guidance in a chaotic world, an inspiring example of living an honest life, as well as a vision of a better society. I doubt you will find the name of Alexander Berkman in any history textbooks used in American schools and colleges. In my many years of studying history, through college and graduate school, up through earning my doctorate at Columbia University in history and political science, I never read or heard the name of Alexander Berkman. Nor, for that matter, did I hear the name of his lifelong comrade, Emma Goldman. True, she is much better known today, since the women's movement of the 60s resurrected her and brought her into the popular culture, to the point where she became a character in a Hollywood film, Warren Beatty's Reds, and in a well-known novel, E.L. Doctorow's Ragtime. No such attention has been given to Alexander Berkman, though he and Emma Goldman were close associates through a number of remarkable events in American history: the attempted assassination of the industrialist Henry Clay Frick in 1892, the protests against American entrance into the First World War. I did not get interested in Emma Goldman, though I vaguely knew of her, until around 1970, when I met a fellow historian, Richard Drennan, who told me about his biography of Emma Goldman, titled Rebel in Paradise. It was there, and in Emma's extraordinary autobiography, Living My Life, that I learned how important Alexander Berkman was to her, and how their lives intertwined over the years. Berkman's Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist is surely one of the great works of prison literature, but it was long lost, out of print, and Gene Fellner here reproduces some of its most poignant and powerful moments. When I began teaching political theory at Boston University in the 1960s, I became aware that the ideas of anarchism were missing from the orthodox histories of political philosophy. I knew that Berkman had written about anarchism, but I could not find any of his writings. However, I discovered that a small anarchist press in England had published a 100-page pamphlet by him, called The ABC of Anarchism. After reading it, and deciding that it was the most concise and lucid presentation of anarchist philosophy I had come across, I ordered hundreds of copies to be shipped from England for my students to use. Gene Fellner, in this volume, gives us a substantial portion of that pamphlet. Reading it will be an eye-opener for anyone not sure of what anarchism is. The most common error about anarchism is that it espouses violence. Berkman's discussion of violence, in the ABC of Anarchism, is remarkable for its subtlety and sophistication. It is as persuasive as any argument I have seen on the subject. Berkman and Goldman were disillusioned with the Soviet Union and its distortion of the communist idea long before that became clear to so many others on the left. His writings about that, reproduced here, came from experiencing the early years of Lenin's rule at first hand. What he had to say will be especially interesting today, after the collapse of the Soviet experiment. In Europe one year, looking for material that would be useful in a play I was writing about Goldman and Berkman, I spent some time in the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam. There I found the fascinating correspondence between Emma and Alexander, once lovers, always close friends, written during the years of their European exile, after deportation from the United States. I was happy to see a number of those letters reproduced in Jean Fellner's volume. Altogether, this anthology is a wonderful introduction to a much overlooked but extraordinary figure of recent history. It is also a welcome introduction to the ideas of anarchism, which appear more and more relevant in this era of bullying governments, corporate ruthlessness, and endless war. Howard's in Auburndale, July 2004. Introduction. My attitude, wrote Alexander Berkman to Emma Goldman in November 1928, always was and still is that anyone preaching an idea, particularly a high ideal, must try to live, so far at least as possible, in consonance with it. Berkman did exactly that from the time he was punished in school, at the age of 13 in 1883, for having written an essay entitled "There is No God" to his death, by suicide, in June 1936. He was a remarkable figure, determined, committed, and fearless, a brilliant organizer and a compelling writer. He suffered prison, torture, sickness, deportation and statelessness because of his political beliefs, but nothing was able to break his spirit or diminish his commitment to anarchism. Through it all he remained convinced that freedom of thought must never be subject to laws nor individuals subject to governments. In 1892 Berkman was sentenced to 22 years for his bungled attempt on the life of Henry Frick, the labor magnate, during the Homestead strike. He was convinced he was striking a blow for labor but failed to kill Frick, though he shot him at close range. When he was released, after 14 years, he wrote a compassionate and insightful book, Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, 1912, which documented his life behind bars and included not only accounts of torture and solitary confinement but also of sexual feelings within prison, including his growing love for a fellow inmate, and of the loneliness and desperation of prison life. During these years of confinement, Berkman remained active, publishing a clandestine prison newspaper, attempting a desperate escape, working to improve prison conditions, and coming to grips with the fact that not even the workers understood, much less supported, his attempt on Frick's life. On his release from prison, Berkman immersed himself in political activity, touring the country to lecture against restrictions on freedom and organizing among the unemployed. He edited Emma Goldman's Mother Earth and his own magazine, The Blast, despite constant harassment by the authorities. He coordinated demonstrations against the massacre of miners in Rockefeller's mines in Ludlow, Colorado in 1913, and when a bomb, possibly intended for Rockefeller, exploded in the New York City tenement apartment of 4 anarchists, Berkman organized a public funeral for them in Union Square that was attended by 20,000 demonstrators. During this period Berkman founded the Anti-Militarist League and helped found the Farrer Free School in New York City. When war fever began sweeping the country and the government cried out for U.S. citizens to be prepared to fight, Berkman became one of the most effective organizers against conscription. He spoke before tens of thousands of people about anarchism and the lunacy of war at a time when many were receptive to his message, when the government felt threatened by it, and when to speak against U.S. entry into World War I was to put your life in danger. It was due largely to his tireless efforts that Thomas Mooney, falsely convicted of throwing a bomb into the July 22, 1916 preparedness parade in San Francisco, was not executed. Because of his campaign to oppose conscription and militarism, Berkman was arrested, tried, and found guilty of conspiring to induce persons not to register. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison. While appealing his conviction, Berkman was indicted for murder in California in connection with the Mooney case, but, after pressure from the Wilson administration, which itself was feeling the heat from international pressure against the indictment, the California district attorney retracted his extradition request. When Berkman's appeal failed, he was once again put behind bars, now at the Atlanta penitentiary. When he began to organize against the mistreatment of fellow prisoners there, he was put into solitary and denied basic privileges. He spent the last 7.5 months of his sentence in isolation after having already been forced to survive a 2½ times 4½ foot cell known as the hole. The brutality inflicted on Berkman in Atlanta destroyed his health, but his will remained as unbending as ever. When a federal immigration agent went to visit him, Alec refused to answer his questions. Instead, he issued a statement in which he declared, "I deny the right of anyone, individually or collectively, to set up an inquisition of thought. Thought is, or should be, free. My social views and political opinions are my personal concern. Free thought, necessarily involving freedom of speech and press, I may tersely define thus: no opinion a law, no opinion a crime. For a government to attempt to control thought is the height of despotism." In 1919, along with Emma Goldman, Berkman was deported to the Soviet Union. Berkman, initially ecstatic about the prospects of working in revolutionary Russia, soon became disillusioned with Lenin's policies, which resulted in the liquidation of all opposition, the abridgment of basic human rights, a multi-layered rationing system, and widespread fear and poverty, all of which caused the elimination of popular initiative. He confronted Lenin on these issues with the same righteousness with which he had confronted U.S. authorities 3 years earlier and, unfortunately, with the same lack of success. Finally, the refusal of the Bolsheviki to permit him to mediate the Kronstadt uprising and their subsequent massacre of the Kronstadt sailors convinced him that the Russian Revolution had been hopelessly sabotaged. In The Russian Tragedy, 1922, he wrote, "Communism became synonymous in the popular mind with Chekhism, the latter the epitome of all that is brutal." And in his diary, The Bolshevik Myth, 1920-1922, he noted, "Terror and despotism have crushed the life born in October. Dictatorship is trampling the masses underfoot. I have decided to leave Russia." During the following 14 years of exile, Berkman was a man without a home, living on temporary visas, at the mercy of governments and dependent on friends for support. Still, he never yearned to return to either the Soviet Union or the United States. To Tom Mooney he wrote in February 1935, "It is not the shortcoming of Russia I am speaking of. It is the very principles of their building which are reactionary to the core and which inevitably lead to the destruction of the best that there is in human nature. You cannot educate men for liberty by making them slaves." In 1933 he wrote to Emma Goldman, "I don't want to go to the US on any considerations. Please remember it, and I do not want to return under any conditions. You might as well ask me whether I would go to Mars. As long as capitalism and government exist in the US, I would not return nor want to return." During this period, Berkman wrote 2 pamphlets, The Kronstadt Rebellion and the Russian Revolution, both 1922, as well as What is Communist Anarchism, 1929. In 1936 Berkman, in great pain from a prostate condition, decided to end his life. But acts of violence were just not his forte, and he died only after suffering for 16 hours from the wound he had created. This reader is an introduction to Alexander Berkman. It includes sections from Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist and the Bolshevik Myth, the entire The Russian Tragedy and portions of the Kronstadt Rebellion. Following the example set by Freedom Press of London, this reader includes parts 1 and 2 of What is Communist Anarchism under the title The ABC of Anarchism. This reader also includes articles from The Blast, the manifesto of the No Conscription League, organized by Berkman and Goldman on May 9, 1917, and the transcript to the League's meeting at Hunts Point Palace on June 4, 1917. These latter documents help clarify Berkman's role as one of the exceptional organizers and agitators of his time, involved in vital issues as they were transpiring and relentless in his efforts to affect public opinion. I selected some of Berkman's and Emma Goldman's letters, collected in Richard and Anna Maria Drinan's book Nowhere at Home. Placed in this reader before and after texts to which they are relevant, they help to round out the story of Berkman's life, portraying a self-questioning Berkman that is difficult to find in most of his other work and revealing how closely his entire life was linked to Emma Goldman. In Berkman's books, with the exception of memoirs, he seldom mentions Emma, but his letters make clear how central she was to every aspect of his life from his first days in the United States and how they depended on one another for love, guidance, support, and courage. Emma, for her own part, was unequivocal in this regard, writing to Berkman, known as Sasha to Emma and other close friends, in November 1935, "It is not an exaggeration when I say that no one ever was so rooted in my being, so ingrained in every fiber, as you have been and are to this day," and to Leonard Ross, an attorney, in 1929. "My connection with Berkman's act and our relationship is the leitmotif of my 40 years of life. As a matter of fact, it is the pivot around which my story Living My Life is written." Emma Goldman's autobiography should be read side by side with Berkman's work to understand fully the remarkable lives of these two revolutionaries and the times in which they lived. Thanks to Daniel Simon, my dear friend and editor, and his partner John Oakes, of Four Walls Eight Windows for soliciting and supporting this project, to Richard Drinan for reviewing the material I selected and generously allowing me to talk with him about it, to the staff of the Tamiment Library for their help during my days of research, to Karen Hansen for her help proofing and polishing, and to Howard Zinn who, in 1971, introduced me to Alec and Emma. G.L.F. Jersey City, New Jersey, April 1992. Part 1, 1892–1906. Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist and Two Letters. Section 1. Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. The Prison Memoirs was first published in 1912 by Emma Goldman's Mother Earth Publishing because no commercial publishing company was willing to accept the manuscript uncensored. As Emma relates in her autobiography, one company was willing to publish the memoirs if Berkman would leave out the part about anarchism, another if he would omit all parts relating to homosexuality in prison. Obviously these conditions were unacceptable. And so Alec and Emma, with the help of a friend Gilbert E. Rowe and his wife, as well as a $200 contribution from the journalist Lincoln Steffens, launched a fundraising campaign that succeeded in collecting the necessary funds to publish the memoirs independently. The memoirs tells the story of Berkman's 14 years in prison following his botched attempt on the life of Henry Frick during the Homestead Strike of 1892. It is not, as one might think, a story of loneliness, depression, and violence, although all of these elements are present. Rather, it is a story of a young and fiercely idealistic man who, despite constant harassment and repression, refuses to let himself be beaten down. Throughout his prison years, Alec organized, agitated and continued to challenge not only prison authorities but himself and the very ideas that drove him to shoot Frick. From Part 1, The Awakening and Its Toll. Chapter 1, The Call of Homestead. Clearly every detail of that day is engraved on my mind. It is the 6th of July, 1892. We are quietly sitting in the back of our little flat Fedaya and I when suddenly the girl one enters. Her naturally quick, energetic step sounds more than usually resolute. As I turn to her, I am struck by the peculiar gleam in her eyes and the heightened color. "Have you read it?" she cries, waving the half-open newspaper. "What is it?" "Homestead. Strikers shot. Pinkertons have killed women and children." She speaks in a quick, jerky manner. Her words ring like the cry of a wounded animal, the melodious voice tinged with the harshness of bitterness, the bitterness of helpless agony. I take the paper from her hands. In growing excitement I read the vivid account of the tremendous struggle, the Homestead Strike, or, More correctly, the lockout. The report details the conspiracy on the part of the Carnegie Company to crush the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, the selection, for the purpose, of Henry Clay Frick, whose attitude toward labor is implacably hostile, his secret military preparations while designedly prolonging the peace negotiations with the Amalgamated, the fortification of the Homestead Steel Works, the erection of a high board fence, capped by barbed wire and provided with loopholes for sharpshooters. The hiring of an army of Pinkerton thugs, the attempt to smuggle them, in the dead of night, into Homestead, and, finally, the terrible carnage. I pass the paper to Fedaya. The girl glances at me. We sit in silence, each busy with his own thoughts. Only now and then we exchange a word, a searching, significant look. 2. It is hot and stuffy in the train. The air is oppressive with tobacco smoke, the boisterous talk of the men playing cards nearby annoys me. I turn to the window. The gust of perfumed air, laden with the rich aroma of fresh mown hay, is soothingly invigorating. Green woods and yellow fields circle in the distance, whirl nearer, close, then rush by, giving place to other circling fields and woods. The country looks young and alluring in the early morning sunshine. But my thoughts are busy with Homestead. The great battle has been fought. Never before, in all its history, has American labor won such a signal victory. By force of arms the workers of Homestead have compelled 300 Pinkerton invaders to surrender most humbly, ignominiously. What humiliating defeat for the powers that be! Does not the Pinkerton Janizari represent organized authority, forever crushing the toiler in the interest of the exploiters? Well may the enemies of the people be terrified at the unexpected awakening. But the people, the workers of America, have joyously acclaimed the rebellious manhood of Homestead. The steel workers were not the aggressors. Resignedly they had toiled and suffered. Out of their flesh and bone grew the great steel industry, on their blood fattened the powerful Carnegie Company. Yet patiently they had waited for the promised greater share of the wealth they were creating. Like a bolt from a clear sky came the blow, wages were to be reduced. Peremptorily the steel magnates refused to continue the sliding scale previously agreed upon as a guarantee of peace. The Carnegie firm challenged the Amalgamated Association by the submission of conditions which it knew the workers could not accept. Foreseeing refusal, it flaunted warlike preparations to crush the Union under the iron heel. Perfidious Carnegie shrank from the task, having recently proclaimed the gospel of goodwill and harmony. I would lay it down as a maxim, he had declared, that there is no excuse for a strike or a lockout until arbitration of differences has been offered by one party and refused by the other. The right of the workingman to combine and to form trades unions is no less sacred than the right of the manufacturer to enter into association and conference with his fellows, and it must sooner or later be conceded. Manufacturers should meet their men more than halfway. With smooth words the great philanthropist had persuaded the workers to endorse the high tariff. Every product of his mills protected, Andrew Carnegie secured a reduction in the duty on steel billets, in return for his generous contribution to the Republican campaign fund. In complete control of the billet market, the Carnegie firm engineered a depression of prices, as a seeming consequence of a lower duty. But the market price of billets was the sole standard of wages in the Homestead mills. The wages of the workers must be reduced. The offer of the Amalgamated Association to arbitrate the new scale met with contemptuous refusal. There was nothing to arbitrate, the men must submit unconditionally, the Union was to be exterminated. And Carnegie selected Henry C. Frick, the bloody Frick of the Coke regions, to carry the program into execution. Must the oppressed forever submit? The manhood of Homestead rebelled, the millmen scorned the despotic ultimatum. Then Frick's hand fell. The war was on. Indignation swept the country. Throughout the land the tyrannical attitude of the Carnegie Company was bitterly denounced, the ruthless brutality of Frick universally execrated. I could no longer remain indifferent. The moment was urgent. The tollers of Homestead had defied the oppressor. They were awakening. But as yet the steel workers were only blindly rebellious. The vision of anarchism alone could imbue discontent with conscious revolutionary purpose, it alone could lend wings to the aspirations of labor. The dissemination of our ideas among the proletariat of Homestead would illumine the great struggle, help to clarify the issues, and point the way to complete ultimate emancipation. My days were feverish with anxiety. The stirring call, labor, awaken, would fire the hearts of the disinherited, and inspire them to noble deeds. It would carry to the oppressed the message of the new day, and prepare them for the approaching social revolution. Homestead might prove the first blush of the glorious dawn. How I chafed at the obstacles my project encountered. Unexpected difficulties impeded every step. The efforts to get the leaflet translated into popular English proved unavailing. It would endanger me to distribute such a fiery appeal, my friend remonstrated. Impatiently I waved aside his objections. As if personal considerations could for an instant be weighed in the scale of the great cause. But in vain I argued and pleaded. And all the while precious moments were being wasted, and new obstacles barred the way. I rushed frantically from printer to compositor, begging, imploring. None dared print the appeal. And time was fleeting. Suddenly flashed the news of the Pinkerton carnage. The world stood aghast. The time for speech was past. Throughout the land the toilers echoed the defiance of the men of Homestead. The steel workers had rallied bravely to the defense, the murderous Pinkertons were driven from the city. But loudly called the blood of Mammon's victims on the banks of the Monongahela. Loudly it calls. It is the people calling. Ah, the people. The grand, mysterious, yet so near and real, people. Ticket, please. A heavy hand is on my shoulder. With an effort I realize the situation. The card players are exchanging angry words. With a deft movement the conductor unhooks the board, and calmly walks away with it under his arm. A roar of laughter greets the players. Twigged by the other passengers, they soon subside, and presently the car grows quiet. I have difficulty in keeping myself from falling back into reverie. I must form a definite plan of action. My purpose is quite clear to me. A tremendous struggle is taking place at Homestead, the people are manifesting the right spirit in resisting tyranny and invasion. My heart exults. This is, at last, what I have always hoped for from the American working man. Once aroused, he will brook no interference, he will fight all obstacles, and conquer even more than his original demands. It is the spirit of the heroic past reincarnated in the steel workers of Homestead, Pennsylvania. What supreme joy to aid in this work! That is my natural mission. I feel the strength of a great undertaking. No shadow of doubt crosses my mind. The people, the toilers of the world, the producers comprise, to me, the universe. They alone count. The rest are parasites, who have no right to exist. But to the people belongs the earth by right, if not in fact. To make it so in fact, all means are justifiable, nay, advisable, even to the point of taking life. The question of moral right in such matters often agitated the revolutionary circles I used to frequent. I had always taken the extreme view. The more radical the treatment, I held, the quicker the cure. Society is a patient, sick constitutionally and functionally. Surgical treatment is often imperative. The removal of a tyrant is not merely justifiable, it is the highest duty of every true revolutionist. Human life is, indeed, sacred and inviolate. But the killing of a tyrant, of an enemy of the people, is in no way to be considered as the taking of a life. A revolutionist would rather perish 1,000 times than be guilty of what is ordinarily called murder. In truth, murder and attentat too are to me opposite terms. To remove a tyrant is an act of liberation, the giving of life and opportunity to an oppressed people. True, the cause often calls upon the revolutionist to commit an unpleasant act, but it is the test of a true revolutionist, nay, more, his pride to sacrifice all merely human feeling at the call of the people's cause. If the latter demand his life, so much the better. Could anything be nobler than to die for a grand, a sublime cause? Why, the very life of a true revolutionist has no other purpose, no significance whatever, save to sacrifice it on the altar of the beloved people. And what could be higher in life than to be a true revolutionist? It is to be a man, a complete man. A being who has neither personal interests nor desires above the necessities of the cause, one who has emancipated himself from being merely human, and has risen above that, even to the height of conviction which excludes all doubt, all regret, in short, one who in the very inmost of his soul feels himself revolutionist first, human afterwards. Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. The harsh cry of the conductor startles me with the violence of a shock. Impatient as I am of the long journey, the realization that I have reached my destination comes unexpectedly, overwhelming me with the dread of unpreparedness. In a flurry I gather up my things, but, noticing that the other passengers keep their places, I precipitately resume my seat, fearful lest my agitation be noticed. To hide my confusion, I turn to the open window. Thick clouds of smoke overcast the sky, shrouding the morning with somber gray. The air is heavy with soot and cinders, the smell is nauseating. In the distance, giant furnaces vomit pillars of fire, the lurid flashes accentuating a line of frame structures, dilapidated and miserable. They are the homes of the workers who have created the industrial glory of Pittsburgh, reared its millionaires, its Carnegies and Fricks. The sight fills me with hatred of the perverse social justice that turns the needs of mankind into an inferno of brutalizing toil. It robs man of his soul, drives the sunshine from his life, degrades him lower than the beasts, and between the millstones of divine bliss and hellish torture grinds flesh and blood into iron and steel, transmutes human lives into gold, gold, countless gold. The great, noble people. But is it really great and noble to be slaves and remain content? No, no. They are awakening, awakening. Chapter 2 The Seat of War. Contentedly peaceful the Monongahela stretches before me, its waters lazily rippling in the sunlight, and softly crooning to the murmur of the woods on the hazy shore. But the opposite bank presents a picture of sharp contrast. Near the edge of the river rises a high board fence, topped with barbed wire, the menacing aspect heightened by warlike watchtowers and ramparts. The sinister wall looks down on me with 1,000 hollow eyes, whose evident murderous purpose fully justifies the name of Fort Frick. Groups of excited people crowd the open spaces between the river and the fort, filling the air with the confusion of many voices. Men carrying Winchesters are hurrying by, their faces grimy, eyes bold yet anxious. From the millyard gape the black mouths of cannon, dismantled breastworks bar the passages, and the ground is strewn with burning cinders, empty shells, oil barrels, broken furnace stacks, and piles of steel and iron. The place looks the aftermath of a sanguinary conflict, the symbol of our industrial life, of the ruthless struggle in which the stronger, the sturdy man of labor, is always the victim, because he acts weakly. But the charred hulks of the Pinkerton barges at the landing place, and the blood-bespattered gangplank, bear mute witness that for once the battle went to the really strong, to the victim who dared. A group of workingmen approaches me. Big, stalwart men, the power of conscious strength in their step and bearing. Each of them carries a weapon, some Winchesters, others shotguns. In the hand of one I notice the gleaming barrel of a Navy revolver. "Who are you?" the man with the revolver sternly asks me. "A friend, a visitor." "Can you show credentials or a union card?" Presently, satisfied as to my trustworthiness, they allow me to proceed. In one of the millyards I come upon a dense crowd of men and women of various types, the short, broad-faced Slav, elbowing his tall American fellow striker, the swarthy Italian, heavy-mustached, gesticulating and talking rapidly to a cluster of excited countrymen. The people are surging about a raised platform, on which stands a large, heavy man. I press forward. "Listen, gentlemen, listen." I hear the speaker's voice. Just a few words, gentlemen. You all know who I am, don't you? Yes, yes, Sheriff, several men cry. Go on. Yes, continues the speaker, you all know who I am. Your sheriff, the sheriff of Allegheny County, of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Go ahead, someone yells, impatiently. If you don't interrupt me, gentlemen, I'll go ahead. SSSH. Order. The speaker advances to the edge of the platform. Men of Homestead. It is my sworn duty, as sheriff, to preserve the peace. Your city is in a state of lawlessness. I have asked the governor to send the militia and I hope. No. No, many voices protest. To hell with you. The tumult drowns the words of the sheriff. Shaking his clenched fist, his foot stamping the platform, he shouts at the crowd, but his voice is lost amid the general uproar. O'Donnell! O'Donnell! Comes from several sides, the cry swelling into a tremendous chorus, O'Donnell! I see the popular leader of the strike nimbly ascend the platform. The assembly becomes hushed. Brothers, O'Donnell begins in a flowing, ingratiating manner, we have won a great, noble victory over the company. We have driven the Pinkerton invaders out of our city. Damn the murderers! Silence! Order! You have won a big victory, O'Donnell continues, a great, significant victory, such as was never before known in the history of labor's struggle for better conditions. Vociferous cheering interrupts the speaker. But, he continues, you must show the world that you desire to maintain peace and order along with your rights. The Pinkertons were invaders. We defended our homes and drove them out, rightly so. But you are law-abiding citizens. You respect the law and the authority of the state. Public opinion will uphold you in your struggle if you act right. Now is the time, friends. He raises his voice in waxing enthusiasm. Now is the time. Welcome the soldiers. They are not sent by that man Frick. They are the people's militia. They are our friends. Let us welcome them as friends. Applause, mixed with cries of impatient disapproval, greets the exhortation. Arms are raised in angry argument, and the crowd sways back and forth, breaking into several excited groups. Presently a tall, dark man appears on the platform. His stentorian voice gradually draws the assembly closer to the front. Slowly the tumult subsides. Don't you believe it, men? The speaker shakes his finger at the audience, as if to emphasize his warning. Don't you believe that the soldiers are coming as friends? Soft words these, Mr. O'Donnell. They'll cost us dear. Remember what I say, brothers. The soldiers are no friends of ours. I know what I am talking about. They are coming here because that damned murderer Frick wants them. Here. Here. Yes, the tall man continues, his voice quivering with emotion, I can tell you just how it is. The scoundrel of a sheriff there asked the governor for troops, and that damned Frick paid the sheriff to do it, I say. No. Yes. No, the clamor is renewed, but I can hear the speaker's voice rising above the din, yes, bribed him. You all know this cowardly sheriff. Don't you let the soldiers come, I tell you. First they'll come, then the blacklegs. You want 'em? No. No, roars the crowd. Well, if you don't want the damned scabs, keep out the soldiers, you understand? If you don't, they'll drive you out from the homes you have paid for with your blood. You and your wives and children they'll drive out, and out you will go from these. The speaker points in the direction of the mills. That's what they'll do, if you don't look out. We have sweated and bled in these mills, our brothers have been killed and maimed there, we have made the damned company rich, and now they send the soldiers here to shoot us down like the Pinkerton thugs have tried to. And you want to welcome the murderers, do you? Keep them out, I tell you. Amid shouts and yells the speaker leaves the platform. McClucky. Honest McClucky, a voice is heard on the fringe of the crowd, and as one man the assembly takes up the cry, "Honest McClucky." I am eager to see the popular Burgess of Homestead, himself a poorly paid employee of the Carnegie Company. A large-boned, good-natured-looking working man elbows his way to the front, the men readily making way for him with nods and pleasant smiles. "I haven't prepared any speech," the Burgess begins haltingly, "but I want to say, I don't see how you are going to fight the soldiers. There is a good deal of truth in what the brother before me said, but if you stop to think on it, he forgot to tell you just one little thing. The how. How is he going to do it, to keep the soldiers out? That's what I'd like to know. I'm afraid it's bad to let them in. The blacklegs might be hiding in the rear. But then again, it's bad not to let the soldiers in. You can't stand up against 'em, they are not Pinkertons. And we can't fight the government of Pennsylvania. Perhaps the governor won't send the militia. But if he does, I reckon the best way for us will be to make friends with them. Guess it's the only thing we can do. That's all I have to say." The assembly breaks up, dejected, dispirited. In Chapter 3, Berkman tells the story of a mother of 4 who is dispossessed from her small home by Frick after her husband gets crushed beneath 200 tons of metal while working at Homestead. He ends the chapter citing Frick's refusal to consider the workers' demands and concludes, "The last hope is gone. The master is determined to crush his rebellious slaves." Chapter 4 follows. Chapter 4 The Attentat. The door of Frick's private office, to the left of the reception room, swings open as the colored attendant emerges, and I catch a flitting glimpse of a black-bearded, well-knit figure at a table in the back of the room. "Mr. Frick is engaged. He can't see you now, sah," the Negro says, handing back my card. I take the pasteboard, return it to my case, and walk slowly out of the reception room. But quickly retracing my steps, I pass through the gate separating the clerks from the visitors, and, brushing the astounded attendant aside, I step into the office on the left, and find myself facing Frick. For an instant the sunlight, streaming through the windows, dazzles me. I discern 2 men at the further end of the long table. "Fr," I begin. The look of terror on his face strikes me speechless. It is the dread of the conscious presence of death. He understands, it flashes through my mind. With a quick motion I draw the revolver. As I raise the weapon, I see Frick clutch with both hands the arm of the chair, and attempt to rise. I aim at his head. Perhaps he wears armor, I reflect. With a look of horror he quickly averts his face, as I pull the trigger. There is a flash, and the high-ceilinged room reverberates as with the booming of cannon. I hear a sharp, piercing cry, and see Frick on his knees, his head against the arm of the chair. I feel calm and possessed, intent upon every movement of the man. He is lying head and shoulders under the large armchair, without sound or motion. Dead. I wonder. I must make sure. About 25 feet separate us. I take a few steps toward him, when suddenly the other man, whose presence I had quite forgotten, leaps upon me. I struggle to loosen his hold. He looks slender and small. I would not hurt him, I have no business with him. Suddenly I hear the cry, "Murder! Help!" My heart stands still as I realize that it is Frick shouting. Alive! I wonder. I hurl the stranger aside and fire at the crawling figure of Frick. The man struck my hand I have missed. He grapples with me, and we wrestle across the room. I try to throw him, but spying an opening between his arm and body, I thrust the revolver against his side and aim at Frick, cowering behind the chair. I pull the trigger. There is a click but no explosion. By the throat I catch the stranger, still clinging to me, when suddenly something heavy strikes me on the back of the head. Sharp pains shoot through my eyes. I sink to the floor, vaguely conscious of the weapon slipping from my hands. Where is the hammer? Hit him, Carpenter. Confused voices ring in my ears. Painfully I strive to rise. The weight of many bodies is pressing on me. Now it's Frick's voice. Not dead. I crawl in the direction of the sound, dragging the struggling men with me. I must get the dagger from my pocket, I have it. Repeatedly I strike with it at the legs of the man near the window. I hear Frick cry out in pain. There is much shouting and stamping. My arms are pulled and twisted, and I am lifted bodily from the floor. Police, clerks, workmen in overalls, surround me. An officer pulls my head back by the hair, and my eyes meet Frick's. He stands in front of me, supported by several men. His face is ashen gray, the black beard is streaked with red, and blood is oozing from his neck. For an instant a strange feeling, as of shame, comes over me, but the next moment I am filled with anger at the sentiment, so unworthy of a revolutionist. With defiant hatred I look him full in the face. Mr. Frick, do you identify this man as your assailant? Frick nods weakly. The street is lined with a dense, excited crowd. A young man in civilian dress, who is accompanying the police, inquires, not unkindly. Are you hurt? You're bleeding. I pass my hand over my face. I feel no pain, but there is a peculiar sensation about my eyes. I've lost my glasses, I remark, involuntarily. You'll be damn lucky if you don't lose your head, an officer retorts. In Chapter 5, Berkman realizes that he has failed in his attentat, that Frick is still alive. But Alec vows that rather than permit the state to condemn him to death or prison, he will take his own life. The chapter ends with an account of his interrogation by the chief of police. In Chapter 6 Alec converses with two fellow prisoners, neither of whom understand why Berkman wanted to kill Frick. But Alec finds comfort in the fact that a homestead worker is also in the jail. Certainly he will understand. Chapter 6 continues below. Chapter 6 The Jail. Next morning, during exercise hour, I watch with beating heart for an opportunity to converse with the homestead steel worker. I shall explain to him the motives and purpose of my attempt on Frick. He will understand me, he will himself enlighten his fellow strikers. It is very important they should comprehend my act quite clearly, and he is the very man to do this great service to humanity. He is the rebel worker, his heroism during the struggle bears witness. I hope the people will not allow the enemy to hang him. He defended the rights of the homestead workers, the cause of the whole working class. No, the people will never allow such a sacrifice. How well he carries himself. Erect, head high, the look of conscious dignity and strength. Cell number B-5IVE. The prisoner with the smoked glasses leaves the line, and advances in response to the guard's call. Quickly I pass along the gallery, and fall into the vacant place, alongside of the steel worker. A happy chance, I address him. I should like to speak to you about something important. You are one of the homestead strikers, are you not? Jack Tinford, he introduces himself. What's your name? He is visibly startled by my answer. The man who shot Frick, he asks. An expression of deep anxiety crosses his face. His eye wanders to the gate. Through the wire network I observe visitors approaching from the warden's office. They'd better not see us together, he says, impatiently. Fall in back of me. Then we'll talk. Pained at his manner, yet not fully realizing its significance, I slowly fall back. His tall, broad figure completely hides me from view. He speaks to me in monosyllables, unwillingly. At the mention of homestead he grows more communicative, talking in an undertone, as if conversing with his neighbor, the Sicilian, who does not understand a syllable of English. I strain my ear to catch his words. The steel workers merely defended themselves against armed invaders, I hear him say. They are not on strike, they've been locked out by Frick, because he wants to non-unionize the works. That's why he broke the contract with the Amalgamated, and hired the damned Pinkertons 2 months before, when all was peace. They shot many workers from the barges before the millman got after them. They deserved roasting alive for their unprovoked murders. Well, the man fixed them all right. Some were killed, others committed suicide on the burning barges, and the rest were forced to surrender like whipped curs. A grand victory all right, if that coward of a sheriff hadn't got the governor to send the militia to Homestead. But it was a victory, you bet, for the boys to get the best of 300 armed Pinkertons. He himself, though, had nothing to do with the fight. He was sick at the time. They're trying to get the Pinkertons to swear his life away. One of the hounds has already made an affidavit that he saw him, Jack Tinford, throw dynamite at the barges, before the Pinkertons landed. But never mind, he is not afraid. No Pittsburgh jury will believe those lying murderers. He was in his sweetheart's house, sick abed. The girl and her mother will prove an alibi for him. And the advisory committee of the Amalgamated, too. They know he wasn't on the shore. They'll swear to it in court, anyhow. Abruptly he ceases, a look of fear on his face. For a moment he is lost in thought. Then he gives me a searching look, and smiles at me. As we turn the corner of the walk, he whispers, "Too bad you didn't kill him. Some business misunderstanding, he adds, aloud. Could he be serious, I wonder? Does he only pretend?" He faces straight ahead, and I am unable to see his expression. I begin the careful explanation I had prepared. "Jack, it was for you, for your people that I..." Impatiently, angrily he interrupts me. "I'd better be careful not to talk that way in court," he warns me. "If Frick should die, I'd hang myself with such gab. And it would only harm the steel workers. They don't believe in killing, they respect the law. Of course, they had a right to defend their homes and families against unlawful invaders. But they welcomed the militia to Homestead. They showed their respect for authority. To be sure, Frick deserves to die. He is a murderer. But the mill workers will have nothing to do with anarchists. What did I want to kill him for, anyhow? I did not belong to the Homestead men. It was none of my business. I had better not say anything about it in court, or... The gong tolls. All in. 6. I pass a sleepless night. The events of the day have stirred me to the very depths. Bitterness and anger against the Homestead striker fill my heart. My hero of yesterday, the hero of the glorious struggle of the people, how contemptible he has proved himself, how cravenly small. No consciousness of the great mission of his class, no proud realization of the part he himself had acted in the noble struggle. A cowardly, overgrown boy, terrified at tomorrow's punishment for the prank he has played. Meanly concerned only with his own safety, and willing to resort to lying, in order to escape responsibility. The very thought is appalling. It is a sacrilege, an insult to the holy cause, to the people. To myself, too. Not that lying is to be condemned, provided it is in the interest of the cause. All means are justified in the war of humanity against its enemies. Indeed, the more repugnant the means, the stronger the test of one's nobility and devotion. All great revolutionists have proved that. There is no more striking example in the annals of the Russian movement than that peerless nihilist. What was his name? Why, how peculiar that it should escape me just now. I knew it so well. He undermined the Winter Palace, beneath the very dining room of the Tsar. What debasement, what terrible indignities he had to endure in the role of the servile, simple-minded peasant carpenter. How his proud spirit must have suffered, for weeks and months, all for the sake of his great purpose. Wonderful man! To be worthy of your comradeship. But this Homestead worker, what a pygmy by comparison. He is absorbed in the single thought of saving himself, the traitor. A veritable Judas, preparing to forswear his people and their cause, willing to lie and deny his participation. How proud I should be in his place, to have fought on the barricades, as he did. And then to die for it. Could there be a more glorious fate for a man, a real man? To serve even as the least stone in the foundation of a free society, or as a plank in the bridge across which the triumphant people shall finally pass into the land of promise. A plank in the bridge. In the most point 3, what a significant name. How it impressed me the first time I heard it? No, I saw it in print, I remember quite clearly. Mother had just died. I was dreaming of the new world, the land of freedom. Eagerly I read every line of American news. One day, in the little Kofno library, how distinctly it all comes back to me. I can see myself sitting there, perusing the papers. Must get acquainted with the country. What is this? Anarchists hanged in Chicago. There are many names, one is most. What is an anarchist? I whisper to the student nearby. He is from Peter, for he will know. SSH. Same as nihilists. In free America. I wondered. How little I knew of America then. A free country, indeed, that hangs its noblest men. And the misery, the exploitation, it's terrible. I must mention all this in court, in my defense. No, not defense, some fitter word. Explanation. Yes, my explanation. I need no defense, I don't consider myself guilty. What did the warden mean? Fool for a client, he said, when I told him that I would refuse legal aid. He thinks I am a fool. Well, he's a bourgeois, he can't understand. I'll tell him to leave me alone. He belongs to the enemy. The lawyers, too. They are all in the capitalist camp. I need no lawyers. They couldn't explain my case. I shall not talk to the reporters, either. They are a lying pack, those journalistic hounds of capitalism. They always misrepresent us. And they know better, too. They wrote columns of interviews with Most when he went to prison. All lies. I saw him off myself, he didn't say a word to them. They are our worst enemies. The warden said that they'll come to see me tomorrow. I'll have nothing to say to them. They're sure to twist my words, and thus impair the effect of my act. It is not complete without my explanation. I shall prepare it very carefully. Of course, the jury won't understand. They, too, belong to the capitalist class. But I must use the trial to talk to the people. To be sure, an attentat on a frick is in itself splendid propaganda. It combines the value of example with terroristic effect. But very much depends upon my explanation. It offers me a rare opportunity for a broader agitation of our ideas. The comrades outside will also use my act for propaganda. The people misunderstand us, they have been prejudiced by the capitalist press. They must be enlightened, that is our glorious task. Very difficult and slow work, it is true, but they will learn. Their patience will break, and then the good people, they have always been too kind to their enemies. And brave, even in their suffering. Yes, very brave. Not like that fellow, the steel worker. He is a disgrace to Homestead, the traitor. I pace the cell in agitation. The Judas Stryker is not fit to live. Perhaps it would be best they should hang him. His death would help to open the eyes of the people to the real character of legal justice. Legal justice, what a travesty! They are mutually exclusive terms. Yes, indeed, it would be best he should be hanged. The Pinkerton will testify against him. He saw Jack throw dynamite. Very good. Perhaps others will also swear to it. The judge will believe the Pinkertons. Yes, they will hang him. The thought somewhat soothes my perturbation. At least the cause of the people will benefit to some extent. The man himself is not to be considered. He has ceased to exist, his interests are exclusively personal, he can be of no further benefit to the people. Only his death can aid the cause. It is best for him to end his career in the service of humanity. I hope he will act like a man on the scaffold. The enemy should not gloat over his fear, his craven terror. They'll see in him the spirit of the people. Of course, he is not worthy of it. But he must die like a rebel worker, bravely, defiantly. I must speak to him about it. The deep bass of the gong dispels my reverie. 7. There is a distinct sense of freedom in the solitude of the night. The day's atmosphere is surcharged with noisome anxiety, the hours laden with impending terrors. But the night is soothing. For the first time I feel alone, unobserved. The night dog has been called off. How refinedly brutal is this constant care lest the hangman be robbed of his prey. A simple precaution against suicide, the warden told me. I felt the naive stupidity of the suggestion like the thrust of a dagger. What a tremendous chasm in our mental attitudes. His mind cannot grasp the impossibility of suicide before I have explained to the people the motive and purpose of my act. Suicide. As if the mere death of Frick was my object. The very thought is impossible, insulting. It outrages me that even a bourgeois should so meanly misjudge the aspirations of an active revolutionist. The insignificant reptile, Frick, as if the mere man were worth a terroristic effort. I aimed at the many-headed hydra whose visible representative was Frick. The homestead developments had given him temporary prominence, thrown this particular hydra head into bold relief, so to speak. That alone made him worthy of the revolutionists' attention. Primarily, as an object lesson, it would strike terror into the soul of his class. They are craven-hearted, their conscience weighted with guilt, and life is dear to them. Their strangling hold on labor might be loosened. Only for a while, no doubt. But that much would be gained, due to the act of the attentator. The people could not fail to realize the depth of a love that will give its own life for their cause. To give a young life, full of health and vitality, to give all, without a thought of self, to give all, voluntarily, cheerfully, nay, enthusiastically. Could anyone fail to understand such a love? But this is the first terrorist act in America. The people may fail to comprehend it thoroughly. Yet they will know that an anarchist committed the deed. I will talk to them from the courtroom. And my comrades at liberty will use the opportunity to the utmost to shed light on the questions involved. Such a deed must draw the attention of the world. This first act of voluntary anarchist sacrifice will make the workingman think deeply. Perhaps even more so than the Chicago martyrdom. 5 The latter was preeminently a lesson in capitalist justice. The culmination of a plutocratic conspiracy, the tragedy of 1887 lacked the element of voluntary anarchist self-sacrifice in the interests of the people. In that distinctive quality my act is initial. Perhaps it will prove the entering wedge. The leaven of growing oppression is at work. It is for us, the anarchists, to educate labor to its great mission. Let the world learn of the misery of homestead. The sudden thunderclap gives warning that beyond the calm horizon the storm is gathering. The lightning of social protest. Quick, a lick. Plant it. Something white flutters between the bars. Hastily I read the newspaper clipping. Glorious. Who would have expected it? A soldier in one of the regiments stationed at Homestead called upon the line to give 3 cheers for the man who shot Frick. My soul overflows with beautiful hopes. Such a wonderful spirit among the militia, perhaps the soldiers will fraternize with the strikers. It is by no means an impossibility, such things have happened before. After all, they are of the people, mostly workingmen. Their interests are identical with those of the strikers, and surely they hate Frick, who is universally condemned for his brutality, his arrogance. This soldier, what is his name? Eames, W.L. Eames. He typifies the best feeling of the regiment. The others probably lack his courage. They feared to respond to his cheers, especially because of the colonel's presence. But undoubtedly most of them feel as Eames does. It would be dangerous for the enemy to rely upon the 10th Pennsylvania. And in the other homestead regiments, there must also be such noble Eameses. They will not permit their comrade to be court-martialed, as the colonel threatens. Eames is not merely a militiaman. He is a citizen, a native. He has the right to express his opinion regarding my deed. If he had condemned it, he would not be punished. May he not, then, voice a favorable sentiment? No, they can't punish him. And he is surely very popular among the soldiers. How manfully he behaved as the colonel raged before the regiment, and demanded to know who cheered for the assassin of Mr. Frick, as the imbecile put it. Eam stepped out of the ranks, and boldly avowed his act. He could have remained silent, or denied it. But he is evidently not like that cowardly steel worker. He even refused the colonel's offer to apologize. Brave boy! He is the right material for a revolutionist. Such a man has no business to belong to the militia. He should know for what purpose it is intended, a tool of capitalism in the enslavement of labor. After all, it will benefit him to be court-martialed. It will enlighten him. I must follow the case. Perhaps the Negro will give me more clippings. It was very generous of him to risk this act of friendship. The warden has expressly interdicted the passing of newspapers to me, though the other prisoners are permitted to buy them. He discriminates against me in every possible way. A rank ignoramus, he cannot even pronounce anarchist. Yesterday he said to me, the anarchists are no good. What do they want, anyhow? I replied, angrily, first you say they are no good, then you ask what they want. He flushed. Got no use for them, anyway. Such an imbecile. Not the least sense of justice, he condemns without knowing. I believe he is aiding the detectives. Why does he insist I should plead guilty? I have repeatedly told him that, though I do not deny the act, I am innocent. The stupid laughed outright. Better plead guilty, you'll get off easier. You did it, so better plead guilty. In vain I strove to explain to him, I don't believe in your laws, I don't acknowledge the authority of your courts. I am innocent, morally. The aggravating smile of condescending wisdom kept playing about his lips. Plead guilty. Take my advice, plead guilty. Instinctively I sense some presence at the door. The small, cunning eyes of the warden peer intently through the bars. I feel him an enemy. Well, he may have the clipping now if he wishes. But no torture shall draw from me an admission incriminating the Negro. The name Rachmaninoff flits through my mind. I shall be true to that memory. A gentleman in my office wishes to see you, the warden informs me. Who is he? A friend of yours, from Pittsburgh. I know no one in Pittsburgh. I don't care to see the man. The warden's suave insistence arouses my suspicions. Why should he be so much interested in my seeing a stranger? Visits are privileges, I have been told. I decline the privilege. But the warden insists. I refuse. Finally he orders me out of the cell. 2 guards lead me into the hallway. They halt me at the head of a line of a dozen men. 6 are counted off, and I am assigned to the 7th place. I notice that I am the only one in the line wearing glasses. The warden enters from an inner office, accompanied by 3 visitors. They pass down the row, scrutinizing each face. They return, their gaze fixed on the men. One of the strangers makes a motion as if to put his hand on the shoulder of the man on my left. The warden hastily calls the visitors aside. They converse in whispers, then walk up the line, and pass slowly back, till they are alongside of me. The tall stranger puts his hand familiarly on my shoulder, exclaiming, "Don't you recognize me, Mr. Berkman? I met you on 5th Avenue, right in front of the Telegraph Building. 6. I never saw you before in my life. Oh, yes. You remember I spoke to you." "No, you did not," I interrupt, impatiently. "Take him back," the warden commands. I protest against the perfidious proceeding. A positive identification, the warden asserts. The detective had seen me in the company of 2 friends, inspecting the office of Mr. Frick. Indignantly I deny the false statement, charging him with abetting the conspiracy to involve my comrades. He grows livid with rage, and orders me deprived of exercise that afternoon. The warden's role in the police plot is now apparent to me. I realize him in his true colors. Ignorant though he is, familiarity with police methods has developed in him a certain shrewdness, the low cunning of the fox seeking its prey. The good-natured smile masks a depth of malice, his crude vanity glorying in the successful abuse of his wardenship over unfortunate human beings. This new appreciation of his character clarifies various incidents heretofore puzzling to me. My mail is being detained at the office, I am sure. It is impossible that my New York comrades should have neglected me so long, it is now over a week since my arrest. As a matter of due precaution, they would not communicate with me at once. But 2 or 3 days would be sufficient to perfect a decadrus. 7 Yet not a line has reached me from them. It is evident that my mail is being detained. My reflections rouse bitter hatred of the warden. His infamy fills me with rage. The Negro's warning against the occupant of the next cell assumes a new aspect. Undoubtedly the man is a spy, placed there by the warden, evidently. Little incidents, insignificant in themselves, add strong proof to justify the suspicion. It grows to conviction as I review various circumstances concerning my neighbor. The questions I deemed foolish, prompted by mere curiosity, I now see in the light of the warden's role as volunteer detective. The young Negro was sent to the dungeon for warning me against the spy in the next cell. But the latter is never reported, notwithstanding his continual knocking and talking. Specially privileged, evidently. And the warden, too, is hand in glove with the police. I am convinced he himself caused the writing of those letters he gave me yesterday. They were postmarked Homestead, from a pretended striker. They want to blow up the mills, the letter said, good bombs are needed. I should send them the addresses of my friends who know how to make effective explosives. What a stupid trap. One of the epistles sought to involve some of the strike leaders in my act. In another, John Most 8 was mentioned. Well, I am not to be caught with such chaff. But I must be on my guard. It is best I should decline to accept mail. They withhold the letters of my friends, anyhow. Yes, I'll refuse all mail. I feel myself surrounded by enemies, open and secret. Not a single being here I may call friend, except the Negro, who, I know, wishes me well. I hope he will give me more clippings. Perhaps there will be news of my comrades. I'll try to fall in with him at exercise tomorrow. Oh! They are handing out tracts. Tomorrow is Sunday, no exercise. 8. The Lord's Day is honored by depriving the prisoners of dinner. A scanty allowance of bread, with a tin cupful of black, unsweetened coffee, constitutes breakfast. Supper is a repetition of the morning meal, except that the coffee looks thinner, the tin cup more rusty. I force myself to swallow a mouthful by shutting my eyes. It tastes like greasy dishwater, with a bitter suggestion of burnt bread. Exercise is also abolished on the sacred day. The atmosphere is pervaded with the gloom of unbroken silence. In the afternoon, I hear the creaking of the inner gate. There is much swishing of dresses, the good ladies of the tracks are being seated. The doors on Murderers' Row are opened partly, at a 15-degree angle. The prisoners remain in their cells, with the guards stationed at the gallery entrances. All is silent. I can hear the beating of my heart in the oppressive quiet. A faint shadow crosses the darksome floor, now it oscillates on the bars. I hear the muffled fall of felt-soled steps. Silently the turnkey passes the cell, like a flitting mystery casting its shadow, athwart a troubled soul. I catch the glint of a revolver protruding from his pocket. Suddenly the sweet strains of a violin resound in the corridor. Female voices swell the melody, nearer my God to thee, nearer to thee. Slowly the volume expands, it rises, grows more resonant in contact with the gallery floor, and echoes in my cell, nearer to thee, to thee. The sounds die away. A deep male voice utters, "Let us pray." Its metallic hardness rings like a command. The guards stand with lowered heads. Their lips mumble after the invisible speaker, "Our Father who art in heaven, give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those that trespass against us." "Like hell you do," someone shouts from the upper gallery. There is suppressed giggling in the cells. Pell-mell the officers rush up the stairs. The uproar increases. "Order!" Yells and catcalls drown the warden's voice. Doors are violently opened and shut. The thunder of rattling iron is deafening. Suddenly all is quiet, the guards have reached the galleries. Only hasty tiptoeing is heard. The offender cannot be found. The gong rings the supper hour. The prisoners stand at the doors, cup in hand, ready to receive the coffee. "Give the S.B. no supper." "No supper," roars the warden. Sabbath benediction. The levers are pulled, and we are locked in for the night. 9. In agitation I pace the cell. Frick didn't die. He has almost recovered. I have positive information, the blind prisoner gave me the clipping during exercise. "You're a poor shot," he teased me. The poignancy of the disappointment pierces my heart. I feel it with the intensity of a catastrophe. My imprisonment, the vexations of jail life, the future, all is submerged in the flood of misery at the realization of my failure. Bitter thoughts crowd my mind, self-accusation overwhelms me. I failed. Failed. It might have been different, had I gone to Frick's residence. It was my original intention, too. But the house in the East End was guarded. Besides, I had no time to wait. That very morning the papers had announced Frick's intended visit to New York. I was determined he should not escape me. I resolved to act at once. It was mainly his cowardice that saved him. He hid under the chair. Played dead. And now he lives, the vampire. And Homestead? How will it affect conditions there? If Frick had died, Carnegie would have hastened to settle with the strikers. The shrewd Scot only made use of Frick to destroy the hated Union. He himself was absent, he could not be held accountable. The author of Triumphant Democracy is sensitive to adverse criticism. With the elimination of Frick, responsibility for Homestead conditions would rest with Carnegie. To support his role as the friend of labor, he must needs terminate the sanguinary struggle. Such a development of affairs would have greatly advanced the anarchist propaganda. However some may condemn my act, the workers could not be blind to the actual situation, and the practical effects of Frick's death. But his recovery. Yet, who can tell? It may perhaps have the same results. If not, the strike was virtually lost when the steel workers permitted the militia to take possession of Homestead. It afforded the company an opportunity to fill the mills with scabs. But even if the strike be lost, our propaganda is the chief consideration. The Homestead workers are but a very small part of the American working class. Important as this great struggle is, the cause of the whole people is supreme. And their true cause is anarchism. All other issues are merged in it, it alone will solve the labor problem. No other consideration deserves attention. The suffering of individuals, of large masses, indeed, is unavoidable under capitalist conditions. Poverty and wretchedness must constantly increase, it is inevitable. A revolutionist cannot be influenced by mere sentimentality. We bleed for the people, we suffer for them, but we know the real source of their misery. Our whole civilization, false to the core as it is, must be destroyed, to be born anew. Only with the abolition of exploitation will labor gain justice. Anarchism alone can save the world. These reflections somewhat soothe me. My failure to accomplish the desired result is grievously exasperating, and I feel deeply humiliated. But I shall be the sole sufferer. Properly viewed, the merely physical result of my act cannot affect its propagandistic value, and that is, always, the supreme consideration. The chief purpose of my attentat was to call attention to our social iniquities, to arouse a vital interest in the sufferings of the people by an act of self-sacrifice, to stimulate discussion regarding the cause and purpose of the act, and thus bring the teachings of anarchism before the world. The homestead situation offered the psychologic social moment. What matter the personal consequences to Frick? The merely physical results of my attentat? The conditions necessary for propaganda are there, the act is accomplished. As to myself, my disappointment is bitter, indeed. I wanted to die for the cause. But now they will send me to prison, they will bury me alive. Involuntarily my hand reaches for the lapel of my coat, when suddenly I remember my great loss. In agony, I live through again the scene in the police station, on the third day after my arrest. Rough hands seize my arms, and I am forced into a chair. My head is thrust violently backward, and I face the chief. He clutches me by the throat. "Open your mouth. Damn you, open your mouth." Everything is whirling before me, the desk is circling the room, the bloodshot eyes of the chief gaze at me from the floor, his feet flung high in the air, and everything is whirling, whirling. "Now, Doc, quick." There is a sharp sting in my tongue, my jaws are gripped as by a vice, and my mouth is torn open. "What do ye think of that, eh?" The chief stands before me, in his hand a dynamite cartridge. "What's this?" he demands, with an oath. "Candy, 9," I reply, defiantly. X. How full of anxiety these 2 weeks have been. Still no news of my comrades. The warden is not offering me any more mail, he evidently regards my last refusal as final. But I am now permitted to purchase papers, they may contain something about my friends. If I could only learn what propaganda is being made out of my act, and what the girl and Fedaya are doing. I long to know what is happening with them. But my interest is merely that of the revolutionist. They are so far away I do not count among the living. On the outside, everything seems to continue as usual, as if nothing had happened. Frick is quite well now, at his desk again, the press reports. Nothing else of importance. The police seem to have given up their hunt. How ridiculous the chief has made himself by kidnapping my friend Malik, the New York baker. The impudence of the authorities, to decoy an unsuspecting working man across the state line, and then arrest him as my accomplice. I suppose he is the only anarchist the stupid chief could find. My Negro friend informed me of the kidnapping last week. But I felt no anxiety, I knew the silent baker would prove deaf and dumb. Not a word could they draw from him. Malik's discharge by the magistrate put the chief in a very ludicrous position. Now he is thirsting for revenge, and probably seeking a victim nearer home, in Allegheny. But if the comrades preserve silence, all will be well, for I was careful to leave no clue. I had told them that my destination was Chicago, where I expected to secure a position. I can depend on Bauer 10 and Nold.11, but that Manny, whom I found living in the same house with Nold, impressed me as rather unreliable. I thought there was something of the hangdog look about him. I should certainly not trust him, and I'm afraid he might compromise the others. Why are they friendly, I wonder? He is probably not even a comrade. The Allegheny anarchists should have nothing in common with him. It is not well for us to associate with the bourgeois-minded. My meditation is interrupted by a guard, who informs me that I am wanted at the office. There is a letter for me, but some postage is due on it. Would I pay? A trap, it flits through my mind, as I accompany the overseer. I shall persist in my refusal to accept decoy mail. More letters from Homestead. I turn to the warden. He quickly suppresses a smile. No, it is postmarked, Brooklyn, NY. I glance at the envelope. The writing is apparently a woman's, but the chirography is smaller than the girl's. I yearn for news of her. The letter is from Brooklyn, perhaps a decatress. I'll take the letter, warden. All right. You will open it here. Then I don't want it. I start from the office, when the warden detains me. Take the letter along, but within 10 minutes you must return it to me. You may go now. I hasten to the cell. If there is anything important in the letter, I shall destroy it. I owe the enemy no obligations. As with trembling hand I tear open the envelope, a paper dollar flutters to the floor. I glance at the signature, but the name is unfamiliar. Anxiously I scan the lines. An unknown sympathizer sends greetings, in the name of humanity. I am not an anarchist, I read, but I wish you well. My sympathy, however, is with the man, not with the act. I cannot justify your attempt. Life, human life, especially, is sacred. None has the right to take what he cannot give. I pass a troubled night. My mind struggles with the problem presented so unexpectedly. Can anyone understanding my motives, doubt the justification of the attentat? The legal aspect aside, can the morality of the act be questioned? It is impossible to confound law with right, they are opposites. The law is immoral, it is the conspiracy of rulers and priests against the workers, to continue their subjection. To be law-abiding means to acquiesce, if not directly participate, in that conspiracy. A revolutionist is the truly moral man, to him the interests of humanity are supreme, to advance them, his sole aim in life. Government, with its laws, is the common enemy. All weapons are justifiable in the noble struggle of the people against this terrible curse. The law. It is the arch-crime of the centuries. The path of man is soaked with the blood it has shed. Can this great criminal determine right? Is a revolutionist to respect such a travesty? It would mean the perpetuation of human slavery. No, the revolutionist owes no duty to capitalist morality. He is the soldier of humanity. He has consecrated his life to the people in their great struggle. It is a bitter war. The revolutionist cannot shrink from the service it imposes upon him. Even the duty of death. Cheerfully and joyfully he would die 1,000 times to hasten the triumph of liberty. His life belongs to the people. He has no right to live or enjoy while others suffer. How often we had discussed this, Fedaya and I. He was somewhat inclined to sybaritism, not quite emancipated from the tendencies of his bourgeois youth. Once in New York I shall never forget at the time when our circle had just begun the publication of the first Jewish anarchist paper in America, we came to blows. We, the most intimate friends, yes, actually came to blows. Nobody would have believed it. They used to call us the twins. If I happened to appear anywhere alone, they would inquire, anxiously, "What is the matter? Is your chum sick?" It was so unusual, we were each other's shadow. But one day I struck him. He had outraged my most sacred feelings, to spend 20 cents for a meal. It was not mere extravagance, it was positively a crime, incredible in a revolutionist. I could not forgive him for months. Even now 2 years have passed, yet a certain feeling of resentment still remains with me. What right had a revolutionist to such self-indulgence? The movement needed aid, every cent was valuable. To spend 20 cents for a single meal. He was a traitor to the cause. True, it was his first meal in 2 days, and we were economizing on rent by sleeping in the parks. He had worked hard, too, to earn the money. But he should have known that he had no right to his earnings while the movement stood in such need of funds. His defense was unspeakably aggravating. He had earned $10 that week, he had given $7 into the paper's treasury, he needed $3 for his week's expenses, his shoes were torn, too. I had no patience with such arguments. They merely proved his bourgeois predilections. Personal comforts could not be of any consideration to a true revolutionist. It was a question of the movement, its needs, the first issue. Every penny spent for ourselves was so much taken from the cause. True, the revolutionist must live. But luxury is a crime, worse, a weakness. One could exist on 5 cents a day. 20 cents for a single meal. Incredible. It was robbery. Poor twin. He was deeply grieved, but he knew that I was merely just. The revolutionist has no personal right to anything. Everything he has or earns belongs to the cause. Everything, even his affections. Indeed, these especially. He must not become too much attached to anything. He should guard against strong love or passion. The people should be his only great love, his supreme passion. Mere human sentiment is unworthy of the real revolutionist. He lives for humanity, and he must ever be ready to respond to its call. The soldier of revolution must not be lured from the field of battle by the siren song of love. Great danger lurks in such weakness. The Russian tyrant has frequently attempted to bait his prey with a beautiful woman. Our comrades there are careful not to associate with any woman, except of proved revolutionary character. Her mere passive interest in the cause is not sufficient. Love may transform her into a Delilah to sheer one's strength. Only with a woman consecrated to active participation may the revolutionist associate. Their perfect comradeship would prove a mutual inspiration, a source of increased strength. Thoroughly solidaric, they would the more successfully serve the cause of the people. Countless Russian women bear witness: Sofia Perovskaya, Vera Figner, Zasilich, and many other heroic martyrs, tortured in the casemates of Schlüsselburg, buried alive in the Petropavlovka. What devotion, what fortitude! Perfect comrades they were, often stronger than the men. Brave, noble women that fill the prisons and etapes, tramp the toilsome road. The Siberian steppe rises before me. Its broad expanse shimmers in the sun's rays, and blinds the eye with white brilliancy. The endless monotony agonizes the sight, and stupefies the brain. It breathes the chill of death into the heart, and grips the soul with the terror of madness. In vain the eye seeks relief from the white monster that slowly tightens his embrace, and threatens to swallow you in his frozen depth. There, in the distance, where the blue meets the white, a heavy line of crimson dyes the surface. It winds along the virgin bosom, grows redder and deeper, and ascends the mountain in a dark ribbon, twining and wreathing its course in lengthening pain, now disappearing in the hollow, and again rising on the height. Behold a man and a woman, hand in hand, their heads bent, on their shoulders a heavy cross, slowly toiling the upward way, and behind them others, men and women, young and old, all weary with the heavy task, trudging along the dismal desert, amid death and silence, save for the mournful clank of the chains. Get out now. Exercise. As in a dream I walk along the gallery. The voice of my exercise mate sounds dully in my ears. I do not understand what he is saying. Does he know about the nihilists, I wonder? Billy, have you ever read anything about nihilists? Sure, Burke. When I done my last bit in the dump below, a guy lent me a book. A corker, too, it was. Let's see, what you call 'em again? Nihilists. Yes, sure. About some nihilists. The book's called Ivan Strachov. What was the name? Something like that. Ivan Strachov or Stragov. Oh, you mean Ivan Stragov, don't you? That's it? Funny names them foreigners have. A fellow needs a cast iron jaw to say it every day. But the story was a corker all right. About a Russian patriot or something. He was hot stuff, I tell you. Overheard a plot to kill Th King by them fellows what's you call 'em? Nihilists. Yep. Nihilist plot, you know. Well, they wants to kill his nibs and all the dukes, to make one of their own crowd king. See? Foxy fellows, you bet. But Ivan was too much for 'em. He plays detective. Gets in all kinds of scrapes, and someone burns his eyes out. But he's game. I don't remember how it all ends, but I know the story. It's trash. It doesn't tell the truth about. Oh, to hell with it. Say, Burke, do ya think they'll hang me? Won't the judge sympathize with a blind man? Look at me eyes. Pretty near blind, swear to God, I am. Won't hang a blind man, will they? The pitiful appeal goes to my heart, and I assure him they will not hang a blind man. His eyes brighten, his face grows radiant with hope. Why does he love life so, I wonder? Of what value is it without a high purpose, uninspired by revolutionary ideals? He is small and cowardly, he lies to save his neck. There is nothing at all wrong with his eyes. But why should I lie for his sake? My conscience smites me for the moment of weakness. I should not allow inane sentimentality to influence me, it is beneath the revolutionist. Billy, I say with some asperity, many innocent people have been hanged. The nihilists, for instance. Oh, damn 'em. What do I care about 'em? Will they hang me, that's what I want to know. Maybe they will, I reply, irritated at the profanation of my ideal. A look of terror spreads over his face. His eyes are fastened upon me, his lips parted. Yes, I continue, perhaps they will hang you. Many innocent men have suffered such a fate. I don't think you are innocent, either, nor blind. You don't need those glasses, there is nothing the matter with your eyes. Now understand, Billy, I don't want them to hang you. I don't believe in hanging. But I must tell you the truth, and you'd better be ready for the worst. Gradually the look of fear fades from his face. Rage suffuses his cheeks with spots of dark red. You're crazy. What's the use talking to you, anyhow? You are a damn anarchist. I'm a good Catholic, I want you to know that. I haven't always did right, but the good Father confessed me last week. I'm no damn murderer like you, see. It was an accident. I'm pretty near blind, and this is a Christian country, thank God. They won't hang a blind man. Don't you ever talk to me again. 11. The days and weeks pass in wearying monotony, broken only by my anxiety about the approaching trial. It is part of the designed cruelty to keep me ignorant of the precise date. Hold yourself ready. You may be called any time, the warden had said. But the shadows are lengthening, the days come and go, and still my name has not appeared on the court calendar. Why this torture? Let me have over with it. My mission is almost accomplished, the explanation in court, and then my life is done. I shall never again have an opportunity to work for the cause. I may therefore leave the world. I should die content, but for the partial failure of my plans. The bitterness of disappointment is gnawing at my heart. Yet why? The physical results of my act cannot affect its propagandistic value. Why, then, these regrets? I should rise above them. But the jibes of officers and prisoners wound me. Bad shot, ain't you? They do not dream how keen their thoughtless thrusts. I smile and try to appear indifferent, while my heart bleeds. Why should I, the revolutionist, be moved by such remarks? It is weakness. They are so far beneath me, they live in the swamp of their narrow personal interests, they cannot understand. And yet the croaking of the frogs may reach the eagle's eyrie, and disturb the peace of the heights. The trustee passes along the gallery. He walks slowly, dusting the iron railing, then turns to give my door a few light strokes with the cat-o'-many-tails. Leaning against the outer wall, he stoops low, pretending to wipe the doorsill. There is a quick movement of his hand, and a little roll of white is shot between the lower bars, falling at my feet. A stiff, he whispers. Indifferently I pick up the note. I know no one in the jail, it is probably some poor fellow asking for cigarettes. Placing the roll between the pages of a newspaper, I am surprised to find it in German. From whom can it be? I turn to the signature. Karl Nold? It's impossible, it's a trap. No, but that handwriting, I could not mistake it, the small, clear chirography is undoubtedly Nold's. But how did he smuggle in this note? I feel the blood rush to my head as my eye flits over the penciled lines. Bauer and he are arrested, they are in the jail now, charged with conspiracy to kill Frick. Detectives swore they met them in my company, in front of the Frick office building. They have engaged a lawyer, the note runs on. Would I accept his services? I probably have no money, and I shouldn't expect any from New York, because most has repudiated the act. The gong tolls the exercise hour. With difficulty I walk to the gallery. I feel feverish, my feet drag heavily, and I stumble against the railing. Is yo sick, Alick? It must be the Negro's voice. My throat is dry, my lips refuse to move. Hazily I see the guard approach. He walks me to the cell, and lowers the berth. You may lie down. The lock clicks, and I'm alone. The line marches past, up and down, up and down. The regular football beats against my brain like hammer strokes. When will they stop? My head aches dreadfully. I am glad I don't have to walk. It was good of the Negro to call the guard. I felt so sick. What was it? Oh, the note. Where is it? The possibility of loss dismays me. Hastily I pick the newspaper up from the floor. With trembling hands I turn the leaves. Ah, it's here. If I had not found it, I vaguely wonder, were the thing mere fancy? The sight of the crumpled paper fills me with dread. Nold and Bauer here. Perhaps if they act discreetly all will be well. They are innocent, they can prove it. But most. How can it be possible? Of course, he was displeased when I began to associate with the autonomists. But how can that make any difference? At such a time. What matter personal likes and dislikes to a revolutionist, to a most the hero of my first years in America, the name that stirred my soul in that little library in Kofno most, the Bridge of Liberty. My teacher, the author of the Kriegswissenschaft, the ideal revolutionist, he to denounce me, to repudiate propaganda by deed. It's incredible. I cannot believe it. The girl will not fail to write to me about it. I'll wait till I hear from her. But, then, Nold is himself a great admirer of most, he would not say anything derogatory, unless fully convinced that it is true. Yet it is barely conceivable. How explain such a change in most? To forswear his whole past, his glorious past. He was always so proud of it, and of his extreme revolutionism. Some tremendous motive must be back of such apostasy. It has no parallel in anarchist annals. But what can it be? How boldly he acted during the Haymarket tragedy, publicly advised the use of violence to avenge the capitalist conspiracy. He must have realized the danger of the speech for which he was later doomed to Blackwell's Island. I remember his defiant manner on the way to prison. How I admired his strong spirit, as I accompanied him on the last ride. That was only a little over a year ago, and he is just out a few months. Perhaps is it possible? A coward? Has that prison experience influenced his present attitude? Why, it is terrible to think of. Most a coward. He who has devoted his entire life to the cause, sacrificed his seat in the Reichstag because of uncompromising honesty, stood in the forefront all his life, faced peril and danger, he a coward? Yet, it is impossible that he should have suddenly altered the views of a lifetime. What could have prompted his denunciation of my act? Personal dislike? No, that was a matter of petty jealousy. His confidence in me, as a revolutionist, was unbounded. Did he not issue a secret circular letter to aid my plans concerning Russia? That was proof of absolute faith. One could not change his opinion so suddenly. Moreover, it can have no bearing on his repudiation of a terrorist act. I can find no explanation, unless can it be, fear of personal consequences. Afraid he might be held responsible, perhaps. Such a possibility is not excluded, surely. The enemy hates him bitterly, and would welcome an opportunity, would even conspire, to hang him. But that is the price one pays for his love of humanity. Every revolutionist is exposed to this danger. Most especially, his whole career has been a duel with tyranny. but he was never before influenced by such considerations. Is he not prepared to take the responsibility for his terrorist propaganda, the work of his whole life? Why has he suddenly been stricken with fear? Can it be? Can it be? My soul is in the throes of agonizing doubt. Despair grips my heart, as I hesitatingly admit to myself the probable truth. But it cannot be, Nold has made a mistake. Maybe the letter is a trap, it was not written by Karl. But I know his hand so well. It is his. Perhaps I'll have a letter in the morning. The girl, she is the only one I can trust, she'll tell me. My head feels heavy. Wearily I lie on the bed. Perhaps tomorrow. A letter. 12. Your pards are here. Do you want to see them? The warden asks. What pards? Your partners, Bauer and Nold. My comrades, you mean? I have no partners. Same thing. Want to see them? Their lawyers are here. Yes, I'll see them. Of course, I myself need no defense. I will conduct my own case, and explain my act. But I shall be glad to meet my comrades. I wonder how they feel about their arrest. Perhaps they are inclined to blame me. And what is their attitude toward my deed? If they side with most. My senses are on the alert as the guard accompanies me into the hall. Near the wall, seated at a small table, I behold Nold and Bauer. 2 other men are with them, their attorneys, I suppose. All eyes scrutinize me curiously, searchingly. Nold advances toward me. His manner is somewhat nervous, a look of intense seriousness in his heavy-browed eyes. He grasps my hand. The pressure is warm, intimate, as if he yearns to pour boundless confidence into my heart. For a moment a wave of thankfulness overwhelms me, I long to embrace him. But curious eyes bore into me. I glance at Bauer. There is a cheerful smile on the good-natured, ruddy face. The guard pushes a chair toward the table, and leans against the railing. His presence constrains me, he will report to the warden everything said. I am introduced to the lawyers. The contrast in their appearance suggests a lifetime of legal wrangling. The younger man, evidently a recent graduate, is quick, alert, and talkative. There is an air of anxious expectancy about him, with a look of Semitic shrewdness in the long, narrow face. He enlarges upon the kind consent of his distinguished colleague to take charge of my case. His demeanor toward the elder lawyer is deeply respectful, almost reverential. The latter looks bored, and is silent. Do you wish to say something, Colonel? The young lawyer suggests. Nothing. He ejects the monosyllable sharply, brusquely. His colleague looks abashed, like a schoolboy caught in a naughty act. You, Mr. Berkman, he asks. I thank them for their interest in my case. But I need no defense, I explain, since I do not consider myself guilty. I am exclusively concerned in making a public statement in the courtroom. If I am represented by an attorney, I should be deprived of the opportunity. Yet it is most vital to clarify to the people the purpose of my act, the circumstances. The heavy breathing opposite distracts me. I glance at the colonel. His eyes are closed, and from the parted lips there issues the regular respiration of sound sleep. A look of mild dismay crosses the young lawyer's face. He rises with an apologetic smile. You are tired, Colonel. It's awfully close here. Let us go, the colonel replies. Depressed I return to the cell. The old lawyer, how little my explanation interested him. He fell asleep. Why, it is a matter of life and death, an issue that involves the welfare of the world. I was so happy at the opportunity to elucidate my motives to intelligent Americans, and he was sleeping. The young lawyer, too, is disgusting, with his air of condescending pity toward one who will have a fool for a client, as he characterized my decision to conduct my own case. He may think such a course suicidal. Perhaps it is, in regard to consequences. But the length of the sentence is a matter of indifference to me, I'll die soon, anyway. The only thing of importance now is my explanation. And that man fell asleep. Perhaps he considers me a criminal. But what can I expect of a lawyer, when even the steel worker could not understand my act? Most himself. With the name, I recollect the letters the guard had given me during the interview. There are 3 of them, one from the girl. At last. Why did she not write before? They must have kept the letter in the office. Yes, the postmark is a week old. She'll tell me about most, but what is the use? I'm sure of it now, I read it plainly in Noel's eyes. It's all true. But I must see what she writes. How every line breathes her devotion to the cause. She is the real Russian woman revolutionist. Her letter is full of bitterness against the attitude of Most and his lieutenants in the German and Jewish anarchist circles, but she writes words of cheer and encouragement in my imprisonment. She refers to the financial difficulties of the little commune consisting of Fedaya, herself, and 1 or 2 other comrades, and closes with the remark that, fortunately, I need no money for legal defense or attorneys. The staunch girl. She and Fedaya are, after all, the only true revolutionists I know in our ranks. The others all possess some weakness. I could not rely on them. The German comrades, they are heavy, phlegmatic, they lack the enthusiasm of Russia. I wonder how they ever produced a Reinsdorf. Well, he is the exception. There is nothing to be expected from the German movement, excepting perhaps the autonomists. But they are a mere handful, quite insignificant, kept alive mainly by the Most and Puckert feud. Puckert, too, the life of their circle, is chiefly concerned with his personal rehabilitation. Quite natural, of course. A terrible injustice has been done him. 12 It is remarkable that the false accusations have not driven him into obscurity. There is great perseverance, moral courage of no mean order, in his survival in the movement. It was that which first awakened my interest in him. Most's explanation, full of bitter invective, suggested hostile personal feeling. What a tremendous sensation I created at the first Jewish anarchist conference by demanding that the charges against Puckert be investigated. The result entirely failed to substantiate the accusations. But the Mostianer were not convinced, blinded by the vituperative eloquence of Most. And now, again, they will follow, as blindly. To be sure, they will not dare take open stand against my act, not the Jewish comrades, at least. After all, the fire of Russia still smolders in their hearts. But Most's attitude toward me will influence them, it will dampen their enthusiasm, and thus react on the propaganda. The burden of making agitation through my act will fall on the girl's shoulders. She will stand a lone soldier in the field. She will exert her utmost efforts, I am convinced. But she will stand alone. Fedaya will also remain loyal. But what can he do? He is not a speaker. Nor the rest of the commune circle. And Most? We had all been so intimate. It's his cursed jealousy, and cowardice, too. Yes, mostly cowardice. He can't be jealous of me now. He recently left prison. It must have terrorized him. The weakling. He will minimize the effect of my act, perhaps paralyze its propagandistic influence altogether. Now I stand alone except for the girl, quite alone. It is always so. Was not he alone, my beloved, unknown Greinvitsky, isolated, scorned by his comrades? But his bomb. How it thundered! I was just a boy then. Let me see, it was in 1881. I was about 11 years old. The class was assembling after the noon recess. I had barely settled in my seat, when the teacher called me forward. His long pointer was dancing a fanciful figure on the gigantic map of Russia. What province is that? He demanded. Astrakhan. Mention its chief products. Products? The name Chernyshevsky flitted through my mind. He was in Astrakhan. I heard Maxim tell mother so at dinner. Nihilists, I burst out. The boys tittered, some laughed aloud. The teacher grew purple. He struck the pointer violently on the floor, shivering the tapering end. Suddenly there broke a roll of thunder. 1-2 with a terrific crash, the window panes fell upon the desks, the floor shook beneath our feet. The room was hushed. Deathly pale, the teacher took a step toward the window, but hastily turned, and dashed from the room. The pupils rushed after him. I wondered at the air of fear and suspicion on the streets. At home every one spoke in subdued tones. Father looked at mother severely, reproachfully, and Maxim was unusually silent, but his face seemed radiant, an unwonted brilliancy in his eye. At night, alone with me in the dormitory, he rushed to my bed, knelt at my side, and threw his arms around me and kissed me, and cried, and kissed me. His wildness frightened me. "What is it, Maximochka?" I breathed softly. He ran up and down the room, kissing me and murmuring, "Glorious, glorious. Victory." Between sobs, solemnly pledging me to secrecy, he whispered mysterious, awe-inspiring words, "Will of the people tyrant removed free Russia." 13. The nights overwhelm me with the sense of solitude. Life is so remote, so appallingly far away, it has abandoned me in this desert of silence. The distant puffing of fire engines, the shrieking of river sirens, accentuate my loneliness. Yet it feels so near, this monster life, huge, palpitating with vitality, intent upon its wonted course. How unmindful of myself, flung into the darkness like a furnace spark belched forth amid fire and smoke into the blackness of night. The monster. Its eyes are implacable, they watch every gate of life. Every approach they guard, lest I enter back, I and the others here. Poor unfortunates, how irritated and nervous they are growing as their trial day draws near. There is a hunted look in their eyes, their faces are haggard and anxious. They walk weakly, haltingly, worn with the long days of waiting. Only Blackie, the young Negro, remains cheerful. But I often miss the broad smile on the kindly face. I am sure his eyes were moist when the 3 Italians returned from court this morning. They had been sentenced to death. Joe, a boy of 18, walked to the cell with a firm step. His brother Pascal passed us with both hands over his face, weeping silently. But the old man, their father, as he was crossing the hallway, we saw him suddenly stop. For a moment he swayed, then lurched forward, his head striking the iron railing, his body falling limp to the floor. By the arms the guards dragged him up the stairway, his legs hitting the stone with a dull thud, the fresh crimson spreading over his white hair, a glassy torpor in his eyes. Suddenly he stood upright. His head thrown back, his arms upraised, he cried hoarsely, anguished, "O Santa Maria! Cio innocente, inno!" The guard swung his club. The old man reeled and fell. "Ready! Death watch!" shouted the warden. "Innocente! Death watch!" mocked the echo under the roof. The old man haunts my days. I hear the agonized cry, its black despair chills my marrow. Exercise hour has become insupportable. The prisoners irritate me, each is absorbed in his own case. The deadening monotony of the jail routine grows unbearable. The constant cruelty and brutality is harrowing. I wish it were all over. The uncertainty of my trial day is a ceaseless torture. I have been waiting now almost 2 months. My court speech is prepared. I could die now, but they would suppress my explanation, and the people thus remain ignorant of my aim and purpose. I owe it to the cause and to the true comrades to stay on the scene till after the trial. There is nothing more to bind me to life. With the speech, my opportunities for propaganda will be exhausted. Death, suicide, is the only logical, the sole possible, conclusion. Yes, that is self-evident. If I only knew the date of my trial, that day will be my last. The poor old Italian, he and his sons, they at least know when they are to die. They count each day, every hour brings them closer to the end. They will be hanged here, in the jail yard. Perhaps they killed under great provocation, in the heat of passion. But the sheriff will murder them in cold blood. The law of peace and order. I shall not be hanged, yet I feel as if I were dead. My life is done, only the last rite remains to be performed. After that, well, I'll find a way. When the trial is over, they'll return me to my cell. The spoon is of tin, I shall put a sharp edge on it on the stone floor very quietly, at night. Number 6, to court. Number 6. Did the turnkey call 6? Who is in cell 6? Why, it's my cell. I feel the cold perspiration running down my back. My heart beats violently, my hands tremble, as I hastily pick up the newspaper. Nervously I turn the pages. There must be some mistake, my name didn't appear yet in the court calendar column. The list is published every Monday. Why, this is Saturday's paper. Yesterday we had service, it must be Monday today. Oh, shame. They didn't give me the paper today, and it's Monday. Yes, it's Monday. The shadow falls across my door. The lock clicks. Hurry. To court. Chapter 7. The trial. The courtroom breathes the chill of the graveyard. The stained windows cast sickly rays into the silent chamber. In the somber light the faces look funereal, spectral. Anxiously I scan the room. Perhaps my friends, the girl, have come to greet me. Everywhere cold eyes meet my gaze. Police and court attendants on every side. Several newspaper men draw near. It is humiliating that through them I must speak to the people. Prisoner at the bar, stand up. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The clerk vociferates, charges me with felonious assault on H.C. Frick, with intent to kill, felonious assault on John G. A. Leishman, feloniously entering the offices of the Carnegie Company on 3 occasions, each constituting a separate indictment, and with unlawfully carrying concealed weapons. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? I protest against the multiplication of the charges. I do not deny the attempt on Frick, but the accusation of having assaulted Leishman is not true. I have visited the Carnegie offices only. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? The judge interrupts. Not guilty. I want to explain. Your attorneys will do that. I have no attorney. The court will appoint one to defend you. I need no defense. I want to make a statement. You will be given an opportunity at the proper time. Impatiently I watch the proceedings. Of what use are all these preliminaries? My conviction is a foregone conclusion. The men in the jury box there, they are to decide my fate. As if they could understand. They measure me with cold, unsympathetic looks. Why were the talesmen not examined in my presence? They were already seated when I entered. When was the jury picked? I demand. You have 4 challenges, the prosecutor retorts. The names of the talesmen sound strange. But what matter? Who are the men to judge me? They, too, belong to the enemy. They will do the master's bidding. Yet I may, even for a moment, clog the wheels of the juggernaut. At random, I select 4 names from the printed list, and the new jurors file into the box. The trial proceeds. A police officer and 2 Negro employees of Frick in turn take the witness stand. They had seen me 3 times in the Frick office, they testify. They speak falsely, but I feel indifferent to the hired witnesses. A tall man takes the stand. I recognize the detective who so brazenly claimed to identify me in the jail. He is followed by a physician who states that each wound of Frick might have proved fatal. John G. A. Leishman is called. I attempted to kill him, he testifies. It's a lie. I cry out, angrily, but the guards force me into the seat. Now Frick comes forward. He seeks to avoid my eye, as I confront him. The prosecutor turns to me. I decline to examine the witnesses for the state. They have spoken falsely, there is no truth in them, and I shall not participate in the mockery. Call the witnesses for the defense, the judge commands. I have no need of witnesses. I wish to proceed with my statement. The prosecutor demands that I speak English. But I insist on reading my prepared paper, in German. The judge rules to permit me the services of the court interpreter. I address myself to the people, I begin. Some may wonder why I have declined a legal defense. My reasons are twofold. In the first place, I am an anarchist. I do not believe in man-made law, designed to enslave and oppress humanity. Secondly, an extraordinary phenomenon like an attentat cannot be measured by the narrow standards of legality. It requires a view of the social background to be adequately understood. A lawyer would try to defend, or palliate, my act from the standpoint of the law. Yet the real question at issue is not a defense of myself, but rather the explanation of the deed. It is mistaken to believe me on trial. The actual defendant is society, the system of injustice, of the organized exploitation of the people. The voice of the interpreter sounds cracked and shrill. Word for word he translates my utterance, the sentences broken, disconnected, in his inadequate English. The vociferous tones pierce my ears, and my heart bleeds at his meaningless declamation. Translate sentences, not single words, I remonstrate. With an impatient gesture he leaves me. Oh, please, go on. I cry in dismay. He returns hesitatingly. Look at my paper, I adjure him, and translate each sentence as I read it. The glazy eyes are turned to me, in a blank, unseeing stare. The man is blind. Let us continue, he stammers. We have heard enough, the judge interrupts. I have not read a third of my paper, I cry in consternation. It will do. I have declined the services of attorneys to get time to. We allow you 5 more minutes. But I can't explain in such a short time. I have the right to be heard. We'll teach you differently. I am ordered from the witness chair. Several jurymen leave their seats, but the district attorney hurries forward, and whispers to them. They remain in the jury box. The room is hushed as the judge rises. Have you anything to say why sentence should not be passed upon you? You would not let me speak, I reply. Your justice is a farce. Silence. In a daze, I hear the droning voice on the bench. Hurriedly the guards lead me from the courtroom. The judge was easy on you, the warden jeers. 22 years. Pretty stiff, eh? From Part 2, The Penitentiary. Berkman vacillates between hope and despair. In Chapter 2 of Part 2, Berkman finds new strength to live in the thought of breaking out of prison. No, I will struggle and fight. I will live, to escape, to conquer. But in Chapter 3 he concludes, escape is hopeless. And this agony of living death, I cannot support it. In Chapter 4 Berkman makes friends with a fellow prisoner, Wingy, and in Chapter 5, which follows, Berkman is assigned to work in the mat shop. Chapter 5 The Shop. I stand in line with a dozen prisoners, in the anteroom of the deputy's office. Humiliation overcomes me as my eye falls, for the first time in the full light of day, upon my striped clothes. I am degraded to a beast. My first impression of a prisoner in stripes is painfully vivid. He resembled a dangerous brute. Somehow the idea is associated in my mind with a wild tigress, and I, too, must now look like that. The door of the rotunda swings open, admitting the tall, lank figure of the deputy warden. Hands up. The deputy slowly passes along the line, examining a hand here and there. He separates the men into groups, then, pointing to the one in which I am included, he says in his feminine accents. None crippled. Officers, take them, to number 7. Turn them over to Mr. Hood's. Fall in. Forward, march. My resentment at the cattle-like treatment is merged into eager expectation. At last I am assigned to work. I speculate on the character of number 7, and on the possibilities of escape from there. Flanked by guards, we cross the prison yard in close lockstep. The sentinels on the wall, their rifles resting loosely on crooked arm, face the striped line winding snake-like through the open space. The yard is spacious and clean, the lawn well kept and inviting. The first breath of fresh air in 2 weeks violently stimulates my longing for liberty. Perhaps the shop will offer an opportunity to escape. The thought quickens my observation. Bounded north, east, and south by the stone wall, the 2 blocks of the cell house form a parallelogram, enclosing the shops, kitchen, hospital, and, on the extreme south, the women's quarters. Break ranks. We enter number 7, a mat shop. With difficulty I distinguish the objects in the dark, low-ceilinged room, with its small, barred windows. The air is heavy with dust, the rattling of the looms is deafening. An atmosphere of noisy gloom pervades the place. The officer in charge assigns me to a machine occupied by a lanky prisoner in stripes. Jim, show him what to do. Considerable time passes, without Jim taking the least notice of me. Bent low over the machine, he seems absorbed in the work, his hands deftly manipulating the shuttle, his foot on the treadle. Presently he whispers, hoarsely. Fresh fish. What did you say? You bloke, long here. 2 weeks. Watcher doin'. 21 years. Quit share kiddin'. It's true. Honest? Holy gee. The shuttle flies to and fro. Jim is silent for a while, then he demands, abruptly. What they put you here for? I don't know. Been kickin'? No. Den USC bugs. Why so? Dis air is crank shop. Dey never put a mug air cept he's bugs, or else dey got it in for you. How do you happen to be here? Me? De goddamn got it in for me. See dis. He points to a deep gash over his temple. Had a scrap wid de screws. Almost knocked me glimmer out. It was dat big bull 13 dare, Pete Hoods. I'll get even wid him, all right, damn his rotten soul. I'll kill him. By God, I will. I'll croak air, anyhow. Perhaps it isn't so bad, I try to encourage him. It ain't et? What do you know about it? I've got the con bad, spittin' blood every night. Dis dust's killin' me. Kill you, too, damn quick. As if to emphasize his words, he is seized with a fit of coughing, prolonged and hollow. The shuttle has in the meantime become entangled in the fringes of the matting. Recovering his breath, Jim snatches the knife at his side, and with a few deft strokes releases the metal. To and fro flies the gleaming thing, and Jim is again absorbed in his task. Don't bother me no more, he warns me, I'm behind wid me work. Every muscle tense, his long body almost stretched across the loom, in turn pulling and pushing, Jim bends every effort to hasten the completion of the day's task. The guard approaches. How's he doing? He inquires, indicating me with a nod of the head. He's all right. But say, Hoods, dis air is no place for de kid. He's got a 21 spot. Shut your damn trap, the officer retorts, angrily. The consumptive bends over his work, fearfully eyeing the keeper's measuring stick. As the officer turns away, Jim pleads. Mr. Hoods, I lose time teachin'. Won't you please take off a bit? De task is more 'n I can do, and I'm sick. Nonsense. There's nothing the matter with you, Jim. You're just lazy, that's what you are. Don't be shamming, now. It don't go with me. At noon the overseer calls me aside. You are green here, he warns me, pay no attention to Jim. He wanted to be bad, but we showed him different. He's all right now. You have a long time, see that you behave yourself. This is no playhouse, you understand. As I am about to resume my place in the line forming to march back to the cells for dinner, he recalls me. Say, Alec, you'd better keep an eye on that fellow Jim. He is a little off, you know. He points toward my head, with a significant rotary motion. 2. The mat shop is beginning to affect my health, the dust has inflamed my throat, and my eyesight is weakening in the constant dusk. The officer in charge has repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with my slow progress in the work. I'll give you another chance, he cautioned me yesterday, and if you don't make a good mat by next week, down in the hole you go. He severely upbraided Jim for his inefficiency as instructor. As the consumptive was about to reply, he suffered an attack of coughing. The emaciated face turned greenish-yellow, but in a moment he seemed to recover, and continued working. Suddenly I saw him clutch at the frame, a look of terror spread over his face, he began panting for breath, and then a stream of dark blood gushed from his mouth, and Jim fell to the floor. The steady whir of the looms continued. The prisoner at the neighboring machine cast a furtive look at the prostrate form, and bent lower over his work. Jim lay motionless, the blood dyeing the floor purple. I rushed to the officer. "Mr. Hoods, Jim has. Back to your place, damn you," he shouted at me. "How dare you leave it without permission? I just. Get back, I tell you," he roared, raising the heavy stick. I returned to my place. Jim lay very still, his lips parted, his face ashen. Slowly, with measured step, the officer approached. "What's the matter here?" I pointed at Jim. The guard glanced at the unconscious man, then lightly touched the bleeding face with his foot. "Get up, Jim, get up." The nerveless head rolled to the side, striking the leg of the loom. "Guess he isn't shamming," the officer muttered. Then he shook his finger at me, menacingly, "Don't you ever leave your place without orders. Remember, you." After a long delay, causing me to fear that Jim had been forgotten, the doctor arrived. It was Mr. Rankin, the senior prison physician, a short, stocky man of advanced middle age, with a humorous twinkle in his eye. He ordered the sick prisoner taken to the hospital. "Did anyone see the man fall?" he inquired. "This man did," the keeper replied, indicating me. While I was explaining, the doctor eyed me curiously. Presently he asked my name. "Oh, the celebrated case," he smiled. "I know Mr. Frick quite well. Not such a bad man, at all. But you'll be treated well here, Mr. Berkman. This is a democratic institution, you know. By the way, what is the matter with your eyes? They are inflamed. Always that way? Only since I am working in this shop." "Oh, he is all right, doctor," the officer interposed. "He's only been here a week." Mr. Rankin cast a quizzical look at the guard. "You want him here?" "Why yes, we're short of men." "Well, I am the doctor, Mr. Hoods." Then, turning to me, he added, "Report in the morning on sick list." 3. The doctor's examination has resulted in my removal to the hosiery department. The change has filled me with renewed hope. A disciplinary shop, to which are generally assigned the hard cases inmates in the first stages of mental derangement, or exceptionally unruly prisoners. The mat shop is the point of special supervision and severest discipline. It is the best guarded shop, from which escape is impossible. But in the hosiery department, a recent addition to the local industries, I may find the right opportunity. It will require time, of course, but my patience shall be equal to the great object. The working conditions, also, are more favorable, the room is light and airy, the discipline not so stringent. My nearsightedness has secured for me immunity from machine work. The deputy at first insisted that my eyes were good enough to see the numerous needles of the hosiery machine. It is true, I could see them, but not with sufficient distinctness to ensure the proper insertion of the initial threads. To admit partial ability would result, I knew, in being ordered to produce the task, and failure, or faulty work, would be severely punished. Necessity drove me to subterfuge. I pretended total inability to distinguish the needles. Repeated threats of punishment failing to change my determination, I have been assigned the comparatively easy work of turning the stockings. The occupation, though tedious, is not exacting. It consists in gathering the hosiery manufactured by the knitting machines, whence the product issues without solace. I carry the pile to the table provided with an iron post, about 18 inches high, topped with a small inverted disc. On this instrument the stockings are turned inside out by slipping the article over the post, then quickly undressing it. The hosiery thus turned is forwarded to the looping machines, by which the product is finished and sent back to me, once more to be turned, preparatory to sorting and shipment. Monotonously the days and weeks pass by. Practice lends me great dexterity in the work, but the hours of drudgery drag with heavy heel. I seek to hasten time by forcing myself to take an interest in the task. I count the stockings I turn, the motions required by each operation, and the amount accomplished within a given time. But in spite of these efforts, my mind persistently reverts to unprofitable subjects, my friends and the propaganda, the terrible injustice of my excessive sentence, suicide and escape. My nights are restless. Oppressed with a nameless weight, or tormented by dread, I awake with a start, breathless and affrighted, to experience the momentary relief of danger past. But the next instant I am overwhelmed by the consciousness of my surroundings, and plunged into rage and despair, powerless, hopeless. Thus day succeeds night, and night succeeds day, in the ceaseless struggle of hope and discouragement, of life and death, amid the externally placid tenor of my Pennsylvania nightmare. In Chapter 6 Alec answers Emma's letter. I sense bitterness and disappointment in your letter. Why do you speak of failure? True morality deals with motives, not consequences. Chapter 7 follows here. Chapter 7 Whingy. The hours at work help to dull the acute consciousness of my environment. The hosiery department is past the stage of experiment. The introduction of additional knitting machines has enlarged my task, necessitating increased effort and more sedulous application. The shop routine now demands all my attention. It leaves little time for thinking or brooding. My physical condition alarms me, the morning hours completely exhaust me, and I am barely able to keep up with the line returning to the cell house for the noon meal. A feeling of lassitude possesses me, my feet drag heavily, and I experience great difficulty in mastering my sleepiness. I have grown indifferent to the meals, the odor of food nauseates me. I am nervous and morbid, the sight of a striped prisoner disgusts me, the proximity of a guard enrages me. The shop officer has repeatedly warned me against my disrespectful and surly manner. But I am indifferent to consequences, what matter what happens? My waning strength is a source of satisfaction, perhaps it indicates the approach of death. The thought pleases me in a quiet, impersonal way. There will be no more suffering, no anguish. The world at large is non-existent, it is centered in me, and yet I myself stand aloof, and see it falling into gradual peace and quiet, into extinction. Back in my cell after the day's work, I leave the evening meal of bread and coffee untouched. My candle remains unlit. I sit listlessly in the gathering dusk, conscious only of the longing to hear the gong's deep bass, the 3 bells tolling the order to retire. I welcome the blessed permission to fall into bed. The coarse straw mattress beckons invitingly, I yearn for sleep, for oblivion. Occasional mail from friends rouses me from my apathy. But the awakening is brief, the tone of the letters is guarded, their contents too general in character, the matters that might kindle my interest are missing. The world and its problems are drifting from my horizon. I am cast into the darkness. No ray of sunshine holds out the promise of spring. At times the realization of my fate is borne in upon me with the violence of a shock, and I am engulfed in despair, now threatening to break down the barriers of sanity, now affording melancholy satisfaction in the wild play of fancy. Existence grows more and more unbearable with the contrast of dream and reality. Weary of the day's routine, I welcome the solitude of the cell, impatient even of the greeting of the passing convict. I shrink from the uninvited familiarity of these men, the horizontal gray and black constantly reviving the image of the tigress, with her stealthy, vicious cunning. They are not of my world. I would aid them, as in duty bound to the victims of social injustice. But I cannot be friends with them, they do not belong to the people, to whose service my life is consecrated. Unfortunates, indeed, yet parasites upon the producers, less in degree, but no less in kind than the rich exploiters. By virtue of my principles, rather than their deserts, I must give them my intellectual sympathy, they touch no chord in my heart. Only Winji seems different. There is a gentle note about his manner that breathes cheer and encouragement. Often I long for his presence, yet he seldom finds opportunity to talk with me, save Sundays during church service, when I remain in the cell. Perhaps I may see him today. He must be careful of the block captain, on his rounds of the galleries, counting the church delinquents. 14 The captain is passing on the range now. I recognize the uncertain step, instantly ready to halt at the sight of a face behind the bars. Now he is at the cell. He pencils in his notebook the number on the wooden block over the door, A7. Catholic, he asks, mechanically. Then, looking up, he frowns on me. You're no Catholic, Berkman. What do you stay in for? I am an atheist. A what? An atheist, a non-believer. Oh, an infidel, are you? You'll be damned, sure not. The wooden stairs creak beneath the officer's weight. He has turned the corner. Winji will take advantage now. I hope he will come soon. Perhaps somebody is watching. Hello, Alec. Want a piece of pie? Here, grab it. Pie, Winji. I whisper wonderingly. Where do you get such luxuries? Swiped from the screws poke, cornbread Tom's dinner basket, you know. The cheap guy saved it after breakfast. Rotten, ain't he? Why so? Why, you greenie, he's a stomach robber, that's what he is. It's our pie, Alec, made here in the bakery. That's why our punk is stale, see, they steals the East 15 to make pies for screws. Are you next? How do you like the grub, anyhow? The bread is generally stale, Winji. And the coffee tastes like tepid water. Coffee you call it? He, coffee hell. It ain't no damn coffee, never was near coffee. It's just bootleg, Alec, bootleg. Know how TS made? No. Well, I been 3 months in kitchen. You select all the old punk that the cons dump out with their dinner pans. Only the crusts used, see. Like as not some SYPH coon spit on tea. Some's mean enough to do tea, you know. Makes no diff, though. Orders is, cut off crusts and burn 'em to a good black crisp. Then you pour boiling water over it and dump it in kettle, inside a bag, you know, and throw a little dirty chicory in there's your coffee. I never touch rotten stuff. It ruins your stomach, that's what it does, Alec. You ought hunty drink swill. I don't care if it kills me. Come, Alec. Cheer up, old boy. You got a tough bit, I know, but don't take it so hard. Don't think of your time. Forget it. Oh, yes, you can, you just take my word for tea. Make some friends. Think who you want to see tomorrow, then try TCM. That's what you want to do, Alec. It'll keep you hustlin'. Best thing for the blues, kitty. For a moment he pauses in his hurried whisper. The soft eyes are full of sympathy, the lips smile encouragingly. He leans the broom against the door, glances quickly around, hesitates an instant, and then deftly slips a slender, delicate hand between the bars, and gives my cheek a tender pat. Involuntarily I step back, with the instinctive dislike of a man's caress. Yet I would not offend my kind friend. But Winji must have noticed my annoyance, he eyes me critically, wonderingly. Presently picking up the broom, he says with a touch of diffidence. You are all right, Alec. I like you for tea. Just wanted to try you, see. How try me, Winji? Oh, you ain't next? Well, you see he hesitates, a faint flush stealing over his prison pallor. You see, Alec, it's wait till I pipe th screw. Poor Winji, the ruse is too transparent to hide his embarrassment. I can distinctly follow the step of the block captain on the upper galleries. He is the sole officer in the cell house during church service. The unlocking of the yard door would apprise us of the entrance of a guard, before the latter could observe Winji at my cell. I ponder over the flimsy excuse. Why did Winji leave me? His flushed face, the halting speech of the usually loquacious Rangiman, the subterfuge employed to sneak off, as he himself would characterize his hasty departure, all seem very peculiar. What could he have meant by trying me? But before I have time to evolve a satisfactory explanation, I hear Winji tiptoeing back. It's all right, Alec. They won't come from the chapel for a good while yet. What did you mean by trying me, Winji? Oh, well, he stammers, never min, Alec. You are a good boy, all right. You don't belong here, that's what I say. Well, I am here, and the chances are I'll die here. Now, don't talk so foolish, boy. I load you look down at the mouth. Now, don't you fill your head with such stuff and nonsense. Croak here, hell. You ain't goin' to do nothin' of the kind. Don't you go broodin', now. You listen to me, Alec, that's your friend talkin', see. You're so young, why, you're just a kid. 21, ain't you? And talkin' about dyin'. Shame on you, shame. His manner is angry, but the tremor in his voice sends a ray of warmth to my heart. Impulsively I put my hand between the bars. His firm clasp assures me of returned appreciation. You must brace up, Alec. Look at the lifers. You'd think they'd be black as night. Nit, my boy, the jolliest lot in th dump. You seen old Henry? No. Well, you ought see him. He's the oldest man here, in 15 years. A lifer, and hasn't a friend in th Wald, but he's happy as th days long. And you got plenty friends, true blue, too. I know you have. I have, Winji. But what could they do for me? How you talk, Alec. Could do anything. You got rich friends, I know. You was mixed up with Frick. Well, your friends are all right, ain't they? Of course. What could they do, Winji? Get you part N, in 2, 3 years maybe, see. You must make a good record here. Oh, I don't care for a pardon. Yat. You're kiddin'. No, Winji, quite seriously. I am opposed to it on principle. You're sure bugs. What you talkin' about? Principle fiddlesticks. Want to get out here? Of course I do. Well, then, quit your principle racket. What's principle got to do with tea? Your principle's gainst gettin' out. No, but against being pardoned. You're beyond me, Alec. Guess you're joshin' me. Now listen, Winji. You see, I wouldn't apply for a pardon, because it would be asking favors from the government, and I am against it, you understand? It would be of no use, anyhow, Winji. And if you could get a part N for the skin, you won't ask, Alec. That's what you mean. Yes. You're hot stuff, Alec. What they call you, Anarchist. Hot stuff, by gosh. Can't make you out, though. Seems daffy, listen to me, Alec. If I was you, I'd take anything I could get, and then tell 'em to go to hell. That's what I would do, my boy. He looks at me quizzically, searchingly. The faint echo of the captain's step reaches us from a gallery on the opposite side. With a quick glance to right and left, Winji leans over toward the door. His mouth between the bars, he whispers very low. Principles opposed to a getaway, Alec. The sudden question bewilders me. The instinct of liberty, my revolutionary spirit, the misery of my existence, all flame into being, rousing a wild, tumultuous beating of my heart, pervading my whole being with hope, intense to the point of pain. I remain silent. Is it safe to trust him? He seems kind and sympathetic. You may trust me, Alec, Winji whispers, as if reading my thoughts. I'm your friend. Yes, Winji, I believe you. My principles are not opposed to an escape. I have been thinking about it, but so far. SSH. Easy. Walls have ears. Any chance here, Winji? Well, it's a damn tough dump, this air is, but there's many a star in heaven, Alec, and you may have a lucky one. Hasn't been a getaway here since Paddy McGraw sneaked over TH's roof, that's lemme see, 6, 7 years ago, 'bout. How did he do it? I ask, breathlessly. Just Irish luck. They was finish in the new block, you know. Paddy was helpin' lay TH roof. When he got good and ready, he just goes to work and slides down TH roof. Swiped stuff in the mat shop and spliced a rope together, see. They never got him, either. Was he in stripes, Winji? Sure he was. Only been in a few months. How did he manage to get away in stripes? Wouldn't he be recognized as an escaped prisoner? That bother you, Alec? Why, it's easy. Get planted till dark, then hold up TH first bloke you see and take his duds. Or you push in TH back door of a rag joint, plenty of 'em in Allegheny. Is there any chance now through the roof? Nit, my boy. Nothin' doin' there. But a feller's got to be alive. Many ways to kill a cat, you know. Remember the stiff you got in them things, Toel and soap? You know about it, Winji? I ask, in amazement. Do I? He, you little. The click of steel sounds warning. Wingle disappears. 2 letters from Alec to Emma make up chapter 8. In the first he pleads for her to write more often, and in the second he speaks of the awkwardness of her first visit with him. In chapter 9 Berkman comes to the defense of a fellow inmate, Johnny, who is being unjustly punished by prison authorities. Also, Winji goes crazy after being sent to the dungeon for refusing to betray fellow prisoners who are part of a gambling circle. In chapter 10 Red, Berkman's assistant in the shop, wants Berkman to be his kid. Berkman is outraged. You actually confess to such terrible practices? You're disgusting. Red replies, well, you'll learn to know better before your time's up, me virtuous sonny. In chapter 11, in a letter from Berkman to Emma and his comrade Fediah, Berkman voices disappointment that they didn't plan a prison escape for him. In chapter 12 Alec and his 2 anarchist comrades, in prison with him, Henry Bauer and Carl Nold, begin a prison magazine, Zichthausbluth and Prison Blossoms, which is surreptitiously circulated within the prison. It includes political articles, anecdotes, and verse by prisoners. In chapter 15, Alec pines for intimacy with a woman. In chapter 16 and 17, which follow, Alec is taken to the warden's office, but doesn't know why, and then is thrown into the basket cell. Chapter 16 The warden's threat. The dying sun grows pale with haze and fog. Slowly the dark gray line undulates across the shop, and draws its sinuous length along the gloaming yard. The shadowy waves cleave the thickening mist, vibrate ghost-like, and are swallowed in the yawning blackness of the cell house. Alec, Alec. I hear an excited whisper behind me, quick, plant it. The screws go in T frisk me. Something small and hard is thrust into my coat pocket. The guard in front stops short, suspiciously scanning the passing men. Break ranks. The overseer approaches me. You are wanted in the office, Burke. The warden, blear-eyed and sallow, frowns as I am led in. What have you got on you, he demands, abruptly. I don't understand you. Yes, you do. Have you money on you? I have not. Who sends clandestine mail for you? What mail? The letter published in the Anarchist sheet in New York. I feel greatly relieved. The letter in question passed through official channels. It went through the chaplain's hands, I reply, boldly. It isn't true. Such a letter could never pass Mr. Milligan. Mr. Cosson, he turns to the guard, fetch the newspaper from my desk. The warden's hands tremble as he points to the marked item. Here it is. You talk of revolution and comrades and anarchism. Mr. Milligan never saw that, I'm sure. It's a nice thing for the papers to say that you are editing from the prison, mind you, editing an anarchist sheet in New York. You can't believe everything the papers say, I protest. This time the papers, may be right, the deputy interposes. They surely didn't make the story, out of whole cloth. They often do, I retort. Didn't they write that I tried to jump over the wall, it's about 30 feet high, and that the guard shot me in the leg? A smile flits across the warden's face. Impulsively I blurt out. Was the story inspired, perhaps? Silence, the warden thunders. You are not to speak, unless addressed, remember. Mr. McPain, please search him. The long, bony fingers slowly creep over my neck and shoulders, down my arms and body, pressing in my armpits, gripping my legs, covering every spot, and immersing me in an atmosphere of clamminess. The loathsome touch sickens me, but I rejoice in the thought of my security. I have nothing incriminating about me. Suddenly the snake-like hand dips into my coat pocket. What's this? He unwraps a small, round object. A knife, Captain. Let me see. I cry in amazement. Stand back, the warden commands. This knife has been stolen from the shoe shop. On whom did you mean to use it? Warden, I didn't even know I had it. A fellow dropped it into my pocket as we. That'll do. You're not so clever as you think. It's a conspiracy. I cry. He lounges calmly in the armchair, a peculiar smile dancing in his eyes. Well, what have you got to say? It's a put-up job. Explain yourself. Someone threw this thing into my pocket as we were coming. Oh, we've already heard that. It's too fishy. You searched me for money and secret letters. That will do now. Mr. McPain, what is the sentence for the possession of a dangerous weapon? 55. Warden, I interrupt, it's no weapon. The blade is only half an inch, and... Silence. I spoke to Mr. McPain. 3 days, Captain. Take him down. In the storeroom I am stripped of my suit of dark gray, and again clad in the hateful stripes. Coatless and shoeless, I am led through hallways and corridors, down a steep flight of stairs, and thrown into the dungeon. Total darkness. The blackness is massive, palpable. I feel its hand upon my head, my face. I dare not move, lest a misstep thrust me into the abyss. I hold my hand close to my eyes. I feel the touch of my lashes upon it, but I cannot see its outline. Motionless I stand on one spot, devoid of all sense of direction. The silence is sinister, it seems to me I can hear it. Only now and then the hasty scrambling of nimble feet suddenly rends the stillness, and the gnawing of invisible river rats haunts the fearful solitude. Slowly the blackness pales. It ebbs and melts, out of the somber gray, a wall looms above, the silhouette of a door rises dimly before me, sloping upward and growing compact and impenetrable. The hours drag in unbroken sameness. Not a sound reaches me from the cell house. In the maddening quiet and darkness I am bereft of all consciousness of time, save once a day when the heavy rattle of keys apparises me of the morning, the dungeon is unlocked, and the silent guards hand me a slice of bread and a cup of water. The double doors fall heavily to, the steps grow fainter and die in the distance, and all is dark again in the dungeon. The numbness of death steals upon my soul. The floor is cold and clammy, the gnawing grows louder and nearer, and I am filled with dread lest the starving rats attack my bare feet. I snatch a few unconscious moments leaning against the door, and then again I pace the cell, striving to keep awake, wondering whether it be night or day, yearning for the sound of a human voice. Utterly forsaken. Cast into the stony bowels of the underground, the world of man receding, leaving no trace behind. Eagerly I strain my ear, only the ceaseless, fearful gnawing. I clutch the bars in desperation, a hollow echo mocks the clanking iron. My hands tear violently at the door. Ho, there. Anyone here? All is silent. Nameless terrors quiver in my mind, weaving nightmares of mortal dread and despair. Fear shapes convulsive thoughts, they rage in wild tempest, then calm, and again rush through time and space in a rapid succession of strangely familiar scenes, wakened in my slumbering consciousness. Exhausted and weary I droop against the wall. A slimy creeping on my face startles me in horror, and again I pace the cell. I feel cold and hungry. Am I forgotten? 3 days must have passed, and more. Have they forgotten me? The clank of keys sends a thrill of joy to my heart. My tomb will open, oh, to see the light, and breathe the air again. Officer, isn't my time up yet? What's your hurry? You've only been here 1 day. The doors fall to. Ravenously I devour the bread, so small and thin, just a bite. Only 1 day. Despair enfolds me like a pall. Faint with anguish, I sink to the floor. 2. The change from the dungeon to the ordinary cell is a veritable transformation. The sight of the human form fills me with delight, the sound of voices is sweet music. I feel as if I had been torn from the grip of death when all hope had fled me, caught on the very brink, as it were, and restored to the world of the living. How bright the sun, how balmy the air! In keen sensuousness I stretch out on the bed. The tick is soiled, the straw protrudes in places, but it is luxury to rest, secure from the vicious river rats and the fierce vermin. It is almost liberty, freedom. But in the morning I awake in great agony. My eyes throb with pain, every joint of my body is on the rack. The blankets had been removed from the dungeon, 3 days and nights I lay on the bare stone. It was unnecessarily cruel to deprive me of my spectacles, in pretended anxiety lest I commit suicide with them. It is very touching, this solicitude for my safety, in view of the flimsy pretext to punish me. Some hidden motive must be actuating the warden. But what can it be? Probably they will not keep me long in the cell. When I am returned to work, I shall learn the truth. The days pass in vain expectation. The continuous confinement is becoming distressing. I miss the little comforts I have lost by the removal to the single cell, considerably smaller than my previous quarters. My library, also, has disappeared, and the pictures I had so patiently collected for the decoration of the walls. The cell is bare and cheerless, the large card of ugly printed rules affording no relief from the irritating whitewash. The narrow space makes exercise difficult, the necessity of turning at every second and third step transforms walking into a series of contortions. But some means must be devised to while away the time. I pace the floor, counting the seconds required to make 10 turns. I recollect having heard that 5 miles constitutes a healthy day's walk. At that rate I should make 3,771 turns, the cell measuring 7 feet in length. I divide the exercise into 3 parts, adding a few extra laps to make sure of 5 miles. Carefully I count, and am overcome by a sense of calamity when the peal of the gong confuses my numbers. I must begin over again. The change of location has interrupted communication with my comrades. I am apprehensive of the fate of the prison blossoms. Strict surveillance makes the prospect of restoring connections doubtful. I am assigned to the ground floor, my cell being but a few feet distant from the officer's desk at the yard door. Watchful eyes are constantly upon me. It is impossible for any prisoner to converse with me. The rangeman alone could aid me in reaching my friends, but I have been warned against him. He is a stool who has earned his position as trustee by spying upon the inmates. I can expect no help from him, but perhaps the coffee boy may prove of service. I am planning to approach the man, when I am informed that prisoners from the hosiery department are locked up on the upper gallery. By means of the waste pipe 16 I learn of the developments during my stay in the dungeon. The discontent of the shop employees with the insufficient rations was intensified by the arrival of a wagon load of bad meat. The stench permeated the yard, and several men were punished for passing uncomplimentary remarks about the food. The situation was aggravated by an additional increase of the task. The knitters and loopers were on the verge of rebellion. Twice within the month had the task been enlarged. They sent to the warden a request for a reduction. In reply came the appalling order for a further increase. Then a score of men struck. They remained in the cells, refusing to return to the shop unless the demand for better food and less work was complied with. With the aid of informers, the warden conducted a quiet investigation. One by one the refractory prisoners were forced to submit. By a process of elimination the authorities sifted the situation, and now it is whispered about that a decision has been reached, placing responsibility for the unique episode of a strike in the prison. An air of mystery hangs about the guards. Repeatedly I attempt to engage them in conversation, but the least reference to the strike seals their lips. I wonder at the peculiar looks they regard me with, when unexpectedly the cause is revealed. 3. It is Sunday noon. The rangeman pushes the dinner wagon along the tier. I stand at the door, ready to receive the meal. The overseer glances at me, then motions to the prisoner. The cart rolls past my cell. "Officer," I call out, "you missed me. Smell the pot pie, do you? Where's my dinner? You get none." The odor of the steaming delicacy, so keenly looked forward to every second Sunday, reaches my nostrils and sharpens my hunger. I have eaten sparingly all week in expectation of the treat, and now I am humiliated and enraged by being so unceremoniously deprived of the rare dinner. Angrily I rap the cup across the door, again and again I strike the tin against it, the successive falls from bar to bar producing a sharp, piercing clatter. A guard hastens along. "Stop that damn racket," he commands. "What's the matter with you? I didn't get dinner." "Yes, you did." "I did not." "Well, I suppose you don't deserve it." As he turns to leave, my can crashes against the door. 1, 2, 3. "What the hell do you want, et?" "I want to see the warden." "You can't see I'm." "You better keep quiet now." "I demand to see the warden." "He is supposed to visit us every day. He hasn't been around for weeks. I must see him now. If you don't shut up, I'll..." The captain of the block approaches. "What do you want, Berkman?" "I want to see the warden." "Can't see him. It's Sunday." "Captain," I retort, pointing to the rules on the wall of the cell, "there is an excerpt here from the statutes of Pennsylvania, directing the warden to visit each prisoner every day." "Never mind, now," he interrupts. "What do you want to see the warden about?" "I want to know why I got no dinner." "Your name is off the list for the next 4 Sundays. "What for?" "That you'll have to ask the boss." "I'll tell him you want to see him." Presently the overseer returns, informing me in a confidential manner that he has induced his nibs to grant me an audience. Admitted to the inner office, I find the warden at the desk, his face flushed with anger. "You are reported for disturbing the peace," he shouts at me. There is also, another charge against him, the deputy interposes. 2 charges, the warden continues. Disturbing the peace and making demands. How dare you demand, he roars. Do you know where you are? The cover of Prison Blossoms, the underground magazine Alec and his comrades published in prison. I wanted to see you. It is not a question of what you want or don't want. Understand that clearly. You are to obey the rules implicitly. The rules direct you to visit. Silence. What is your request? I want to know why I am deprived of dinner. It is not, for you to know. It is enough, that we know, the deputy retorts. Mr. McPain, the warden interposes, I am going to speak plainly to him. From this day on, he turns to me, you are on Pennsylvania diet for 4 weeks. During that time no papers or books are permitted you. It will give you leisure to think over your behavior. I have investigated your conduct in the shop, and I am satisfied it was you who instigated the trouble there. You shall not have another chance to incite the men, even if you live as long as your sentence. But, he pauses an instant, then adds, threateningly, but you may as well understand it now as later your life is not worth the trouble you give us. Mark you well, whatever the cost, it will be at your expense. For the present you'll remain in solitary, where you cannot exert your pernicious influence. Officers, remove him to the basket. Chapter 17 The Basket Cell. 4 weeks of Pennsylvania diet have reduced me almost to a skeleton. A slice of wheat bread with a cup of unsweetened black coffee is my sole meal, with twice a week dinner of vegetable soup, from which every trace of meat has been removed. Every Saturday I am conducted to the office, to be examined by the physician and weighed. The whole week I look forward to the brief respite from the terrible basket cell. The sight of the striped men scouring the floor, the friendly smile on a stealthily raised face as I pass through the hall, the strange blue of the sky, the sweet-scented aroma of the April morning, how quickly it is all over. But the 7 deep breaths I slowly inhale on the way to the office, and the eager 10 on my return, set my blood aglow with renewed life. For an instant my brain reels with the sudden rush of exquisite intoxication, and then I am in the tomb again. The torture of the basket is maddening, the constant dusk is driving me blind. Almost no light or air reaches me through the close wire netting covering the barred door. The foul odor is stifling, it grips my throat with deathly hold. The walls hem me in, daily they press closer upon me, till the cell seems to contract, and I feel crushed in the coffin of stone. From every point the whitewashed sides glare at me, unyielding, inexorable, in confident assurance of their prey. The darkness of despondency gathers day by day, the hand of despair weighs heavier. At night the screeching of a crow across the river ominously voices the black raven keeping vigil in my heart. The windows in the hallway quake and tremble in the furious wind. Bleak and desolate wakes the day, another day, then another. Weak and apathetic I lie on the bed. Ever further recedes the world of the living. Still day follows night, and life is in the making, but I have no part in the pain and travail. Like a spark from the glowing furnace, flashing through the gloom, and swallowed in the darkness, I have been cast upon the shores of the forgotten. No sound reaches me from the island prison where beats the fervent heart of the girl, no ray of hope falls across the bars of desolation. But on the threshold of nirvana life recoils, in the very bowels of torment it cries out to be. Persecution feeds the fires of defiance, and nerves my resolution. Were I an ordinary prisoner, I should not care to suffer all these agonies. To what purpose, with my impossible sentence? But my anarchist ideals and traditions rise in revolt against the vampire gloating over its prey. No, I shall not disgrace the cause, I shall not grieve my comrades by weak surrender. I will fight and struggle, and not be daunted by threat or torture. With difficulty I walk to the office for the weekly weighing. My step falters as I approach the scales, and I sway dizzily. As through a mist I see the doctor bending over me, his head pressing against my body. Somehow I reach the basket, mildly wondering why I did not feel the cold air. Perhaps they did not take me through the yard. Is it the block captain's voice? What did you say? Return to your old cell. You're on full diet now. In chapter 18 Alec writes of the more than a year spent in solitary confinement. In chapter 19 Berkman, less hopeful of escape, daydreams of his first encounter with Emma and other lovers. Chapter 20 is about prison conditions including medical care, cell searches and the prison caste system. Chapters 21 and 22 are individual portraits of prisoners and guards and includes an analysis of how the prison functions. In chapter 23 Emma mentions to Alec that she might be able to secure a pardon for him, but in chapter 24 the parole board refuses to hear his case. Berkman begins chapter 25, which follows, hopeful that a government investigation of prison conditions will have a positive result. Chapter 25 How shall the depths cry? The change of seasons varies the tone of the prison. A cheerier atmosphere pervades the shops and the cell house in the summer. The block is airier and lighter, the guards relax their stern look, in anticipation of their vacations, the men hopefully count the hours till they're approaching freedom, and the gates open daily to release someone going back to the world. But heavy gloom broods over the prison in winter. The windows are closed and nailed, the vitiated air, artificially heated, is suffocating with dryness. Smoke darkens the shops, and the cells are in constant dusk. Tasks grow heavier, the punishments more severe. The officers look sullen, the men are morose and discontented. The ravings of the insane become wilder, suicides more frequent, despair and hopelessness oppress every heart. The undercurrent of rebellion, swelling with mute suffering and repression, turbulently sweeps the barriers. The severity of the authorities increases, methods of penalizing are more drastic, the prisoners fret, wax more querulous, and turn desperate with blind, spasmodic defiance. But among the more intelligent inmates, dissatisfaction manifests more coherent expression. The Lexo investigation in New York has awakened an echo in the prison. A movement is quietly initiated among the solitaries, looking toward an investigation of Riverside. I keep busy helping the men exchange notes maturing the project. Great care must be exercised to guard against treachery, only men of proved reliability may be entrusted with the secret, and precautions taken that no officer or stool scent our design. The details of the campaign are planned on K Range, with Billy Ryan, Butch, Sloan, and Jimmy Grant, as the most trustworthy, in command. It is decided that the attack upon the management of the penitentiary is to be initiated from the outside. A released prisoner is to inform the press of the abuses, graft, and immorality rampant in Riverside. The public will demand an investigation. The cabal on the range will supply the investigators with data and facts that will rouse the conscience of the community, and cause the dismissal of the warden and the introduction of reforms. A prisoner, about to be discharged, is selected for the important mission of enlightening the press. In great anxiety and expectation we await the newspapers. The day following his liberation, we scan the pages closely. Not a word of the penitentiary. Probably the released man has not yet had an opportunity to visit the editors. In the joy of freedom, he may have looked too deeply into the cup that cheers. He will surely interview the papers the next day. But the days pass into weeks, without any reference in the press to the prison. The trusted man has failed us. The revelation of the life at Riverside is of a nature not to be ignored by the press. The discharged inmate has proved false to his promise. Bitterly the solitaries denounce him, and resolve to select a more reliable man among the first candidates for liberty. One after another, a score of men are entrusted with the mission to the press. But the papers remain silent. Anxiously, though every day less hopefully, we search their columns. Ryan cynically derides the faithlessness of convict promises, Butch rages and swears at the traitors. But Sloan is sternly confident in his own probity, and cheers me as I pause at his cell. Never mind them rats, Alec. You just wait till I go out. Here's the boy that'll keep his promise all right. What I won't do to old Sandy 17 ain't worth mentionin'. Why, you still have 2 years, Ed, I remind him. Not on your tintype, Alec. Only one and a stump. How big is the stump? WAALL, he chuckles, looking somewhat diffident. It's 1 year, 11 months, and 27 days. It ain't no 2 years, though, see. Jimmy Grant grows peculiarly reserved, evidently disinclined to talk. He seeks to avoid me. The treachery of the released men fills him with resentment and suspicion of everyone. He is impatient of my suggestion that the fault may lie with the servile press. At the mention of our plans, he bursts out savagely. Forget it. You're no good, none of you. Let me be. He turns his back to me, and angrily paces the cell. His actions fill me with concern. The youth seems strangely changed. Fortunately, his time is almost served. 2. Like wildfire the news circles the prison. The papers are giving Sandy hell. The air in the block trembles with suppressed excitement. Jimmy Grant, recently released, had sent a communication to the State Board of Charities, bringing serious charges against the management of Riverside. The press publishes startlingly significant excerpts from Grant's letter. Editorially, however, the indictment is ignored by the majority of the Pittsburgh papers. One writer comments ambiguously, in guarded language, suggesting the improbability of the horrible practices alleged by Grant. Another eulogizes Warden Wright as an intelligent and humane man, who has the interest of the prisoners at heart. The detailed accusations are briefly dismissed as unworthy of notice, because coming from a disgruntled criminal who had not found prison life to his liking. Only the leader and the Dispatch consider the matter seriously, refer to the numerous complaints from discharged prisoners, and suggest the advisability of an investigation. They urge upon the warden the necessity of disproving, once for all, the derogatory statements regarding his management. Within a few days the president of the Board of Charities announces his decision to look over the penitentiary. December is on the wane, and the board is expected to visit Riverside after the holidays. 3. K. and G.18. Of course, neither of you has any more faith in alleged investigations than myself. The Lexo investigation, which shocked the whole country with its exposé of police corruption, has resulted in practically nothing. 1 or 2 subordinates have been scapegoated, those higher up went unscathed. As usual, the system itself remains in statu quo. The one who has mostly profited by the spasm of morality is Goff, to whom the Vice Crusade afforded an opportunity to rise from obscurity into the national limelight. Parkhurst also has subsided, probably content with the enlarged size of his flock and salary. To give the devil his due, however, I admired his perseverance and courage in face of the storm of ridicule and scorn that met his initial accusations against the glorious police department of the metropolis. But though every charge has been proved in the most absolute manner, the situation, as a whole, remains unchanged. It is the history of all investigations. As the Germans say, you can't convict the devil in the court of his mother-in-law. It has again been demonstrated by the congressional inquiry into the Carnegie blowhole armor plate, in the terrible revelations regarding Superintendent Brockway, of the Elmira Reformatory a veritable den for maiming and killing, and in numerous other instances. Warden Wright also was investigated. About 10 years ago, a double set of books was then found, disclosing peculation of appropriations and theft of the prison product. Brutality and murder were uncovered, yet Sandy has remained in his position. We can, therefore, expect nothing from the proposed investigation by the Board of Charities. I have no doubt it will be a whitewash. But I think that we the anarchist trio should show our solidarity, and aid the inmates with our best efforts. We must prevent the investigation resulting in a farce, so far as evidence against the management is concerned. We should leave the board no loophole, no excuse of a lack of witnesses or proofs to support Grant's charges. I am confident you will agree with me in this. I am collecting data for presentation to the investigators. I am also preparing a list of volunteer witnesses. I have 17 numbers on my range, and others from various parts of this block and from the shops. They all seem anxious to testify, though I am sure some will weaken when the critical moment arrives. Several have already notified me to erase their names. But we shall have a sufficient number of witnesses. We want preferably such men as have personally suffered a clubbing, the bull ring, hanging by the wrists, or other punishment forbidden by the law. I have already notified the warden that I wish to testify before the investigation committee. My purpose was to anticipate his objection that there are already enough witnesses. I am the first on the list now. The completeness of the case against the authorities will surprise you. Fortunately, my position as Rang-Eman has enabled me to gather whatever information I needed. I will send you tomorrow duplicates of the evidence, to ensure greater safety for our material. For the present I append a partial list of our exhibits. 1 cigarettes and outside tobacco, bottle of whiskey and dope, dice, playing cards, cash money, several knives, 2 razors, postage stamps, outside mail, and other contraband. These are for the purpose of proving the warden a liar in denying to the press the existence of gambling in the prison, the selling of bakery and kitchen provisions for cash, the possession of weapons, and the possibility of underground communication. 2 prison-made beer. A demonstration of the staleness of our bread and the absence of potatoes in the soup. The beer is made from fermented yeast stolen by the trustees from the bakery, also from potatoes. 3 favoritism, special privileges of trustees, political jobs, the system of stool espionage. 4 Pennsylvania diet, basket, dungeon, cuffing and chaining up, neglect of the sick, punishment of the insane. 5 names and numbers of men maltreated and clubbed. 6 data of assaults and cutting a phrase in connection with kid business, the existence of which the warden absolutely denies. 7 special case of A444, who attacked the warden in church, because of jealousy of Lady Goldie. 8 graft. A. Hosiery department, fake labels, fictitious names of manufacture, false book entries. B. Broom shop, convict labor hired out, contrary to law, to Lang Brothers, broom manufacturers, of Allegheny, Pa. Goods sold to the United States government, through sham middleman. Labels bear legend, Union broom. Sample enclosed. C. Mats, mattings, mops product not stamped. D. Shoe and tailor shops, prison materials used for the private needs of the warden, the officers, and their families. E. $75,000, appropriated by the state, 1,893, for a new chapel. The bricks of the old building used for the new, except one outside layer. All the work done by prisoners. Architect, Mr. A. Wright, the warden's son. Actual cost of chapel, $7,000. The inmates forced to attend services to overcrowd the old church. After the desired appropriation was secured, attendance became optional. F. Library, the 25c. Tax, exacted from every unofficial visitor, is supposed to go to the book fund. About 50 visitors per day, the year round. No new books added to the library in 10 years. Old duplicates donated by the public libraries of Pittsburgh are catalogued as purchased new books. G. Robbing the prisoners of remuneration for their labor. See copy of Act of 1883, PL 112. Law on Prison Labor and Wages of Convicts, Act of 1883, June 13, PL 112. Section 1. At the expiration of existing contracts, wardens are directed to employ the convicts under their control for and in behalf of the state. Section 2. No labor shall be hired out by contract. Section 4. All convicts under the control of the state and county officers, and all inmates of reformatory institutions engaged in the manufacture of articles for general consumption, shall receive quarterly wages equal to the amount of their earnings, to be fixed from time to time by the authorities of the institution, from which board, lodging, clothing, and costs of trial shall be deducted, and the balance paid to their families or dependents. In case none such appear, the amount shall be paid to the convict at the expiration of his term of imprisonment. The prisoners receive no payment whatever, even for overtime work, except occasionally a slice of pork for supper. KG, plant this and other material I'll send you, in a safe place. M.19. Chapter 26 Hiding the Evidence. It is New Year's Eve. An air of pleasant anticipation fills the prison. Tomorrow's feast is the exciting subject of conversation. Roast beef will be served for dinner, with a goodly loaf of currant bread, and 2 cigars for dessert. Extra men have been drafted for the kitchen. They flit from block to yard, looking busy and important, yet halting every passerby to whisper with secretive mien, "Don't say I told you." Sweet potatoes tomorrow. The younger inmates seem skeptical, and strive to appear indifferent, the while they hover about the yard door, nostrils expanded, sniffling the appetizing wafts from the kitchen. Here and there an old-timer grumbles, "We should have had sweet Murphys for Christmas." "Too high-priced," Sandy said, they sneer in ill humor. The new arrivals grow uneasy, perhaps they are still too expensive? Some study the market quotations on the delicacy. But the chief cook drops in to visit his boy, and confides to the rangeman that the sweet potatoes are a sure thing, just arrived and counted. The happy news is whispered about, with confident assurance, yet tinged with anxiety. There is great rejoicing among the men. Only Sol, the lifer, is querulous. He doesn't care a snap about the extra feed stomach still sour from the Christmas dinner and, anyhow, it only makes the weekday grub more disgusting. The rules are somewhat relaxed. The hall men converse freely, the yard gangs lounge about and cluster in little groups, that separate at the approach of a superior officer. Men from the bakery and kitchen run in and out of the block, their pockets bulging suspiciously. "What are you after?" the doorkeeper halts them. "Oh, just to my cell, forgot my handkerchief." The guard answers the sly wink with an indulgent smile. "All right, go ahead, but don't be long." If Papa Mitchell is about, he thunders at the chief cook, his bosom swelling with packages. "Watch ye got there, eh? Big family of kids you have, Jim. First thing you know, you'll swipe the hinges off kitchen door." The envied bakery and kitchen employees supply their friends with extra holiday tidbits, and the solitaries dance in glee at the sight of the savory dainty, the fresh brown bread generously dotted with sweet currants. It is the prelude of the promised culinary symphony. The evening is cheerful with mirth and jollity. The prisoners at first converse in whispers, then become bolder, and talk louder through the bars. As night approaches, the cell house rings with unreserved hilarity and animation, light-hearted chaff mingled with coarse jests and droll humor. A wag on the upper tier banters the passing guards, his quips and sallies setting the adjoining cells in a roar, and inspiring imitation. Slowly the babble of tongues subsides, as the gong sounds the order to retire. Someone shouts to a distant friend, "Hey, Bill, are you there?" Yes. Stay there." It grows quiet, when suddenly my neighbor on the left sings songs, "Fellers, who's goin' to sit up with me to greet New Year's?" A dozen voices yell their acceptance. Little Frenchie, the spirited greyhead on the top tier, vociferates shrilly, "Me, too, boys. I'm vis you all right." All is still in the cell house, save for a wild Indian whoop now and then by the vigil-keeping boys. The block breathes in heavy sleep, loud snoring sounds from the gallery above. Only the irregular tread of the felt-soled guards falls muffled in the silence. The clock in the upper rotunda strikes the midnight hour. A siren on the Ohio intones its deep-chested bass. Another joins it, then another. Shrill factory whistles pierce the boom of cannon, the sweet chimes of a nearby church ring in joyful melody between. Instantly the prison is astir. Tin cans rattle against iron bars, doors shake in fury, beds and chairs squeak and screech, pans slam on the floor, Shoes crash against the walls with a dull thud, and rebound noisily on the stone. Unearthly yelling, shouting, and whistling rend the air. An inventive prisoner beats a wild tattoo with a tin pen on the table. A veritable bedlam of frenzy has broken loose in both wings. The prisoners are celebrating the advent of the new year. The voices grow hoarse and feeble. The tin clanks languidly against the iron, the grating of the doors sounds weaker. The men are exhausted with the unwonted effort. The guards stumbled up the galleries, their forms swaying unsteadily in the faint flicker of the gaslight. In maudlin tones they command silence, and bid the men retire to bed. The younger, more daring, challenge the order with husky howls and catcalls, a defiant shout, a groan, and all is quiet. Daybreak wakes the turmoil and uproar. For 24 hours the long-repressed animal spirits are rampant. No music or recreation honors the new year. The day is passed in the cell. The prisoners, securely barred and locked, are permitted to vent their pain and sorrow, their yearnings and hopes, in a saturnalia of tumult. 2. The month of January brings sedulous activity. Shops and block are overhauled, every nook and corner is scoured, and a special squad detailed to whitewash the cells. The yearly cleanup not being due till spring, I conclude from the unusual preparations that the expected visit of the Board of Charities is approaching. The prisoners are agog with the coming investigation. The solitaries and prospective witnesses are on the qui-vive, anxious lines on their faces. Some manifest fear of the ill will of the warden, as the probable result of their testimony. I seek to encourage them by promising to assume full responsibility, but several men withdraw their previous consent. The safety of my data causes me grave concern, in view of the increasing frequency of searches. Deliberation finally resolves itself into the bold plan of secreting my most valuable material in the cell set aside for the use of the officers. It is the first cell on the range, it is never locked, and is ignored at searches because it is not occupied by prisoners. The little bundle, protected with a piece of oilskin procured from the dispensary, soon reposes in the depths of the waste pipe. A stout cord secures it from being washed away by the rush of water, when the privy is in use. I call Officer Mitchell's attention to the dusty condition of the cell, and offer to sweep it every morning and afternoon. He accedes in an offhand manner, and twice daily I surreptitiously examine the tension of the water-soaked cord, renewing the string repeatedly. Other material and copies of my exhibits are deposited with several trustworthy friends on the range. Everything is ready for the investigation, and we confidently await the coming of the Board of Charities. 3. The cell house rejoices at the absence of Scott Woods. The block captain of the morning has been reduced to the ranks. The disgrace is signalized by his appearance on the wall, pacing the narrow path in the chilly winter blasts. The guards look upon the assignment as punishment duty for incurring the displeasure of the warden. The keepers smile at the indiscreet Scott interfering with the self-granted privileges of Southside Johnny, one of the warden's favorites. The runner who afforded me an opportunity to see Inspector Nevin, came out victorious in the struggle with Woods. The latter was upbraided by Captain Wright in the presence of Johnny, who is now officially authorized in his perquisites. Sufficient time was allowed to elapse, to avoid comment, whereupon the officer was withdrawn from the block. I regret his absence. A severe disciplinarian, Woods was yet very exceptional among the guards, in that he sought to discourage the spying of prisoners on each other. He frowned upon the trustees, and strove to treat the men impartially. Mitchell has been changed to the morning shift, to fill the vacancy made by the transfer of Woods. The charge of the block in the afternoon devolves upon Officer McIlvaine, a very corpulent man, with sharp, steely eyes. He is considerably above the average warder in intelligence, but extremely fond of Jasper, who now acts as his assistant, the obese turnkey rarely leaving his seat at the front desk. Changes of keepers, transfers from the shops to the two cell houses are frequent, the new guards are alert and active. Almost daily the warden visits the ranges, leaving in his wake more stringent discipline. Rarely do I find a chance to pause at the cells, I keep in touch with the men through the medium of notes. But one day, several fights breaking out in the shops, the block officers are requisitioned to assist in placing the combatants in the punishment cells. The front is deserted, and I improve the opportunity to talk to the solitaries. Jasper, Southside, and Bob Runyon, the politicians, also converse at the doors, Bob standing suspiciously close to the bars. Suddenly Officer McIlvaine appears in the yard door. His face is flushed, his eyes filling with wrath as they fasten on the men at the cells. "Hey, you fellows, get away from there," he shouts. "Confound you all, the old man just gave me the deuce, too much talking in the block. I won't stand for it, that's all," he adds, petulantly. Within half an hour I am haled before the warden. He looks worried, deep lines of anxiety about his mouth. "You are reported for standing at the doors," he snarls at me. "What are you always telling the men?" "It's the first time the officer." "Nothing of the kind," he interrupts, "you're always talking to the prisoners. They are in punishment, and you have no business with them. Why was I picked out? Others talk, too." Yes," he drawls sarcastically, then, turning to the keeper, he says, "How is that, officer? The man is charging you with neglect of duty." "I am not charging." Silence. "What have you to say, Mr. McIlvaine?" The guard reddens with suppressed rage. "It isn't true, Captain," he replies, "there was no one except Berkman." "You hear what the officer says? You are always breaking the rules. You're plotting, I know you pulling a dozen wires. You are inimical to the management of the institution. But I will break your connections. Officer, take him directly to the south wing, you understand? He is not to return to his cell. Have it searched at once, thoroughly. Lock him up." "Warden, what for?" I demand. "I have not done anything to lose my position. Talking is not such a serious charge." "Very serious, very serious. You're too dangerous on the range. I'll spoil your infernal schemes by removing you from the North Block. You've been there too long. I want to remain there. The more reason to take you away." "That will do now." "No, it won't," I burst out. "I'll stay where I am." "Remove him, Mr. McIlvaine." I am taken to the south wing and locked up in a vacant cell, neglected and ill-smelling. It is number 2, range M, the first gallery, facing the yard, a double cell, somewhat larger than those of the North Block, and containing a small window. The walls are damp and bare, save for the cardboard of printed rules and the prison calendar. It is the 27th of February, 1896, but the calendar is of last year, indicating that the cell has not been occupied since the previous November. It contains the usual furnishings, bedstead and soiled straw mattress, a small table and a chair. It feels cold and dreary. In thought I picture the guards ransacking my former cell. They will not discover anything, my material is well hidden. The warden evidently suspects my plans, he fears my testimony before the investigation committee. My removal is to sever my connections, and now it is impossible for me to reach my data. I must return to the North Block, otherwise all our plans are doomed to fail. I can't leave my friends on the range in the lurch. Some of them have already signified to the chaplain their desire to testify. Their statements will remain unsupported in the absence of my proofs. I must rejoin them. I have told the warden that I shall remain where I was, but he probably ignored it as an empty boast. I consider the situation, and resolve to break up housekeeping. It is the sole means of being transferred to the other cell house. It will involve the loss of the grade, and a trip to the dungeon, perhaps even a fight with the keepers. The guards, fearing the broken furniture will be used for defense, generally rush the prisoner with blackjacks. But my return to the north wing will be assured. No man in stripes can remain in the south wing. Alert for an approaching step, I untie my shoes, producing a scrap of paper, a pencil, and a knife. I write a hurried note to K, briefly informing him of the new developments, and intimating that our data are safe. Guardedly I attract the attention of the runner on the floor beneath. It is Bill Say, through whom Carl occasionally communicates with G. The note rolled into a little ball, I shoot between the bars to the waiting prisoner. Now everything is prepared. It is near supper time, the men are coming back from work. It would be advisable to wait till everybody is locked in, and the shop officers depart home. There will then be only 3 guards on duty in the block. But I am in a fever of indignation and anger. Furiously snatching up the chair, I start breaking up. Chapter 27 Love's Dungeon Flower. The dungeon smells foul and musty, the darkness is almost visible, the silence oppressive, but the terror of my former experience has abated. I shall probably be kept in the underground cell for a longer time than on the previous occasion. My offense is considered very grave. 3 charges have been entered against me: destroying state property, having possession of a knife, and uttering a threat against the warden. When I saw the officers gathering at my back, while I was facing the captain, I realized its significance. They were preparing to assault me. Quickly advancing to the warden, I shook my fist in his face, crying, "If they touch me, I'll hold you personally responsible." He turned pale. Trying to steady his voice, he demanded, "What do you mean? How dare you?" "I mean just what I say. I won't be clubbed. My friends will avenge me, too." He glanced at the guards standing rigid, in ominous silence. One by one they retired, only 2 remaining, and I was taken quietly to the dungeon. The stillness is broken by a low, muffled sound. I listen intently. It is someone pacing the cell at the further end of the passage. "Hello? Who's there?" I shout. No reply. The pacing continues. It must be Silent Nick, he never talks. I prepare to pass the night on the floor. It is bare, there is no bed or blanket, and I have been deprived of my coat and shoes. It is freezing in the cell, my feet grow numb, hands cold, as I huddle in the corner, my head leaning against the reeking wall, my body on the stone floor. I try to think, but my thoughts are wandering, my brain frigid. The rattling of keys wakes me from my stupor. Guards are descending into the dungeon. I wonder whether it is morning, but they pass my cell. It is not yet breakfast time. Now they pause and whisper. I recognize the mumbling speech of Deputy Greaves, as he calls out to the silent prisoner. "Want a drink?" The double doors open noisily. "Here. Give me the cup." The hoarse bass resembles that of Crazy Smithy. His stentorian voice sounds cracked since he was shot in the neck by Officer Dean. "You can't have cup," the deputy fumes. "I won't drink out of your hand, God damn you. Think I'm a cur, do you?" Smithy swears and curses savagely. The doors are slammed and locked. The steps grow faint, and all is silent, save the quickened footfall of Smith, who will not talk to any prisoner. I pass the long night in drowsy stupor, rousing at times to strain my ear for every sound from the rotunda above, wondering whether day is breaking. The minutes drag in dismal darkness. The loud clanking of the keys tingles in my ears like sweet music. It is morning. The guards hand me the day's allowance: 2 ounces of white bread and a quart of water. The wheat tastes sweet. It seems to me I've never eaten anything so delectable. But the liquid is insipid, and nos eats me. At almost one bite I swallow the slice, so small and thin. It whets my appetite, and I feel ravenously hungry. At Smith's door the scene of the previous evening is repeated. The deputy insists that the man drink out of the cup held by a guard. The prisoner refuses, with a profuse flow of profanity. Suddenly there is a splash, followed by a startled cry, and the thud of the cell bucket on the floor. Smith has emptied the contents of his privy upon the officers. In confusion they rush out of the dungeon. Presently I hear the clatter of many feet in the cellar. There is a hubbub of suppressed voices. I recognize the rasping whisper of Hopkins, the tones of Woods, McIlvaine, and others. I catch the words, both sides at once. Several cells in the dungeon are provided with double entrances, front and back, to facilitate attacks upon obstreperous prisoners. Smith is always assigned to one of these cells. I shudder as I realize that the officers are preparing to club the demented man. He has been weakened by years of unbroken solitary confinement, and his throat still bleeds occasionally from the bullet wound. Almost half his time he has been kept in the dungeon, and now he has been missing from the range 12 days. It is. Involuntarily I shut my eyes at the fearful thud of the riot clubs. The hours drag on. The monotony is broken by the keepers bringing another prisoner to the dungeon. I hear his violent sobbing from the depth of the cavern. Who is there? I hail him. I call repeatedly, without receiving an answer. Perhaps the new arrival is afraid of listening guards. Ho, man. I sing out, the screws have gone. Who are you? This is Alec Berkman. Is that you, Alec? This is Johnny. There is a familiar ring about the young voice, broken by piteous moans. But I fail to identify it. What Johnny? Johnny Davis, you know, stocking shop. I've just killed a man. In bewilderment I listened to the story, told with bursts of weeping. Johnny had returned to the shop, he thought he would try again, he wanted to earn his good time. Things went well for a while, till Dutch Adams became shop runner. He is the stool who got Grant and Johnny Smith in trouble with the fake key, and Davis would have nothing to do with him. But Dutch persisted, pestering him all the time, and then... Well, you know, Alec, the boy seems diffident, he lied about me like hell, he told the fellows he used me. Christ, my mother might hear about it. I couldn't stand it, Alec, honest to God, I couldn't. I killed the lying cur, and now I'll swing for it, he sobs as if his heart would break. A touch of tenderness for the poor boy is in my voice, as I strive to condole with him and utter the hope that it may not be so bad, after all. Perhaps Adams will not die. He is a powerful man, big and strong, he may survive. Johnny eagerly clutches at the straw. He grows more cheerful, and we talk of the coming investigation and local affairs. Perhaps the board will even clear him, he suggests. But suddenly seized with fear, he weeps and moans again. More men are cast into the dungeon. They bring news from the world above. An epidemic of fighting seems to have broken out in the wake of recent orders. The total inhibition of talking is resulting in more serious offenses. Kid Tommy is enlarging upon his trouble. You see, fellers, he cries in a treble, dat skunk of a Pete he pushes me into line, and I turns round to give him hell, but the screw pipes me. Got no chance to chew, so I turns and biffs him on de jaw, see. But he is sure, he says, to be let out at night, or in the morning, at most. Them fellers that was scrappin' yesterday in de yard didn't go to de hole. Dey jest put em in de cell. Sandy knows de committee's comin' all right. Johnny interrupts the loquacious boy to inquire anxiously about Dutch Adams, and I share his joy at hearing that the man's wound is not serious. He was cut about the shoulders, but was able to walk unassisted to the hospital. Johnny overflows with quiet happiness, the others dance and sing. I recite a poem from Nekrasov, the boys don't understand a word, but the sorrow-laden tones appeal to them, and they request more Russian pieces. But Tommy is more interested in politics, and is bristling with the latest news from the McGee camp. He is a great admirer of Key Deer's a smart guy for you, fellers, owns the whole Keystone shebang all right. He's boss Key, you bet you. He dives into national issues, rails at Brian, 16-1 bill, you just list N to M, he'll give $16 to everyone, he will, nit, and the boys are soon involved in a heated discussion of the respective merits of the two political parties, Tommy staunchly siding with the Republican. "Me grandfader and me fader was Republicans," he vociferates, "and all me broders vote the ticket. Me fur de gran ole party, every time." Someone twits him on his political wisdom, challenging the boy to explain the difference in the money standards. Tommy boldly appeals to me to corroborate him, but before I have an opportunity to speak, he launches upon other issues, berating Spain for her atrocities in Cuba, and insisting that this free country cannot tolerate slavery at its doors. Every topic is discussed, with Tommy orating at top speed, and continually broaching new subjects. Unexpectedly he reverts to local affairs, waxes reminiscent over former days, and loudly smacks his lips at the great feeds he enjoyed on the rare occasions when he was free to roam the back streets of Smoky City. "Say, Alec, my boy," he calls to me familiarly, "many a penny I made on you, all right." "How?" "Why, peddlin' extras, of course." "Say, dem was fine days, all right, easy money, papers went like hotcakes off the griddle." "Wish you'd do it agin, Alec." Invisible to each other, we chat, exchange stories and anecdotes, the boys talking incessantly, as if fearful of silence. But every now and then there is a lull, we become quiet, each absorbed in his own thoughts. The pauses lengthen into silence. Only the faint steps of Crazy Smith disturb the deep stillness. Late in the evening the young prisoners are relieved. But Johnny remains, and his apprehensions reawaken. Repeatedly during the night he rouses me from my drowsy torpor to be reassured that he is not in danger of the gallows, and that he will not be tried for his assault. I allay his fears by dwelling on the warden's aversion to giving publicity to the sex practices in the prison, and remind the boy of the captain's official denial of their existence. These things happen almost every week, yet no one has ever been taken to court from Riverside on such charges. Johnny grows more tranquil, and we converse about his family history, talking in a frank, confidential manner. With a glow of pleasure, I become aware of the note of tenderness in his voice. Presently he surprises me by asking, "Friend Alec, what do they call you in Russian?" He prefers the fond Sashenka, enunciating the strange word with quaint endearment, then diffidently confesses dislike for his own name, and relates the story he had recently read of a poor castaway Cuban youth. Felipe was his name, and he was just like himself. "Shall I call you Felipe?" I offer. "Yes, please do, Alec, dear." "No, Sashenka." The springs of affection well up within me, as I lie huddled on the stone floor, cold and hungry. With closed eyes, I picture the boy before me, with his delicate face and sensitive, girlish lips. "Good night, dear Sashenka," he calls. "Good night, little Felipe." In the morning we are served with a slice of bread and water. I am tormented by thirst and hunger, and the small ration fails to assuage my sharp pangs. Smithy still refuses to drink out of the deputy's hand, his doors remain unopened. With tremulous anxiety Johnny begs the deputy warden to tell him how much longer he will remain in the dungeon, but Greaves curtly commands silence, applying a vile epithet to the boy. "Deputy," I call, boiling over with indignation, "he asked you a respectful question. I'd give him a decent answer." "You mind your own business, you hear," he retorts. But I persist in defending my young friend, and berate the deputy for his language. He hastens away in a towering passion, menacing me with what Smithy got. Johnny is distressed at being the innocent cause of the trouble. The threat of the deputy disquiets him, and he warns me to prepare. My cell is provided with a double entrance, and I am apprehensive of a sudden attack. But the hours pass without the deputy returning, and our fears are allayed. The boy rejoices on my account, and brims over with appreciation of my intercession. The incident cements our intimacy, our first diffidence disappears, and we become openly tender and affectionate. The conversation lags, we feel weak and worn. but every little while we haul each other with words of encouragement. Smithy incessantly paces the cell, the gnawing of the river rats reaches our ears, the silence is frequently pierced by the wild yells of the insane man, startling us with dread foreboding. The quiet grows unbearable, and Johnny calls again. "What are you doing, Sashenka?" "Oh, nothing. Just thinking, Felipe." "Am I in your thoughts, dear?" "Yes, Kitty, you are." "Sasha, dear, I've been thinking, too." "What, Felipe?" "You are the only one I care for. I haven't a friend in the whole place." "Do you care much for me, Felipe?" "Will you promise not to laugh at me, Sashenka?" "I wouldn't laugh at you." "Cross your hand over your heart." "Got it, Sasha." "Yes." "Well, I'll tell you." "I was thinking, how shall I tell you?" "I was thinking, Sashenka, if you were here with me I would like to kiss you." An unaccountable sense of joy glows in my heart, and I muse in silence. "What's the matter, Sashenka? Why don't you say something? Are you angry with me?" "No, Felipe, you foolish little boy. You are laughing at me." "No, dear, I feel just as you do." "Really?" "Yes." "Oh, I am so glad, Sashenka." In the evening the guards descend to relieve Johnny, he is to be transferred to the basket, they inform him. On the way past my cell, he whispers, "Hope I'll see you soon, Sashenka." A friendly officer knocks on the outer blind door of my cell. "That you thar, Berkman? You want to be have to THDEP. He's put you down for 2 more days for sassin' him." I feel more lonesome at the boy's departure. The silence grows more oppressive, the hours of darkness heavier. 7 days I remain in the dungeon. At the expiration of the week, feeling stiff and feeble, I totter behind the guards, on the way to the bathroom. My body looks strangely emaciated, reduced almost to a skeleton. The pangs of hunger revive sharply with the shock of the cold shower, and the craving for tobacco is overpowering at the sight of the chewing officers. I look forward to being placed in a cell, quietly exulting at my victory as I am led to the north wing. But, in the cell house, the deputy warden assigns me to the lower end of Range A, insane department. Exasperated by the terrible suggestion, my nerves on edge with the dungeon experience, I storm in furious protest, demanding to be returned to the hole. The deputy, startled by my violence, attempts to soothe me, and finally yields. I am placed in number 35, the crank row beginning several cells further. Upon the heels of the departing officers, the rangeman is at my door, bursting with the latest news. The investigation is over, the warden whitewashed. For an instant I am aghast, failing to grasp the astounding situation. Slowly its full significance dawns on me, as Bill excitedly relates the story. It's the talk of the prison. The Board of Charities had chosen its secretary, J. Francis Torrance, an intimate friend of the warden, to conduct the investigation. As a precautionary measure, I was kept several additional days in the dungeon. Mr. Torrance has privately interviewed Dutch Adams, young Smithy, and Bob Runyon, promising them their full commutation time, notwithstanding their bad records, and irrespective of their future behavior. They were instructed by the secretary to corroborate the management, placing all blame upon me. No other witnesses were heard. The investigation was over within an hour, the committee of one retiring for dinner to the adjoining residence of the warden. Several friendly prisoners linger at my cell during the afternoon, corroborating the story of the rangeman, and completing the details. The cell house itself bears out the situation. The change in the personnel of the men is amazing. Dutch Adams has been promoted to messenger for the front office, the most privileged political job in the prison. Bob Runyon, a third-timer and notorious kid man, has been appointed a trustee in the shops. But the most significant cue is the advancement of young Smithy to the position of rangeman. He has but recently been sentenced to a year's solitary for the broken key discovered in the lock of his door. His record is of the worst. He is a young convict of extremely violent temper, who has repeatedly attacked fellow prisoners with dangerous weapons. Since his murderous assault upon the inoffensive praying Andy, Smithy was never permitted out of his cell without the escort of 2 guards. And now this irresponsible man is in charge of a range. At supper, young Smithy steals up to my cell, bringing a slice of cornbread. I refuse the peace offering, and charge him with treachery. At first he stoutly protests his innocence, but gradually weakens and pleads his dire straits in mitigation. Torrance had persuaded him to testify, but he avoided incriminating me. That was done by the other 2 witnesses. He merely exonerated the warden from the charges preferred by James Grant. He had been clubbed 4 times, but he denied to the committee that the guards practice violence, and he supported the warden in his statement that the officers are not permitted to carry clubs or blackjacks. He feels that an injustice has been done me, and now that he occupies my former position, he will be able to repay the little favors I did him when he was in solitary. Indignantly I spurn his offer. He pleads his youth, the torture of the cell, and begs my forgiveness, but I am bitter at his treachery, and bid him go. Officer McIlvaine pauses at my door. "Oh, what a change, what an awful change," he exclaims, pityingly. I don't know whether he refers to my appearance, or to the loss of range liberty, but I resent his tone of commiseration. It was he who had selected me as a victim, to be reported for talking. Angrily I turn my back to him, refusing to talk. Somebody stealthily pushes a bundle of newspapers between the bars. Whole columns detail the report of the investigation, completely exonerating Warden Edward S. Wright. The base charges against the management of the penitentiary were the underhand work of anarchist Berkman, Mr. Torrance assured the press. One of the papers contains a lengthy interview with Wright, accusing me of fostering discontent and insubordination among the men. The captain expresses grave fear for the safety of the community, should the pardon board reduce my sentence, in view of the circumstance that my lawyers are preparing to renew the application at the next session. In great agitation I pace the cell. The statement of the warden is fatal to the hope of a pardon. My life in the prison will now be made still more unbearable. I shall again be locked in solitary. With despair I think of my fate in the hands of the enemy, and the sense of my utter helplessness overpowers me. Chapter 28 For Safety. Dear K. I know you must have been worried about me. Give no credence to the reports you hear. I did not try to suicide. I was very nervous and excited over the things that happened while I was in the dungeon. I saw the papers after I came up. You know what they said. I couldn't sleep, I kept pacing the floor. The screws were hanging about my cell, but I paid no attention to them. They spoke to me, but I wouldn't answer. I was in no mood for talking. They must have thought something wrong with me. The doctor came, and felt my pulse, and they took me to the hospital. The warden rushed in and ordered me into a straitjacket. For safety, he said. You know Officer Irwin, he put the jacket on me. He's a pretty decent chap. I saw he hated to do it. But the evening screw is a rat. He called 3 times during the night, and every time he'd tighten the straps. I thought he'd cut my hands off, but I wouldn't cry for mercy, and that made him wild. They put me in the full-size jacket that winds all around you, the arms folded. They laid me, tied in the canvas, on the bed, bound me to it feet and chest, with straps provided with padlocks. I was suffocating in the hot ward, could hardly breathe. In the morning they unbound me. My legs were paralyzed, and I could not stand up. The doctor ordered some medicine for me. The head nurse, he's in for murder, and he's rotten, taunted me with the black bottle. Every time he passed my bed, he'd say, "You still alive? Wait till I fix something up for you." I refused the medicine, and then they took me down to the dispensary, lashed me to a chair, and used the pump on me. You can imagine how I felt. That went on for a week, every night in the straitjacket, every morning the pump. Now I am back in the block, in 6A. A peculiar coincidence, it's the same cell I occupied when I first came here. Don't trust Bill, say. The warden told me he knew about the note I sent you just before I smashed up. If you got it, Bill must have read it and told Sandy. Only dear old horse thief can be relied upon. How near the boundary of joy is misery. I shall never forget the first morning in the jacket. I passed a restless night, but just as it began to dawn I must have lost consciousness. Suddenly I awoke with the most exquisite music in my ears. It seemed to me as if the heavens had opened in a burst of ecstasy. It was only a little sparrow, but never before in my life did I hear such sweet melody. I felt murder in my heart when the convict nurse drove the poor birdie from the window ledge. Chapter 29, Dreams of Freedom. Like an endless mice rare are the days in the solitary. No glimmer of light cheers the tomorrows. In the depths of suffering, existence becomes intolerable, and as of old, I seek refuge in the past. The stages of my life reappear as the acts of a drama which I cannot bring myself to cut short. The possibilities of the dark motive compel the imagination, and halt the thought of destruction. Misery magnifies the estimate of self, the vehemence of revolt strengthens to endure. Despair engenders obstinate resistance, in its spirit hope is trembling. Slowly it assumes more definite shape, escape is the sole salvation. The world of the living is dim and unreal with distance, its voice reaches me like the pale echo of fantasy, the thought of its turbulent vitality is strange with apprehension. But the present is bitter with wretchedness, and gasps desperately for relief. The efforts of my friends bring a glow of warmth into my life. The indefatigable girl has succeeded in interesting various circles. She is gathering funds for my application for a rehearing before the Pardon Board in the spring of '98, when my first sentence of 7 years will have expired. With a touch of old-time tenderness, I think of her loyalty, her indomitable perseverance in my behalf. It is she, almost she alone, who has kept my memory green throughout the long years. Even Fedaya, my constant chum, has been swirled into the vortex of narrow ambition and self-indulgence, the plaything of commonplace fate. Resentment at being thus lightly forgotten tinges my thoughts of the erstwhile twin brother of our ideal-kissed youth. By contrast, the girl is silhouetted on my horizon as the sole personification of revolutionary persistence, the earnest of its realization. Beyond, all is darkness, the mystic world of falsehood and sham, that will hate and persecute me even as its brutal high priests in the prison. Here and there the gloom is rent, an unknown sympathizer, or comrade, sends a greeting, I pore eagerly over the chirography, and from the clear, decisive signature, Voltairine declare, strive to mold the character and shape the features of the writer. To the girl I apply to verify my reading, and rejoice in the warm interest of the convent-educated American, a friend of my much-admired comrade Dyer D. Lum, who is aiding the girl in my behalf. But the efforts for a rehearing wake no hope in my heart. My comrades, far from the prison world, do not comprehend the full significance of the situation resulting from the investigation. My underground connections are paralyzed, I cannot enlighten the girl. But Nold and Bauer are on the threshold of liberty. Within 2 months Carl will carry my message to New York. I can fully rely on his discretion and devotion, we have grown very intimate through common suffering. He will inform the girl that nothing is to be expected from legal procedure, instead, he will explain to her the plan I have evolved. My position as Rangeman has served me to good advantage. I have thoroughly familiarized myself with the institution, I have gathered information and explored every part of the cell house offering the least likelihood of an escape. The prison is almost impregnable. Tom's attempt to scale the wall proved disastrous, in spite of his exceptional opportunities as kitchen employee, and the thick fog of the early morning. Several other attempts also were doomed to failure, the great number of guards and their vigilance precluding success. No escape has taken place since the days of Paddy McGraw, before the completion of the prison. Entirely new methods must be tried, the road to freedom leads underground. But digging out of the prison is impracticable in the modern structure of steel and rock. We must force a passage into the prison. The tunnel is to be dug from the outside. A house is to be rented in the neighborhood of the penitentiary, and the underground passage excavated beneath the eastern wall, toward the adjacent bathhouse. No officers frequent the place save at certain hours, and I shall find an opportunity to disappear into the hidden opening on the regular bi-weekly occasions when the solitaries are permitted to bathe. The project will require careful preparation and considerable expense. Skilled comrades will have to be entrusted with the secret work, the greater part of which must be carried on at night. Determination and courage will make the plan feasible, successful. Such things have been done before. Not in this country, it is true. But the act will receive added significance from the circumstance that the liberation of the first American political prisoner has been accomplished by means similar to those practiced by our comrades in Russia. Who knows? It may prove the symbol and precursor of Russian idealism on American soil. And what tremendous impression the consummation of the bold plan will make. What a stimulus to our propaganda, as a demonstration of anarchist initiative and ability. I glow with the excitement of its great possibilities, and enthusiasm with my hopes. If the preparatory work is hastened, the execution of the plan will be facilitated by the renewed agitation within the prison. Rumors of a legislative investigation are afloat, diverting the thoughts of the administration into different channels. I shall foster the ferment to afford my comrades greater safety in the work. During the long years of my penitentiary life I have formed many friendships. I have earned the reputation of a square man and a good fellow, have received many proofs of confidence, and appreciation of my uncompromising attitude toward the generally execrated management. Most of my friends observe the unwritten ethics of informing me of their approaching release, and offer to smuggle out messages or to provide me with little comforts. I invariably request them to visit the newspapers and to relate their experiences in Riverside. Some express fear of the warden's enmity, of the fatal consequences in case of their return to the penitentiary. But the bolder spirits and the accidental offenders, who confidently bid me a final goodbye, unafraid of return, call directly from the prison on the Pittsburgh editors. Presently the leader and the dispatch begin to voice their censure of the hurried whitewash by the State Board of Charities. The attitude of the press encourages the guards to manifest their discontent with the humiliating eccentricities of the senile warden. They protest against the whim subjecting them to military drill to improve their appearance, and resent Captain Wright's insistence that they patronize his private tailor, high-priced and incompetent. Serious friction has also arisen between the management and Mr. Sahil, superintendent of local industries. The prisoners rejoice at the growing irascibility of the warden, and the deeper lines on his face, interpreting them as signs of worry and fear. Expectation of a new investigation is at high pitch as Judge Gordon, of Philadelphia, severely censures the administration of the Eastern Penitentiary, charging inhuman treatment, abuse of the insane, and graft. The labor bodies of the state demand the abolition of convict competition, and the press becomes more assertive in urging an investigation of both penitentiaries. The air is charged with rumors of legislative action. 2. The breath of spring is in the cell house. My two comrades are jubilant. The sweet odor of May wafts the resurrection. But the threshold of life is guarded by the throes of new birth. A tone of nervous excitement permeates their correspondence. Anxiety tortures the sleepless nights, the approaching return to the living is tinged with the disquietude of the unknown, the dread of the renewed struggle for existence. But the joy of coming emancipation, the wine of sunshine and liberty tingles in every fiber, and hope flutters its disused wings. Our plans are complete. Karl is to visit the girl, explain my project, and serve as the medium of communication by means of our prearranged system, investing apparently innocent official letters with sub rosa meaning. The initial steps will require time. Meanwhile K and G are to make the necessary arrangements for the publication of our book. The security of our manuscripts is a source of deep satisfaction and much merriment at the expense of the administration. The repeated searches have failed to unearth them. With characteristic daring, the faithful Bob had secreted them in a hole in the floor of his shop, almost under the very seat of the guard. One by one they have been smuggled outside by a friendly officer, whom we have christened Shrouby 20. By degrees Nold has gained the confidence of the former mill worker, with the result that 60 precious booklets now repose safely with a comrade in Allegheny. I am to supply the final chapters of the book through Mr. Shrouby, whose friendship Carl is about to bequeath to me. The month of May is on the wane. The last note is exchanged with my comrades. Dear Bob was not able to reach me in the morning, and now I read the lines quivering with the last pangs of release, while Nold and Bauer are already beyond the walls. How I yearned for a glance at Carl, to touch hands, even in silence. But the customary privilege was refused us. Only once in the long years of our common suffering have I looked into the eyes of my devoted friend, and stealthily pressed his hand, like a thief in the night. No last greeting was vouchsafed me today. The loneliness seems heavier, the void more painful. The routine is violently disturbed. Reading and study are burdensome, my thoughts will not be compelled. They revert obstinately to my comrades, and storm against my steel cage, trying to pierce the distance, to commune with the absent. I seek diversion in the manufacture of prison fancy work, ornamental little fruit baskets, diminutive articles of furniture, picture frames, and the like. The little mementos, constructed of tissue paper rolls of various designs, I send to the girl, and am elated at her admiration of the beautiful workmanship and attractive color effects. But presently she laments the wrecked condition of the goods, and upon investigation I learn from the runner that the most dilapidated cardboard boxes are selected for my product. The rotunda turnkey, in charge of the shipments, is hostile, and I appeal to the chaplain. But his well-meant intercession results in an order from the warden, interdicting the expressage of my work, on the ground of probable notes being secreted therein. I protest against the discrimination, suggesting the dismembering of every piece to disprove the charge. But the captain derisively remarks that he is indisposed to take chances, and I am forced to resort to the subterfuge of having my articles transferred to a friendly prisoner and addressed by him to his mother in Beaver, PA, thence to be forwarded to New York. At the same time the rotunda keeper detains a valuable piece of ivory sent to me by the girl for the manufacture of ornamental toothpicks. The local ware, made of kitchen bones bleached in lime, turns yellow in a short time. My request for the ivory is refused on the plea of submitting the matter to the warden's decision, who rules against me. I direct the return of it to my friend, but am informed that the ivory has been mislaid and cannot be found. Exasperated, I charge the guard with the theft, and serve notice that I shall demand the ivory at the expiration of my time. The turnkey jeers at the wild impossibility, and I am placed for a week on Pennsylvania diet for insulting an officer. Chapter 30 Whitewashed Again. Christmas, 1897. My dear Carl, I have been despairing of reaching you sub rosa, but the holidays brought the usual transfers, and at last friend Shrouby is with me. Dear Carolus, I am worn out with the misery of the month since you left, and the many disappointments. Your official letters were not convincing. I fail to understand why the plan is not practicable. Of course, you can't write openly, but you have means of giving a hint as to the impossibilities you speak of. You say that I have become too estranged from the outside, and so forth, which may be true. Yet I think the matter chiefly concerns the inside, and of that I am the best judge. I do not see the force of your argument when you dwell upon the application at the next session of the Pardon Board. You mean that the other plan would jeopardize the success of the legal attempt. But there is not much hope of favorable action by the board. We have talked all this over before, but you seem to have a different view now. Why? Only in a very small measure do your letters replace in my life the heart-to-heart talks we used to have here, though they were only on paper. But I am much interested in your activities. It seems strange that you, so long the companion of my silence, should now be in the very Niagara of life, of our movement. It gives me great satisfaction to know that your experience here has matured you, and help to strengthen and deepen your convictions. It has had a similar effect upon me. You know what a voluminous reader I am. I have read, in fact, studied every volume in the library here, and now the chaplain supplies me with books from his. But whether it be philosophy, travel, or contemporary life that falls into my hands, it invariably distills into my mind the falsity of dominant ideas, and the beauty, the inevitability of anarchism. But I do not want to enlarge upon this subject now. We can discuss it through official channels. You know that Tony and his nephew are here. We are just getting acquainted. He works in the shop, but as he is also coffee boy, we have an opportunity to exchange notes. It is fortunate that his identity is not known, otherwise he would fall under special surveillance. I have my eyes on Tony. He may prove valuable. I am still in solitary, with no prospect of relief. You know the policy of the warden to use me as a scapegoat for everything that happens here. It has become a mania with him. Think of it, he blames me for Johnny Davis cutting Dutch. He laid everything at my door when the legislative investigation took place. It was a worse sham than the previous whitewash. Several members called to see me at the cell unofficially, they said. They got a hint of the evidence I was prepared to give, and one of them suggested to me that it is not advisable for one in my position to antagonize the warden. I replied that I was no today. He hinted that the authorities of the prison might help me to procure freedom, if I would act discreetly. I insisted that I wanted to be heard by the committee. They departed, promising to call me as a witness. One senator remarked, as he left, "You are too intelligent a man to be at large." When the hearing opened, several officers were the first to take the stand. The testimony was not entirely favorable to the warden. Then Mr. Sawhill was called. You know him, he is an independent sort of man, with an eye upon the wardenship. His evidence came like a bomb. He charged the management with corruption and fraud, and so forth. The investigators took fright. They closed the sessions and departed for Harrisburg, announcing through the press that they would visit Moyamensing 21 and then return to Riverside. But they did not return. The report they submitted to the governor exonerated the warden. The men were gloomy over the state of affairs. 100 prisoners were prepared to testify, and much was expected from the committee. I had all my facts on hand. Bob had fished out for me the bundle of material from its hiding place. It was in good condition, in spite of the long soaking. I am enclosing some new data in this letter, for use in our book. Now that he is cleared, the warden has grown even more arrogant and despotic. Yet some good the agitation in the press has accomplished. Clubbings are less frequent, and the bull ring is temporarily abolished. But his hatred of me has grown venomous. He holds us responsible, together with Dempsey and Beatty, for organizing the opposition to convict labor, which has culminated in the Mühlbronner Law. It is to take effect on the 1st of the year. The prison administration is very bitter, because the statute, which permits only 35% of the inmates to be employed in productive labor, will considerably minimize opportunities for graft. But the men are rejoicing. The terrible slavery in the shops has driven many to insanity and death. The law is one of the rare instances of rational legislation. Its benefit to labor in general is nullified, however, by limiting convict competition only within the state. The inspectors are already seeking a market for the prison products in other states, while the convict manufacturers of New York, Ohio, Illinois, etc., are disposed of in Pennsylvania. The irony of beneficent legislation. On the other hand, the inmates need not suffer for lack of employment. The new law allows the unlimited manufacture, within the prison, of products for local consumption. If the whine of the management regarding the detrimental effect of idleness on the convict is sincere, they could employ 5 times the population of the prison in the production of articles for our own needs. At present all the requirements of the penitentiary are supplied from the outside. The purchase of a farm, following the example set by the workhouse, would alone afford work for a considerable number of men. I have suggested, in a letter to the inspectors, various methods by which every inmate of the institution could be employed, among them the publication of a prison paper. Of course, they have ignored me. But what can you expect of a body of philanthropists who have the interest of the convict so much at heart that they delegated the president of the board, George A. Kelly, to oppose the parole bill, a measure certainly along advanced lines of modern criminology. Owing to the influence of Inspector Kelly, the bill was shelved at the last session of the legislature, though the prisoners have been praying for it for years. It has robbed the moneyless lifetimers of their last hope. A clause in the parole bill held out to them the promise of release after 20 years of good behavior. Dark days are in store for the men. Apparently the campaign of the inspectors consists in forcing the repeal of the Mühlbronner law, by raising the hue and cry of insanity and sickness. They are actually causing both by keeping half the population locked up. You know how quickly the solitary drives certain classes of prisoners insane. Especially the more ignorant element, whose mental horizon is circumscribed by their personal troubles and pain, speedily fall victims. Think of men, who cannot even read, put incommunicado for months at a time, for years even. Most of the colored prisoners, and those accustomed to outdoor life, such as farmers and the like, quickly develop the germs of consumption in close confinement. Now, this willful murder, for it is nothing else, is absolutely unnecessary. The yard is big and well protected by the 30-foot wall, with armed guards patrolling it. Why not give the unemployed men air and exercise, since the management is determined to keep them idle? I suggested the idea to the warden, but he berated me for my habitual interference in matters that do not concern me. I often wonder at the enigma of human nature. There's the captain, a man 72 years old. He should bethink himself of death, of meeting his Maker, since he pretends to believe in religion. Instead, he is bending all his energies to increase insanity and disease among the convicts, in order to force the repeal of the law that has lessened the flow of blood money. It is almost beyond belief, but you have yourself witnessed the effect of a brutal atmosphere upon new officers. Wright has been warden for 30 years, he has come to regard the prison as his undisputed dominion, and now he is furious at the legislative curtailment of his absolute control. This letter will remind you of our bulky notes in the good old days when KG were here. I miss our correspondence. There are some intelligent men on the range, but they are not interested in the thoughts that seethe within me and call for expression. Just now the chief topic of local interest, after, of course, the usual discussion of the grub, women, kids, and their health and troubles, is the Spanish War and the new dining room, in which the shop employees are to be fed en masse, out of Chinaware. Think of it. Some of the men are tremendously patriotic, others welcome the war as a sinecure affording easy money and plenty of excitement. You remember young Butch and his partners, Mirtha, Tommy, etc. They have recently been released, too wasted and broken in health to be fit for manual labor. All of them have signified their intention of joining the insurrection, some are enrolling in the regular army for the war. Butch is already in Cuba. I had a letter from him. There is a passage in it that is tragically characteristic. He refers to a skirmish he participated in. "We shot a lot of Spaniards, mostly from ambush," he writes, "it was great sport." It is the attitude of the military adventurer, to whom a sacred cause like the Cuban uprising unfortunately affords the opportunity to satisfy his lust for blood. Butch was a very gentle boy when he entered the prison. But he has witnessed much heartlessness and cruelty during his term of 3 years. Letter growing rather long. Good night. A. Chapters 31 to 35 primarily deal with Alec's efforts to concretize his plan of escape. Alec's comrades, following his instructions, begin to build a tunnel into the prison yard from a house across the street from the prison. See Emma's amazing account of the digging of the tunnel in her autobiography, Living My Life. Chapter 36, which follows, tells the events from Alec's perspective. Chapter 36 The Underground. May 10, 1900. My dear Tony 22. Your letters intoxicate me with hope and joy. No sooner have I sipped the rich aroma than I am athirst for more nectar. Write often, dear friend, it is the only solace of suspense. Do not worry about this end of the line. All is well. By stratagem I have at last procured the privilege of the yard. Only for a few minutes every morning, but I am judiciously extending my prescribed time and area. The prospects are bright here, every one talks of my application to the superior court, and peace reigns, you understand. A pity I cannot write directly to my dear, faithful comrades, your co-workers. You shall be the medium. Transmit to them my deepest appreciation. Tell Yankee and Ibsen and our Italian comrades what I feel. I know I need not explain it further to you. No one realizes better than myself the terrible risks they are taking, the fearful toll in silence and darkness, almost within hearing of the guards. The danger, the heroic self-sacrifice. What money could buy such devotion? I grow faint with the thought of their peril. I could almost cry at the beautiful demonstration of solidarity and friendship. Dear comrades, I feel proud of you, and proud of the great truth of anarchism that can produce such disciples, such spirit. I embrace you, my noble comrades, and may you speed the day that will make me happy with the sight of your faces, the touch of your hands. June 5th. Dear Tony. Your silence was unbearable. The suspense is terrible. Was it really necessary to halt operations so long? I am surprised you did not foresee the shortage of air and the lack of light. You would have saved so much time. It is a great relief to know that the work is progressing again, and very fortunate indeed that Yankee understands electricity. It must be hellish work to pump air into the shaft. Take precautions against the whir of the machinery. The piano idea is great. Point 23. Keep her playing and singing as much as possible, and be sure you have all windows open. The beasts on the wall will be soothed by the music, and it will drown the noises underground. Have an electric button connected from the piano to the shaft. When the player sees anything suspicious on the street or the guards on the wall, she can at once notify the comrades to stop work. I am enclosing the wall and yard measurements you asked. But why do you need them? Don't bother with unnecessary things. From house beneath the street, directly toward the southwestern wall. For that you can procure measurements outside. On the inside you require none. Go under wall, about 20 to 30 feet, till you strike wall of blind alley. Cut into it, and all will be complete. Right of progress without delay. Greetings to all. June 20th. A house on Sterling Street from which the tunnel started. B. Point at which the tunnel entered under the east wall. C. Mat shop, near which the author was permitted to take his birds for 10 minutes every day, for exercise. D. North block, where the author was confined at the time of the tunnel episode. E. South block. Tony. Your letters bewilder me. Why has the route been changed? You were to go to southwest, yet you say now you are near the east wall. It's simply incredible, Tony. Your explanation is not convincing. If you found a gas main near the gate, you could have gone around it. Besides, the gate is out of your way anyhow. Why did you take that direction at all? I wish, Tony, you would follow my instructions and the original plan. Your failure to report the change immediately may prove fatal. I could have informed you once you were near the southeastern gate to go directly underneath, then you would have saved digging under the wall. There is no stone foundation, of course, beneath the gate. Now that you have turned the southeast corner, you will have to come under the wall there, and it is the worst possible place, because that particular part used to be a swamp, and I have learned that it was filled with extra masonry. Another point, an old abandoned natural gas well is somewhere under the east wall, about 300 feet from the gate. Tell our friends to be on the lookout for fumes. It is a very dangerous place, special precautions must be taken. Do not mind my brusqueness, dear Tony. My nerves are on edge, the suspense is driving me mad. and I must mask my feelings, and smile, and look indifferent. But I haven't a moment's peace. I imagine the most terrible things when you fail to write. Please be more punctual. I know you have your hands full, but I fear I'll go insane before this thing is over. Tell me especially how far you intend going along the east wall, and where you'll come out. This complicates the matter. You have already gone a longer distance than would have been necessary per original plan. It was a grave mistake, and if you were not such a devoted friend, I'd feel very cross with you. Write at once. I am arranging a new sub-rosa route. They are building in the yard, many outside drivers, you understand. Dear Tony. I'm in great haste to send this. You know the shed opposite the east wall. It has only a wooden floor and is not frequented much by officers. A few cons are there, from the stone pile. I'll attend to them. Make directly for that shed. It's a short distance from wall. I enclose measurements. Tony. You distract me beyond words. What has become of your caution, your judgment? A hole in the grass will not do. I am absolutely opposed to it. There are a score of men on the stone pile and several screws. It is sure to be discovered. And even if you leave the upper crust intact for a foot or two, how am I to dive into the hole in the presence of so many? You don't seem to have considered that. There is only one way, the one I explained in my last. Go to the shed, it's only a little more work, 30 to 40 feet, no more. Tell the comrades the grass idea is impossible. A little more effort, friends, and all will be well. Answer at once. Dear Tony. Why do you insist on the hole in the ground? I tell you again it will not do. I won't consider it for a moment. I am on the inside, you must let me decide what can or cannot be done here. I am prepared to risk everything for liberty, would risk my life 1,000 times. I am too desperate now for anyone to block my escape, I'd break through a wall of guards, if necessary. But I still have a little judgment, though I am almost insane with the suspense and anxiety. If you insist on the hole, I'll make the break, though there is not one chance in 100 for success. I beg of you, Tony, the thing must be dug to the shed, it's only a little way. After such a tremendous effort, can we jeopardize it all so lightly? I assure you, the success of the whole plan is unthinkable. They'd all see me go down into it, I'd be followed at once, what's the use talking? Besides, you know I have no revolvers. Of course I'll have a weapon, but it will not help the escape. Another thing, your change of plans has forced me to get an assistant. The man is reliable, and I have only confided to him parts of the project. I need him to investigate around the shed, take measurements, etc. I am not permitted anywhere near the wall. But you need not trouble about this, I'll be responsible for my friend. But I tell you about it, so that you prepare 2 pair of overalls instead of 1. Also leave 2 revolvers in the house, money, and cipher directions for us where to go. None of our comrades is to wait for us. Let them all leave as soon as everything is ready. But be sure you don't stop at the hole. Go to the shed, absolutely. Tony. The hole will not do. The more I think of it, the more impossible I find it. I am sending an urgent call for money to the editor. You know whom I mean. Get in communication with him at once. Use the money to continue work to shed. Direct to Box A7. Allegheny City, PA. June 25, 1900. Dear Comrade. The chaplain was very kind to permit me an extra sheet of paper, on urgent business. I write to you in a very great extremity. You are aware of the efforts of my friends to appeal my case. Read carefully, please. I have lost faith in their attorneys. I have engaged my own lawyers. Lawyers in quotation marks, a prison joke, you see. I have utmost confidence in these lawyers. They will, Absolutely, procure my release, even if it is not a pardon, you understand. I mean, we'll go to the superior court, different from a pardon board, another prison joke. My friends are short of money. We need some at once. The work is started, but cannot be finished for lack of funds. Mark well what I say, I'll not be responsible for anything. The worst may happen unless money is procured at once. You have influence. I rely on you to understand and to act promptly. Your comrade, Alexander Berkman. My poor Tony. I can see how this thing has gone on your nerves. To think that you the cautious Tony, should be so reckless to send me a telegram. You could have ruined the whole thing. I had trouble explaining to the chaplain, but it's all right now. Of course, if it must be the whole, it can't be helped. I understood the meaning of your wire, from the 7th bar on the east wall, 10 feet to west. We'll be there on the minute 3 p.m. But July 4th won't do. It's a holiday, no work, my friend will be locked up. Can't leave him in the lurch. It will have to be next day, July 5th. It's only 3 days more. I wish it was over, I can't bear the worry and suspense any more. May it be my Independence Day. July 6th. Tony. It's terrible. It's all over. Couldn't make it. Went there on time, but found a big pile of stone and brick right on top of the spot. Impossible to do anything. I warned you they were building near there. I was seen at the wall, am now strictly forbidden to leave the cell house. But my friend has been there a dozen times since the hole can't be reached, a mountain of stone hides it. It won't be discovered for a little while. Telegraph at once to New York for more money. You must continue to the shed. I can force my way there, if need be. It's the only hope. Don't lose a minute. July 13th. Tony. $100 was sent to the office for me from New York. I told Chaplin it is for my appeal. I am sending the money to you. Have work continued at once. There is still hope. Nothing suspected. But the wire that you pushed through the grass to indicate the spot, was not found by my friend. Too much stone over it? Go to shed at once. July 16th. Tunnel discovered. Lose no time. Leave the city immediately. I am locked up on suspicion. In chapters 37 and 38, Berkman is put in solitary, being suspected of having had something to do with the tunnel. Berkman makes plans for another escape, but it is foiled by the death of his co-conspirator. Chapter 39 deals with an investigation of prison conditions. In chapter 40, Russell, a young fellow prisoner and confidant of Berkman's, is killed by a mistaken injection in the prison hospital. Chapter 41 follows here. Chapter 41 The Shock at Buffalo. July 10, 1901. Dear girl. This is from the hospital, Sub Rosa. Just out of the straitjacket, after 8 days. For over a year I was in the strictest solitary, for a long time mail and reading matter were denied me. I have no words to describe the horror of the last months. I have passed through a great crisis. 2 of my best friends died in a frightful manner. The death of Russell, especially, affected me. He was very young, and my dearest and most devoted friend, and he died a terrible death. The doctor charged the boy with shamming, but now he says it was spinal meningitis. I cannot tell you the awful truth, it was nothing short of murder, and my poor friend rotted away by inches. When he died they found his back one mass of bed sores. If you could read the pitiful letters he wrote, begging to see me, and to be nursed by me. But the warden wouldn't permit it. In some manner his agony seemed to affect me, and I began to experience the pains and symptoms that Russell described in his notes. I knew it was my sick fancy, I strove against it, but presently my legs showed signs of paralysis, and I suffered excruciating pain in the spinal column, just like Russell. I was afraid that I would be done to death like my poor friend. I grew suspicious of every guard, and would barely touch the food, for fear of its being poisoned. My head was workin', they said. And all the time I knew it was my diseased imagination, and I was in terror of going mad. I tried so hard to fight it, but it would always creep up, and get hold of me stronger and stronger. Another week of solitary would have killed me. I was on the verge of suicide. I demanded to be relieved from the cell, and the warden ordered me punished. I was put in the straitjacket. They bound my body in canvas, strapped my arms to the bed, and chained my feet to the posts. I was kept that way 8 days, unable to move, rotting in my own excrement. Released prisoners called the attention of our new inspector to my case. He refused to believe that such things were being done in the penitentiary. Reports spread that I was going blind and insane. Then the inspector visited the hospital and had me released from the jacket. I am in pretty bad shape, but they put me in the general ward now, and I am glad of the chance to send you this note. Sasha. 2. Direct to Box A7. Allegheny City, PA. July 25, 1901. Dear Sonia 24. I cannot tell you how happy I am to be allowed to write to you again. My privileges have been restored by our new inspector, a very kindly man. He has relieved me from the cell, and now I am again on the range. The inspector requested me to deny to my friends the reports which have recently appeared in the papers concerning my condition. I have not been well of late, but now I hope to improve. My eyes are very poor. The inspector has given me permission to have a specialist examine them. Please arrange for it through our local comrades. There is another piece of very good news, dear friend. A new commutation law has been passed, which reduces my sentence by 2.5 years. It still leaves me a long time, of course, almost 4 years here, and another year to the workhouse. However, it is a considerable gain, and if I should not get into solitary again, I am almost afraid to utter the thought I may live to come out. I feel as if I am being resurrected. The new law benefits the short-timers proportionately much more than the men with longer sentences. Only the poor lifers do not share in it. We were very anxious for a while, as there were many rumors that the law would be declared unconstitutional. Fortunately, the attempt to nullify its benefits proved ineffectual. Think of men who will see something unconstitutional in allowing the prisoners a little more good time than the commutation statute of 40 years ago. As if a little kindness to the unfortunates really justice is incompatible with the spirit of Jefferson. We were greatly worried over the fate of this statute, but at last the first batch has been released, and there is much rejoicing over it. There is a peculiar history about this new law, which may interest you. It sheds a significant side light. It was especially designed for the benefit of a high federal officer who was recently convicted of aiding 2 wealthy Philadelphia tobacco manufacturers to defraud the government of a few millions, by using counterfeit tax stamps. Their influence secured the introduction of the commutation bill and its hasty passage. The law would have cut their sentences almost in two, but certain newspapers seem to have taken offense at having been kept in ignorance of the deal, and protests began to be voiced. The matter finally came up before the Attorney General of the United States, who decided that the men in whose special interest the law was engineered, could not benefit by it, because a state law does not affect U.S. prisoners, the latter being subject to the Federal Commutation Act. Imagine the discomfiture of the politicians. An attempt was even made to suspend the operation of the statute. Fortunately it failed, and now the common state prisoners, who were not at all meant to profit, are being released. The legislature has unwittingly given some unfortunates here much happiness. I was interrupted in this writing by being called out for a visit. I could hardly credit it, the first comrade I have been allowed to see in 9 years. It was Harry Gordon, and I was so overcome by the sight of the dear friend, I could barely speak. He must have prevailed upon the new inspector to issue a permit. The latter is now acting warden, owing to the serious illness of Captain Wright. Perhaps he will allow me to see my sister. 25 Will you kindly communicate with her at once? Meantime I shall try to secure a pass. With renewed hope, and always with green memory of you. Alex. 3. Sub Rosa. December 20th, 1901. Dearest girl. I know how your visit and my strange behavior have affected you. The sight of your face after all these years completely unnerved me. I could not think, I could not speak. It was as if all my dreams of freedom, the whole world of the living, were concentrated in the shiny little trinket that was dangling from your watch chain. I couldn't take my eyes off it, I couldn't keep my hand from playing with it. It absorbed my whole being. And all the time I felt how nervous you were at my silence, and I couldn't utter a word. Perhaps it would have been better for us not to have seen each other under the present conditions. It was lucky they did not recognize you, they took you for my sister, though I believe your identity was suspected after you had left. You would surely not have been permitted the visit, had the old warden been here. He was ill at the time. He never got over the shock of the tunnel, and finally he has been persuaded by the prison physician, who has secret aspirations to the wardenship, that the anxieties of his position are a menace to his advanced age. Considerable dissatisfaction has also developed of late against the warden among the inspectors. Well, he has resigned at last, thank goodness. The prisoners have been praying for it for years, and some of the boys on the range celebrated the event by getting drunk on wood alcohol. The new warden has just assumed charge, and we hope for improvement. He is a physician by profession, with the title of Major in the Pennsylvania Militia. It was entirely uncalled for on the part of the officious friend, whoever he may have been, to cause you unnecessary worry over my health, and my renewed persecution. You remember that in July the new inspector released me from the straitjacket and assigned me to work on the range. But I was locked up again in October, after the McKinley incident. 26 The president of the Board of Inspectors was at the time in New York. He inquired by wire what I was doing. Upon being informed that I was working on the range, he ordered me into solitary. The new warden, on assuming office, sent for me. They give you a bad reputation, he said, but I will let you out of the cell if you'll promise to do what is right by me. He spoke brusquely, in the manner of a man closing a business deal, with the power of dictating terms. He reminded me of Bismarck at Versailles. Yet he did not seem unkind, the thought of escape was probably in his mind. But the new law has germinated the hope of survival. My weakened condition and the unexpected shortening of my sentence have at last decided me to abandon the idea of escape. I therefore replied to the warden. I will do what is right by you, if you treat me right. Thereupon he assigned me to work on the range. It is almost like liberty to have the freedom of the cell house after the close solitary. And you, dear friend? In your letters I feel how terribly torn you are by the events of the recent months. I lived in great fear for your safety, and I can barely credit the good news that you are at liberty. It seems almost a miracle. I followed the newspapers with great anxiety. The whole country seemed to be swept with the fury of revenge. To a considerable extent the press fanned the fires of persecution. Here in the prison very little sincere grief was manifested. Out of hearing of the guards, the men passed very uncomplimentary remarks about the dead president. The average prisoner corresponds to the average citizen. Their patriotism is very passive, except when stimulated by personal interest, or artificially excited. But if the press mirrored the sentiment of the people, the nation must have suddenly relapsed into cannibalism. There were moments when I was in mortal dread for your very life, and for the safety of the other arrested comrades. In previous letters you hinted that it was official rivalry and jealousy, and your absence from New York, to which you owe your release. You may be right, yet I believe that your attitude of proud self-respect and your admirable self-control contributed much to the result. You were splendid, dear, and I was especially moved by your remark that you would faithfully nurse the wounded man, if he required your services, but that the poor boy, condemned and deserted by all, needed and deserved your sympathy and aid more than the president. More strikingly than your letters, that remark discovered to me the great change wrought in us by the ripening years. Yes, in us, in both, for my heart echoed your beautiful sentiment. How impossible such a thought would have been to us in the days of a decade ago. We should have considered it treason to the spirit of revolution. It would have outraged all our traditions even to admit the humanity of an official representative of capitalism. Is it not very significant that we two, you living in the very heart of anarchist thought and activity and I in the atmosphere of absolute suppression and solitude, should have arrived at the same evolutionary point after a decade of divergent paths? You have alluded in a recent letter to the ennobling and broadening influence of sorrow. Yet not upon every one does it exert a similar effect. Some natures grow embittered, and shrink with the poison of misery. I often wonder at my lack of bitterness and enmity, even against the old warden, and surely I have good cause to hate him. Is it because of greater maturity? I rather think it is temperamentally conditioned. The love of the people, the hatred of oppression of our younger days, vital as these sentiments were with us, were mental rather than emotional. Fortunately so, I think. For those like Fedaya and Louis and Pauline, and numerous others, soon have their emotionally inflated idealism punctured on the thorny path of the social Protestant. Only aspirations that spontaneously leap from the depths of our soul persist in the face of antagonistic forces. The revolutionist is born. Beneath our love and hatred of former days lay inherent rebellion, and the passionate desire for liberty and life. In the long years of isolation I have looked deeply into my heart. With open mind and sincere purpose, I have revised every emotion and every thought. Away from my former atmosphere and the disturbing influence of the world's turmoil, I have divested myself of all traditions and accepted beliefs. I have studied the sciences and the humanities, contemplated life, and pondered over human destiny. For weeks and months I would be absorbed in the domain of pure reason, or discuss with Leibniz the question of free will, and seek to penetrate, beyond Spencer, into the unknowable. Political science and economics, law and criminology, I studied them with unprejudiced mind, and sought to slacken my soul's thirst by delving deeply into religion and theology, seeking the key to life at the feet of Mrs. Eddy, expectantly listening for the voice of the disembodied, studying Korshenite and Theosophy, absorbing the prana of knowledge and power, and concentrating upon the wisdom of the yogi. And after years of contemplation and study, chastened by much sorrow and suffering, I arise from the broken fetters of the world's folly and delusions, to behold the threshold of a new life of liberty and equality. My youth's ideal of a free humanity in the vague future has become clarified and crystallized into the living truth of anarchy, as the sustaining elemental force of my everyday existence. Often I have wondered in the years gone by, was not wisdom dear at the price of enthusiasm? At 31 is not so reckless, not so fanatical and one-sided as at 20. With maturity we become more universal, but life is a Shylock that cannot be cheated of his due. For every lesson it teaches us, we have a wound or a scar to show. We grow broader, but too often the heart contracts as the mind expands, and the fires are burning down while we are learning. At such moments my mind would revert to the days when the momentarily expected approach of the social revolution absorbed our exclusive interest. The raging present and its conflicting currents passed us by, while our eyes were riveted upon the dawn, in thrilling expectancy of the sunrise. Life and its manifold expressions were vexatious to the spirit of revolt, and poetry, literature, and art were scorned as hindrances to progress, unless they sounded the tocsin of immediate revolution. Humanity was sharply divided in two warring camps: the noble people, the producers, who yearned for the light of the new gospel, and the hated oppressors, the exploiters, who craftily strove to obscure the rising day that was to give back to man his heritage. If only the good people were given an opportunity to hear the great truth, how joyfully they would embrace anarchy and walk in triumph into the promised land. The splendid naivete of the days that resented as a personal reflection the least misgiving of the future, the enthusiasm that discounted the power of inherent prejudice and predilection. Magnificent was the day of hearts on fire with the hatred of oppression and the love of liberty. Woe indeed to the man or the people whose soul never warmed with the spark of Prometheus, for it is youth that has climbed the heights. But maturity has clarified the way, and the stupendous task of human regeneration will be accomplished only by the purified vision of hearts that grow not cold. And you, my dear friend, with the deeper insight of time, you have yet happily kept your heart young. I have rejoiced at it in your letters of recent years, and it is especially evident from the sentiments you have expressed regarding the happening at Buffalo. I share your view entirely. For that very reason, it is the more distressing to disagree with you in one very important particular, the value of Leon's act. I know the terrible ordeal you have passed through, the fiendish persecution to which you have been subjected. Worse than all must have been to you the general lack of understanding for such phenomena, and, sadder yet, the despicable attitude of some would-be radicals in denouncing the man and his act. But I am confident you will not mistake my expressed disagreement for condemnation. We need not discuss the phase of the attentat which manifested the rebellion of a tortured soul, the individual protest against social wrong. Such phenomena are the natural result of evil conditions, as inevitable as the flooding of the river banks by the swelling mountain torrents. But I cannot agree with you regarding the social value of Leon's act. I have read of the beautiful personality of the youth, of his inability to adapt himself to brutal conditions, and the rebellion of his soul. It throws a significant light upon the causes of the attentat. Indeed, it is at once the greatest tragedy of martyrdom, and the most terrible indictment of society, that it forces the noblest men and women to shed human blood, though their souls shrink from it. But the more imperative it is that drastic methods of this character be resorted to only as a last extremity. To prove of value, they must be motived by social rather than individual necessity, and be directed against a real and immediate enemy of the people. The significance of such a deed is understood by the popular mind, and in that alone is the propagandistic, educational importance of an attentat, except if it is exclusively an act of terrorism. Now, I do not believe that this deed was terroristic, and I doubt whether it was educational, because the social necessity for its performance was not manifest. That you may not misunderstand, I repeat, as an expression of personal revolt it was inevitable, and in itself an indictment of existing conditions. But the background of social necessity was lacking, and therefore the value of the act was to a great extent nullified. In Russia, where political oppression is popularly felt, such a deed would be of great value. But the scheme of political subjection is more subtle in America. And though McKinley was the chief representative of our modern slavery, he could not be considered in the light of a direct and immediate enemy of the people, while in an absolutism, the autocrat is visible and tangible. The real despotism of republican institutions is far deeper, more insidious, because it rests on the popular delusion of self-government and independence. That is the subtle source of democratic tyranny, and, as such, it cannot be reached with a bullet. In modern capitalism, exploitation rather than oppression is the real enemy of the people. Oppression is but its handmaid. Hence the battle is to be waged in the economic rather than the political field. It is therefore that I regard my own act as far more significant and educational than Leon's. It was directed against a tangible, real oppressor, visualized as such by the people. As long as misery and tyranny fill the world, social contrasts and consequent hatreds will persist, and the noblest of the race are Cholgazes burst forth in rockets of iron. But does this lightning really illumine the social horizon, or merely confuse minds with the succeeding darkness? The struggle of labor against capital is a class war, essentially and chiefly economic. In that arena the battles must be fought. It was not these considerations, of course, that inspired the nationwide manhunt, or the attitude even of alleged radicals. Their cowardice has filled me with loathing and sadness. The brutal farce of the trial, the hypocrisy of the whole proceeding, the thirst for the blood of the martyr, these make one almost despair of humanity. I must close. The friend to smuggle out this letter will be uneasy about its bulk. Send me sign of receipt, and I hope that you may be permitted a little rest and peace, to recover from the nightmare of the last months. Sasha. In chapter 42, Berkman discusses prison life and the fate of some fellow prisoners. Chapter 43 follows. Chapter 43, Passing the Love of Woman. The presence of my old friend is a source of much pleasure. George is an intelligent man. The long years of incarceration have not circumscribed his intellectual horizon. The approach of release is intensifying his interest in the life beyond the gates, and we pass the idle hours conversing over subjects of mutual interest, discussing social theories and problems of the day. He has a broad grasp of affairs, but his temperament and Catholic traditions are antagonistic to the ideas dear to me. Yet his attitude is free from personalities and narrow prejudice, and our talks are conducted along scientific and philosophical lines. The recent death of Liebknecht and the American lecture tour of Peter Kropotkin afford opportunity for the discussion of modern social questions. There are many subjects of mutual interest, and my friend, whose great-grandfather was among the signers of the Declaration, waxes eloquent in denunciation of his country's policy of extermination in the Philippines and the growing imperialistic tendencies of the Republic. A Democrat of the Jeffersonian type, he is virulent against the old warden on account of his favoritism and discrimination. His prison experience, he informs me, has considerably altered the views of democracy he once entertained. "Why, Alec, there is no justice," he says vehemently, "no, not even in the best democracy. 10 years ago I would have staked my life on the courts. Today I know they are a failure, our whole jurisprudence is wrong. You see, I have been here 9 years. I have met and made friends with hundreds of criminals. Some were pretty desperate, and many of them scoundrels. But I have to meet one yet in whom I couldn't discover some good quality, if he's scratched right. Look at that fellow there," he points to a young prisoner scrubbing an upper range, "that's Johnny the hunk. He's in for murder. Now what did the judge and jury know about him? Just this, he was a hard-working boy in the mills. One Saturday he attended a wedding, with a chum of his. They were both drunk when they went out into the street. They were boisterous, and a policeman tried to arrest them. Johnny's chum resisted. The cop must have lost his head, he shot the fellow dead. It was right near Johnny's home, and he ran in and got a pistol, and killed the policeman. Must have been crazy with drink. Well, they were going to hang him, but he was only a kid, hardly 16. They gave him 15 years. Now he's all in, they've just ruined the boy's life. And what kind of a boy is he, do you know? Guess what he did? It was only a few months ago. Some screw told him that the widow of the cop he shot is hard up, she has 3 children, and takes in washing. Do you know what Johnny did? He went around among the cons, and got together $50 on the fancy paperwork he is making, he's an artist at it. He sent the woman the money, and begged her to forgive him. Is that true, doctor? Every word. I went to Milligan's office on some business, and the boy had just sent the money to the woman. The chaplain was so much moved by it, he told me the whole story. But wait, that isn't all. You know what that woman did? What? She wrote to Johnny that he was a dirty murderer, and that if he ever goes up for a pardon, she will oppose it. She didn't want anything to do with him, she wrote. But she kept the money. How did Johnny take it? It's really wonderful about human nature. The boy cried over the letter, and told the chaplain that he wouldn't write to her again. But every minute he can spare he works on that fancy work, and every month he sends her money. That's the criminal the judge sentenced to 15 years in this hell. My friend is firmly convinced that the law is entirely impotent to deal with our social ills. Why, look at the courts, he exclaims, they don't concern themselves with crime. They merely punish the criminal, absolutely indifferent to his antecedents and environment, and the predisposing causes. But, George, I rejoin, it is the economic system of exploitation, the dependence upon a master for your livelihood, want and the fear of want, which are responsible for most crimes. Only partly so, Alec. If it wasn't for the corruption in our public life, and the commercial scourge that holds everything for sale, and the spirit of materialism which has cheapened human life, there would not be so much violence and crime, even under what you call the capitalist system. At any rate, there is no doubt the law is an absolute failure in dealing with crime. The criminal belongs to the sphere of therapeutics. Give him to the doctor instead of the jailer. You mean, George, that the criminal is to be considered a product of anthropological and physical factors. But don't you see that you must also examine society, to determine to what extent social conditions are responsible for criminal actions? And if that were done, I believe most crimes would be found to be misdirected energy, misdirected because of false standards, wrong environment, and unenlightened self-interest. Well, I haven't given much thought to that phase of the question. But aside of social conditions, see what a botch the penal institutions are making of it. For one thing, the promiscuous mingling of young and old, without regard to relative depravity and criminality, is converting prisons into veritable schools of crime and vice. The blackjack and the dungeon are surely not the proper means of reclamation, no matter what the social causes of crime. Restraint and penal methods can't reform. The very idea of punishment precludes betterment. True reformation can emanate only from voluntary impulse, inspired and cultivated by intelligent advice and kind treatment. But reformation which is the result of fear, lacks the very essentials of its object, and will vanish like smoke the moment fear abates. And you know, Alec, the reformatories are even worse than the prisons. Look at the fellows here from the various reform schools. Why, it's a disgrace. The boys who come from the outside are decent fellows. But those kids from the reformatories, 1/3 of the cons here have graduated there. They are terrible. You can spot them by looking at them. They are worse than street prostitutes. My friend is very bitter against the prison element, variously known as the girls, Sallies, and punks, who for gain traffic in sexual gratification. But he takes a broad view of the moral aspect of homosexuality. His denunciation is against the commerce in carnal desires. As a medical man, and a student, he is deeply interested in the manifestations of suppressed sex. He speaks with profound sympathy of the brilliant English man of letters, whom the world of cant and stupidity has driven to prison and to death because his sex life did not conform to the accepted standards. In detail, my friend traces the various phases of his psychic development since his imprisonment, and I warm toward him with a sense of intense humanity, as he reveals the intimate emotions of his being. A general medical practitioner, he had not come in personal contact with cases of homosexuality. He had heard of pederasty, but like the majority of his colleagues, he had neither understanding for nor sympathy with the sex practices he considered abnormal and vicious. In prison he was horrified at the perversion that frequently came under his observation. For 2 years the very thought of such matters filled him with disgust. He even refused to speak to the men and boys known to be homosexual, unconditionally condemning them with my prejudices rather than my reason, he remarks. But the forces of suppression were at work. Now, this is in confidence, Alec, he cautions me. I know you will understand. Probably you yourself have experienced the same thing. I'm glad I can talk to someone about it. The other fellows here wouldn't understand it. It makes me sick to see how they all grow indignant over a fellow who is caught. And the officers, too, though you know as well as I that quite a number of them are addicted to these practices. Well, I'll tell you. I suppose it's the same story with everyone here, especially the long-timers. I was terribly dejected and hopeless when I came. 16 years I didn't believe for a moment I could live through it. I was abusing myself pretty badly. Still, after a while, when I got work and began to take an interest in this life, I got over it. But as time went, the sex instinct awakened. I was young, about 25, strong and healthy. Sometimes I thought I'd get crazy with passion. You remember when we were celling together on that upper range, on our, You were in the stocking shop then, weren't you? Don't you remember? Of course I remember, George. You were in the cell next mine. We could see out on the river. It was in the summer, we could hear the excursion boats, and the girls singing and dancing. That, too, helped to turn me back to onanism. I really believe the whole blessed range used to indulge then. Think of the precious material fed to the fishes, he smiles, the privies, you know, empty into the river. Some geniuses may have been lost to the world in those orgies. Yes, orgies, that's just what they were. As a matter of fact, I don't believe there is a single man in the prison who doesn't abuse himself, at one time or another. If there is, he's a mighty exception. I have known some men to masturbate 4 and 5 times a day. Kept it up for months, too. Yes, and they either get the con, or go bugs. As a medical man, I think that self-abuse, if practiced no more frequently than ordinary coition, would be no more injurious than the latter. But it can't be done. It grows on you terribly. And the second stage is more dangerous than the first. What do you call the second? Well, the first is the dejection stage. Hopeless and despondent, you seek forgetfulness in onanism. You don't care what happens. It's what I might call mechanical self-abuse, not induced by actual sex desire. This stage passes with your dejection, as soon as you begin to take an interest in the new life, as all of us are forced to do, before long. The second stage is the psychic and mental. It is not the result of dejection. With the gradual adaptation to the new conditions, a comparatively normal life begins, manifesting sexual desires. At this stage your self-abuse is induced by actual need. It is the more dangerous phase, because the frequency of the practice grows with the recurring thought of home, your wife, or sweetheart. While the first was mechanical, giving no special pleasure, and resulting only in increasing lassitude, the second stage revolves about the charms of some loved woman, or one desired, and affords intense joy. Therein is its allurement and danger, and that's why the habit gains in strength. The more miserable the life, the more frequently you will fall back upon your sole source of pleasure. Many become helpless victims. I have noticed that prisoners of lower intelligence are the worst in this respect. I have had the same experience. The narrower your mental horizon, the more you dwell upon your personal troubles and wrongs. That is probably the reason why the more illiterate go insane with confinement. No doubt of it. You have had exceptional opportunities for observation of the solitaries and the new men. What did you notice, Alec? Well, in some respects the existence of a prisoner is like the life of a factory worker. As a rule, men used to outdoor life suffer most from solitary. They are less able to adapt themselves to the close quarters, and the foul air quickly attacks their lungs. Besides, those who have no interests beyond their personal life, soon become victims of insanity. I've always advised new men to interest themselves in some study or fancy work. It's their only salvation. If you yourself have survived, it's because you lived in your theories and ideals, I'm sure of it. And I continued my medical studies, and sought to absorb myself in scientific subjects. For a moment George pauses. The veins of his forehead protrude, as if he is undergoing a severe mental struggle. Presently he says, Alec, I'm going to speak very frankly to you. I'm much interested in the subject. I'll give you my intimate experiences, and I want you to be just as frank with me. I think it's one of the most important things, and I want to learn all I can about it. Very little is known about it, and much less understood. About what, George? About homosexuality. I have spoken of the second phase of onanism. With a strong effort I overcame it. Not entirely, of course. But I have succeeded in regulating the practice, indulging in it at certain intervals. But as the months and years passed, my emotions manifested themselves. It was like a psychic awakening. The desire to love something was strong upon me. Once I caught a little mouse in my cell, and tamed it a bit. It would eat out of my hand, and come around at meal times, and by it would stay all evening to play with me. I learned to love it. Honestly, Alec, I cried when it died. And then, for a long time, I felt as if there was a void in my heart. I wanted something to love. It just swept me with wild craving for affection. Somehow the thought of woman gradually faded from my mind. When I saw my wife, it was just like a dear friend. But I didn't feel toward her sexually. One day, as I was passing in the hall, I noticed a young boy. He had been in only a short time, and he was rosy-cheeked, with a smooth little face and sweet lips. He reminded me of a girl I used to court before I married. After that I frequently surprised myself thinking of the lad. I felt no desire toward him, except just to know him and get friendly. I became acquainted with him, and when he heard I was a medical man, he would often call to consult me about the stomach trouble he suffered. The doctor here persisted in giving the poor kid salts and physics all the time. Well, Alec, I could hardly believe it myself, but I grew so fond of the boy, I was miserable when a day passed without my seeing him. I would take big chances to get near him. I was Rang Eamon then, and he was assistant on a top tier. We often had opportunities to talk. I got him interested in literature, and advised him what to read, for he didn't know what to do with his time. He had a fine character, that boy, and he was bright and intelligent. At first it was only a liking for him, but it increased all the time, till I couldn't think of any woman. But don't misunderstand me, Alec, it wasn't that I wanted a kid. I swear to you, the other youths had no attraction for me whatever, but this boy, his name was Floyd, he became so dear to me. Why, I used to give him everything I could get. I had a friendly guard, and he'd bring me fruit and things. Sometimes I'd just die to eat it, but I always gave it to Floyd. And, Alec, you remember when I was down in the dungeon 6 days? Well, it was for the sake of that boy. He did something, and I took the blame on myself. And the last time they kept me 9 days chained up, I hit a fellow for abusing Floyd. He was small and couldn't defend himself. I did not realize it at the time, Alec, but I know now that I was simply in love with the boy, wildly, madly in love. It came very gradually. For 2 years I loved him without the least taint of sex desire. It was the purest affection I ever felt in my life. It was all absorbing, and I would have sacrificed my life for him if he had asked it. But by degrees the psychic stage began to manifest all the expressions of love between the opposite sexes. I remember the first time he kissed me. It was early in the morning, only the rangemen were out, and I stole up to his cell to give him a delicacy. He put both hands between the bars, and pressed his lips to mine. Alec, I tell you, never in my life had I experienced such bliss as at that moment. It's 5 years ago, but it thrills me every time I think of it. It came suddenly, I didn't expect it. It was entirely spontaneous, our eyes met, and it seemed as if something drew us together. He told me he was very fond of me. From then on we became lovers. I used to neglect my work, and risk great danger to get a chance to kiss and embrace him. I grew terribly jealous, too, though I had no cause. I passed through every phase of a passionate love. With this difference, though, I felt a touch of the old disgust at the thought of actual sex contact. That I didn't do. It seemed to me a desecration of the boy, and of my love for him. But after a while that feeling also wore off, and I desired sexual relation with him. He said he loved me enough to do even that for me, though he had never done it before. He hadn't been in any reformatory, you know. And yet, somehow I couldn't bring myself to do it. I loved the lad too much for it. Perhaps you will smile, Alec, but it was real, true love. When Floyd was unexpectedly transferred to the other block, I felt that I would be the happiest man if I could only touch his hand again, or get one more kiss. You're laughing, he asks abruptly, a touch of anxiety in his voice. No, George. I am grateful for your confidence. I think it is a wonderful thing, and, George, I had felt the same horror and disgust at these things, as you did. But now I think quite differently about them. Really, Alec? I'm glad you say so. Often I was troubled, is it viciousness or what, I wondered, but I could never talk to anyone about it. They take everything here in such a filthy sense. Yet I knew in my heart that it was a true, honest emotion. George, I think it a very beautiful emotion. Just as beautiful as love for a woman. I had a friend here, his name was Russell, perhaps you remember him. I felt no physical passion toward him, but I think I loved him with all my heart. His death was a most terrible shock to me. It almost drove me insane. Silently George holds out his hand. In chapters 44 to 48 and in part 3 of the memoirs, Alec writes of the tuberculosis which is ravaging the prison, of being put, once again, into solitary, and of the new friend he has made in the socialist foreman of the weaving shop. These chapters are filled with hope as Berkman awaits his release from prison. Part 4, the final chapter of the memoirs, is included here in its entirety. Part 4, the resurrection. All night I toss sleeplessly on the cot, and pace the cell in nervous agitation, waiting for the dawn. With restless joy I watch the darkness melt, as the first rays herald the coming of the day. It is the 18th of May, my last day, my very last. A few more hours, and I shall walk through the gates, and drink in the warm sunshine and the balmy air, and be free to go and come as I please, after the nightmare of 13 years and 10 months in jail, penitentiary, and workhouse. My step quickens with the excitement of the outside, and I try to while away the heavy hours thinking of freedom and of friends. But my brain is in a turmoil, I cannot concentrate my thoughts. Visions of the near future, images of the past, flash before me, and crowd each other in bewildering confusion. Again and again my mind reverts to the unnecessary cruelty that has kept me in prison 3 months over and above my time. It was sheer sophistry to consider me a new prisoner, entitled only to 2 months' commutation. As a matter of fact, I was serving the last year of a 22-year sentence, and therefore I should have received 5 months' time off. The superintendent had repeatedly promised to inform me of the decision of the board of directors, and every day, for weeks and months, I anxiously waited for word from them. None ever came, and I had to serve the full 10 months. Well, it is almost over now. I have passed my last night in the cell, and the morning is here, the precious, blessed morning. How slowly the minutes creep. I listen intently, and catch the sound of bars being unlocked on the bottom range. It is the night captain turning the kitchen men out to prepare breakfast. 5 a.m. 2.5 hours yet before I shall be called, 2 endless hours, and then another 30 long minutes. Will they ever pass? And again I pace the cell. 2. The gong rings the rising hour. In great agitation I gather up my blankets, tin cup, and spoon, which must be delivered at the office before I am discharged. My heart beats turbulently, as I stand at the door, waiting to be called. But the guard unlocks the range and orders me to fall in for breakfast. The striped line winds down the stairs, past the lynx-eyed deputy standing in the middle of the hallway, and slowly circles through the center, where each man receives his portion of bread for the day and returns to his care. The turnkey, on his rounds of the range, casts a glance into my cell. "Not workin'," he says mechanically, shutting the door in my face. "I'm going out," I protest. "Not till you're called," he retorts, locking me in. I stand at the door, tense with suspense. I strain my ear for the approach of a guard to call me to the office, but all remains quiet. A vague fear steals over me, perhaps they will not release me today, I may be losing time. A feeling of nausea overcomes me, but by a strong effort I throw off the dreadful fancy, and quicken my step. I must not think. At last. The lever is pulled, my cell unlocked, and with a dozen other men I am marched to the clothes room, in single file and lockstep. I await my turn impatiently, as several men are undressed and their naked bodies scrutinized for contraband or hidden messages. The overseer flings a small bag at each man, containing the prisoner's civilian garb, shouting boisterously, "Hey, you! Take off them clothes, and put your rags on." I dress hurriedly. A guard accompanies me to the office, where my belongings are returned to me, some money friends had sent, my watch, and the piece of ivory the penitentiary turnkey had stolen from me, and which I had insisted on getting back before I left Riverside. The officer in charge hands me a railroad ticket to Pittsburgh, the fare costing about 30 cents, and I am conducted to the prison gate. 3. The sun shines brightly in the yard, the sky is clear, the air fresh and bracing. Now the last gate will be thrown open, and I shall be out of sight of the guard, beyond the bars alone. How I have hungered for this hour, how often in the past years have I dreamed of this rapturous moment to be alone, out in the open, away from the insolent eyes of my keepers. I'll rush away from these walls and kneel on the warm sod, and kiss the soil and embrace the trees, and with a song of joy give thanks to nature for the blessings of sunshine and air. The outer door opens before me, and I am confronted by reporters with cameras. Several tall men approach me. One of them touches me on the shoulder, turns back the lapel of his coat, revealing a police officer's star, and says, "Berkman, you are to leave the city before night, by order of the chief." The detectives and reporters trailing me to the nearby railway station attract a curious crowd. I hasten into a car to escape their insistent gaze, feeling glad that I have prevailed upon my friends not to meet me at the prison. My mind is busy with plans to outwit the detectives, who have entered the same compartment. I have arranged to join the girl in Detroit. I have no particular reason to mask my movements, but I resent the surveillance. I must get rid of the spies, somehow. I don't want their hateful eyes to desecrate my meeting with the girl. I feel dazed. The short ride to Pittsburgh is over before I can collect my thoughts. The din and noise rend my ears, the rushing cars, the clanging bells, bewilder me. I am afraid to cross the street, the flying monsters pursue me on every side. The crowds jostle me on the sidewalk, and I am constantly running into the passers-by. The turmoil, the ceaseless movement, disconcerts me. A horseless carriage whizzes close by me. I turn to look at the first automobile I have ever seen, but the living current sweeps me helplessly along. A woman passes me, with a child in her arms. The baby looks strangely diminutive, a rosy dimple in the laughing face. I smile back at the little cherub, and my eyes meet the gaze of the detectives. A wild thought to escape, to get away from them, possesses me, and I turn quickly into a side street, and walk blindly, faster and faster. A sudden impulse seizes me at the sight of a passing car, and I dash after it. "Fare, please," the conductor sings out, and I almost laugh out aloud at the fleeting sense of the material reality of freedom. Conscious of the strangeness of my action, I produce a dollar bill, and a sense of exhilarating independence comes over me, as the man counts out the silver coins. I watch him closely for a sign of recognition. Does he realize that I am just out of prison? He turns away, and I feel thankful to the dear chum for having so thoughtfully provided me with a new suit of clothes. It is peculiar, however, that the conductor has failed to notice my closely cropped hair. But the man in the seat opposite seems to be watching me. Perhaps he has recognized me by my picture in the newspapers, or maybe it is my straw hat that has attracted his attention. I glance about me. No one wears summer headgear yet. It must be too early in the season. I ought to change it. The detectives could not follow me so easily then. Why, there they are on the back platform. At the next stop I jump off the car. A hat sign arrests my eye, and I walk into the store, and then slip quietly through a side entrance, a dark derby on my head. I walk quickly, for a long time, board several cars, and then walk again, till I find myself on a deserted street. No one is following me now, the detectives must have lost track of me. I feel worn and tired. Where could I rest up, I wonder, when I suddenly recollect that I was to go directly from the prison to the drugstore of Comrade M. My friends must be worried, and M is waiting to wire to the girl about my release. It is long past noon when I enter the drugstore. M seems highly wrought up over something. He shakes my hand violently, and plies me with questions, as he leads me into his apartments in the rear of the store. It seems strange to be in a regular room, there is paper on the walls, and it feels so peculiar to the touch, so different from the whitewashed cell. I pass my hand over it caressingly, with a keen sense of pleasure. The chairs, too, look strange, and those quaint things on the table. The bric-a-brac absorbs my attention. The people in the room look hazy, their voices sound distant and confused. "Why don't you sit down, Alec?" The tones are musical and tender, a woman's, no doubt. "Yes," I reply, walking around the table, and picking up a bright toy. It represents Undine, rising from the water, the spray glistening in the sun. "Are you tired, Alec?" "And no. You have just come out." "Yes." It requires an effort to talk. The last year, in the workhouse, I have barely spoken a dozen words. There was always absolute silence. The voices disturb me. The presence of so many people, there are 3 or 4 about me, is oppressive. The room reminds me of the cell, and the desire seizes me to rush out into the open, to breathe the air and see the sky. "I'm going," I say, snatching up my hat. 4. The train speeds me to Detroit, and I wonder vaguely how I reached the station. My brain is numb, I cannot think. Field and forest flit by in the gathering dusk, but the surroundings wake no interest in me. I am rid of the detectives. The thought persists in my mind, and I feel something relax within me, and leave me cold, without emotion or desire. With an effort I descend to the platform, and sway from side to side, as I cross the station at Detroit. A man and a girl hasten toward me, and grasp me by the hand. I recognize Carl. The dear boy, he was a most faithful and cheering correspondent all these years since he left the penitentiary. But who is the girl with him, I wonder, when my gaze falls on a woman leaning against a pillar. She looks intently at me. The wave of her hair, the familiar eyes, why, it's the girl. How little she has changed. I take a few steps forward, somewhat surprised that she did not rush up to me like the others. I feel pleased at her self-possession. The excited voices, the quick motions, disturb me. I walk slowly toward her, but she does not move. She seems rooted to the spot, her hand grasping the pillar, a look of awe and terror in her face. Suddenly she throws her arms around me. Her lips move, but no sound reaches my ear. We walk in silence. The girl presses a bouquet into my hand. My heart is full, but I cannot talk. I hold the flowers to my face, and mechanically bite the petals. Detroit, Chicago, and Milwaukee pass before me like a troubled dream. I have a faint recollection of a sea of faces, restless and turbulent, and I in its midst. Confused voices beat like hammers on my head, and then all is very still. I stand in full view of the audience. Eyes are turned on me from every side, and I grow embarrassed. The crowd looks dim and hazy, I feel hot and cold, and a great longing to flee. The perspiration is running down my back, my knees tremble violently, the floor is slipping from under my feet. There is a tumult of hand clapping, loud cheers, and bravos. We return to Carl's house, and men and women grasp my hand and look at me with eyes of curious awe. I fancy a touch of pity in their tones, and am impatient of their sympathy. A sense of suffocation possesses me within doors, and I dread the presence of people. It is torture to talk, the sound of voices agonizes me. I watch for an opportunity to steal out of the house. It soothes me to lose myself among the crowds, and a sense of quiet pervades me at the thought that I am a stranger to everyone about me. I roam the city at night, and seek the outlying country, conscious only of a desire to be alone. 6. I am in the Waldheim 27, the girl at my side. All is quiet in the cemetery, and I feel a great peace. No emotion stirs me at the sight of the monument, save a feeling of quiet sadness. It represents a woman, with one hand placing a wreath on the fallen, with the other grasping a sword. The marble features mirror unutterable grief and proud defiance. I glance at the girl. Her face is averted, but the droop of her head speaks of suffering. I hold out my hand to her, and we stand in mute sorrow at the graves of our martyred comrades. I have a vision of Stenka Razin, as I had seen him pictured in my youth, and at his side hang the bodies of the men buried beneath my feet. Why are they dead? I wonder. Why should I live? And a great desire to lie down with them is upon me. I clutch the iron post, to keep from falling. Steps sound behind me, and I turn to see a girl hastening toward us. She is radiant with young womanhood, her presence breathes life and the joy of it. Her bosom heaves with panting, her face struggles with a solemn look. I ran all the way, her voice is soft and low, I was afraid I might miss you. The girl smiles. Let us go in somewhere to rest up, Alice. Turning to me, she adds, she ran to see you. How peculiar the girl should conceive such an idea. It is absurd. Why should Alice be anxious to see me? I look old and worn, my step is languid, unsteady. Bitter thoughts fill my mind, as we ride back on the train to Chicago. You are sad, the girl remarks. Alice is very much taken with you. Aren't you glad? You are mistaken, I reply. I'm sure of it, the girl persists. Shall I ask her? She turns to Alice. Oh, I like you so much, Sasha, Alice whispers. I look up timidly at her. She is leaning toward me in the abandon of artless tenderness, and a great joy steals over me, as I read in her eyes frank affection. 7. New York looks unexpectedly familiar, though I miss many old landmarks. It is torture to be indoors, and I roam the streets, experiencing a thrill of kinship when I locate one of my old haunts. I feel little interest in the large meeting arranged to greet me back into the world. Yet I am conscious of some curiosity about the comrades I may meet there. Few of the old guard have remained. Some dropped from the ranks, others died. John Most will not be there. I cherished the hope of meeting him again, but he died a few months before my release. He had been unjust to me, but who is free from moments of weakness? The passage of time has mellowed the bitterness of my resentment, and I think of him, my first teacher of anarchy, with old-time admiration. His unique personality stands out in strong relief upon the flat background of his time. His life was the tragedy of the ever unpopular pioneer. A social lair, his whitening years brought only increasing isolation and greater lack of understanding, even within his own circle. He had struggled and suffered much, he gave his whole life to advance the cause, only to find at the last that he who crosses the threshold must leave all behind, even friendship, even comradeship. My old friend, Justus Schwab, is also gone, and Brady, the big Austrian. Few of the comrades of my day have survived. The younger generation seems different, unsatisfactory. The ghetto I had known has also disappeared. Primitive Orchard Street, the scene of our pioneer meetings, has conformed to business respectability. The historic lecture hall, that rang with the breaking chains of the awakening people, has been turned into a dancing school. The little cafe around the corner, the intellectual arena of former years, is now a counting house. The fervid enthusiasm of the past, the spontaneous comradeship in the common cause, the intoxication of world-liberating zeal, all are gone with the days of my youth. I sense the spirit of cold deliberation in the new set, and a tone of disillusioned wisdom that chills and estranges me. The girl has also changed. The little sailor, My companion of the days that thrilled with the approach of the social revolution, has become a woman of the world. Her mind has matured, but her wider interests antagonize my old revolutionary traditions that inspired every day and colored our every act with the direct perception of the momentarily expected great upheaval. I feel an instinctive disapproval of many things, though particular instances are intangible and elude my analysis. I sense a foreign element in the circle she has gathered about her, and feel myself a stranger among them. Her friends and admirers crowd her home, and turn it into a sort of salon. They talk art and literature, discuss science and philosophize over the disharmony of life. But the groans of the dungeon find no gripping echo there. The girl is the most revolutionary of them all, but even she has been infected by the air of intellectual aloofness, false tolerance, and everlasting pessimism. I resent the situation, the more I become conscious of the chasm between the girl and myself. It seems unbridgeable. We cannot recover the intimate note of our former comradeship. With pain I witness her evident misery. She is untiring in her care and affection, the whole circle lavishes on me sympathy and tenderness. But through it all I feel the commiserating tolerance toward a sick child. I shun the atmosphere of the house, and flee to seek the solitude of the crowded streets and the companionship of the plain, untutored underworld. In a Bowery resort I come across Dan, my assistant on the range during my last year in the penitentiary. "Hello, Alec," he says, taking me aside, "awful glad to see you out of hell. Doing all right?" So, Dan. "And you?" "Rotten, Alec, rotten. You know it was my first bid, and I swore I'd never do a crooked job again. Well, they turned me out with a 5-spot, after 4 years steady work, mind you, and 3 of them working my head off on a loom. Then they handed me a pair of Kentucky jeans, that any fly cop could spot a mile off. My friends went back on me that 5-spot was all I had in the world, and it didn't go a long way. Liberty ain't what it looks to a fellow through the bars, Alec, but it's hell to go back. I don't know what to do. How do you happen here, Dan? Could you get no work at home, in Oil City?" "Home, hell. I wish I had a home and friends, like you, Alec. Christ, do you think I'd ever turn another trick? But I got no home and no friends. Mother died before I came out, and I found no home. I got a job in Oil City, but the bulls tipped me off for an ex-con, and I beat my way here. I tried to do the square thing, Alec, but where's a fellow to turn? I haven't a cent and not a friend in the world." Poor Dan. I feel powerless to help him, even with advice. Without friends or money, his liberty is a hollow mockery, even worse than mine. 5 years ago he was a strong, healthy young man. He committed a burglary, and was sent to prison. Now he is out, his body weakened, his spirit broken, he is less capable than ever to survive in the struggle. What is he to do but commit another crime and be returned to prison? Even I, with so many advantages that Dan is lacking, with kind comrades and helpful friends, I can find no place in this world of the outside. I have been torn out, and I seem unable to take root again. Everything looks so different, changed. And yet I feel a great hunger for life. I could enjoy the sunshine, the open, and freedom of action. I could make my life and my prison experience useful to the world. But I am incapacitated for the struggle. I do not fit in any more, not even in the circle of my comrades. And this seething life, the turmoil and the noises of the city, agonize me. Perhaps it would be best for me to retire to the country, and there lead a simple life, close to nature. 8. The summer is fragrant with 1,000 perfumes, and a great peace is in the woods. The Hudson River shimmers in the distance, a solitary sail on its broad bosom. The Palisades on the opposite side look immutable, eternal, their undulating tops melting in the grayish-blue horizon. Puffs of smoke rise from the valley. Here, too, has penetrated the restless spirit. The muffled thunder of blasting breaks in upon the silence. The greedy hand of man is desecrating the Palisades, as it has desecrated the race. But the big river flows quietly, and the sailboat glides serenely on the waters. It skips over the foaming waves, near the spot I stand on, toward the great, busy city. Now it is floating past the high towers, with their forbidding aspect. It is Sing Sing prison. Men groan and suffer there, and are tortured in the dungeon. And I am a useless cog, an idler, while others toil, and I keep mute, while others suffer. My mind dwells in the prison. The silence rings with the cry of pain, the woods echo the agony of the dungeon. I start at the murmur of the leaves, the trees with their outstretched arms bar my way, menacing me like the guards on the prison walls. Their monster shapes follow me in the valley. At night I wake in cold terror. The agonized cry of crazy Smithy is in my ears, and again I hear the sickening thud of the riot clubs on the prisoner's head. The solitude is harrowing with the memory of the prison, it haunts me with the horrors of the basket cell. Away, I must away, to seek relief amidst the people. Back in the city, I face the problem of support. The sense of dependence gnaws me. The hospitality of my friends is boundless, but I cannot continue as the beneficiary of their generosity. I had declined the money gift presented to me on my release by the comrades. I felt I could not accept even their well-meant offering. The question of earning my living is growing acute. I cannot remain idle. But what shall I turn to? I am too weak for factory work. I had hoped to secure employment as a compositor, but the linotype has made me superfluous. I might be engaged as a proofreader. My former membership in the typographical union will enable me to join the ranks of labor. My physical condition, however, precludes the immediate realization of my plans. Meanwhile, some comrades suggest the advisability of a short lecture tour. It will bring me in closer contact with the world, and serve to awaken new interest in life. The idea appeals to me. I shall be doing work, useful work. I shall voice the cry of the depths, and perhaps the people will listen, and some may understand. 9. With a great effort I persevere on the tour. The strain is exhausting my strength, and I feel weary and discontented. My innate dread of public speaking is aggravated by the necessity of constant association with people. The comrades are sympathetic and attentive, but their very care is a source of annoyance. I long for solitude and quiet. In the midst of people, the old prison instinct of escape possesses me. Once or twice the wild idea of terminating the tour has crossed my mind. The thought is preposterous, impossible. Meetings have already been arranged in various cities, and my appearance widely announced. It would disgrace me, and injure the movement, were I to prove myself so irresponsible. I owe it to the cause, and to my comrades, to keep my appointments. I must fight off this morbid notion. My engagement in Pittsburgh aids my determination. Little did I dream in the penitentiary that I should live to see that city again, even to appear in public there. Looking back over the long years of imprisonment, of persecution, and torture, I marvel that I have survived. Surely it was not alone physical capacity to suffer. How often had I touched the threshold of death, and trembled on the brink of insanity and self-destruction. Whatever strength and perseverance I possessed, they alone could not have saved my reason in the night of the dungeon, or preserved me in the despair of the solitary. Poor Wingy, Ed Sloan, and Fighting Tom, Harry, Russell, Crazy Smithy, how many of my friends have perished there. It was the vision of an ideal, the consciousness that I suffered for a great cause, that sustained me. The very exaggeration of my self-estimate was a source of strength. I looked upon myself as a representative of a world movement. It was my duty to exemplify the spirit and dignity of the ideas it embodied. I was not a prisoner, merely, I was an anarchist in the hands of the enemy. As such, it devolved upon me to maintain the manhood and self-respect my ideals signified. The example of the political prisoners in Russia inspired me, and my stay in the penitentiary was a continuous struggle that was the breath of life. Was it the extreme self-consciousness of the idealist, the power of revolutionary traditions, or simply the persistent will to be? Most likely, it was the fusing of all three, that shaped my attitude in prison and kept me alive. And now, on my way to Pittsburgh, I feel the same spirit within me, at the threat of the local authorities to prevent my appearance in the city. Some friends seek to persuade me to cancel my lecture there, alarmed at the police preparations to arrest me. Something might happen, they warn me. Legally I am still a prisoner out on parole. I am liable to be returned to the penitentiary, without trial, for the period of my commutation time 8 years and 2 months if convicted of a felony before the expiration of my full sentence of 22 years. But the menace of the enemy stirs me from apathy, and all my old revolutionary defiance is roused within me. For the first time during the tour, I feel a vital interest in life, and am eager to ascend the platform. An unfortunate delay on the road brings me into Pittsburgh 2 hours late for the lecture. Comrade M is impatiently waiting for me, and we hasten to the meeting. On the way he informs me that the hall is filled with police and prison guards. The audience is in a state of great suspense. The rumor has gone about that the authorities are determined to prevent my appearance. I sense an air of suppressed excitement, as I enter the hall, and elbow my way through the crowded aisle. Someone grips my arm, and I recognize Southside Johnny, the friendly prison runner. "Alec, take care," he warns me, "the bulls are layin' for you." X. The meeting is over, the danger past. I feel worn and tired with the effort of the evening. My next lecture is to take place in Cleveland, Ohio. The all-night ride in the stuffy smoker aggravates my fatigue, and sets my nerves on edge. I arrive in the city feeling feverish and sick. To engage a room in a hotel would require an extra expense from the proceeds of the tour, which are intended for the movement. Moreover, it would be sybaritism, contrary to the traditional practice of anarchist lecturers. I decide to accept the hospitality of some friend during my stay in the city. For hours I try to locate the comrade who has charge of arranging the meetings. At his home I am told that he is absent. His parents, pious Jews, look at me askance, and refuse to inform me of their son's whereabouts. The unfriendly attitude of the old folks drives me into the street again, and I seek out another comrade. His family gathers about me. Their curious gaze is embarrassing, their questions idle. My pulse is feverish, my head heavy. I should like to rest up before the lecture, but a constant stream of comrades flows in on me, and the house rings with their joy of meeting me. The talking wearies me, their ardent interest searches my soul with rude hands. These men and women, they, too, are different from the comrades of my day. Their very language echoes the spirit that has so depressed me in the new ghetto. The abyss in our feeling and thought appalls me. With failing heart I ascend the platform in the evening. It is chilly outdoors, and the large hall, sparsely filled and badly lit, breathes the cold of the grave upon me. The audience is unresponsive. The lecture on crime and prisons that so thrilled my Pittsburgh meeting, wakes no vital chord. I feel dispirited. My voice is weak and expressionless, at times it drops to a hoarse whisper. I seem to stand at the mouth of a deep cavern, and everything is dark within. I speak into the blackness, my words strike metallically against the walls, and are thrown back at me with mocking emphasis. A sense of weariness and hopelessness possesses me, and I conclude the lecture abruptly. The comrades surround me, grasp my hand, and ply me with questions about my prison life, the joy of liberty and of work. They are undisguisedly disappointed at my anxiety to retire, but presently it is decided that I should accept the proffered hospitality of a comrade who owns a large house in the suburbs. The ride is interminable, the comrade apparently living several miles out in the country. On the way he talks incessantly, assuring me repeatedly that he considers it a great privilege to entertain me. I nod sleepily. Finally we arrive. The place is large, but squalid. The low ceilings press down on my head, the rooms look cheerless and uninhabited. Exhausted by the day's exertion, I fall into heavy sleep. Awakening in the morning, I am startled to find a stranger in my bed. His coat and hat are on the floor, and he lies snoring at my side, with overshirt and trousers on. He must have fallen into bed very tired, without even detaching the large cuffs, torn and soiled, that rattle on his hands. The sight fills me with inexpressible disgust. All through the years of my prison life, my nights had been passed in absolute solitude. The presence of another in my bed is unutterably horrifying. I dress hurriedly, and rush out of the house. A heavy drizzle is falling, the air is close and damp. The country looks cheerless and dreary. But one thought possesses me, to get away from the stranger snoring in my bed, away from the suffocating atmosphere of the house with its low ceilings, out into the open, away from the presence of man. The sight of a human being repels me, the sound of a voice is torture to me. I want to be alone, always alone, to have peace and quiet, to lead a simple life in close communion with nature. Ah, naturel that, too, I have tried, and found more impossible even than the turmoil of the city. The silence of the woods threatened to drive me mad, as did the solitude of the dungeon. A curse upon the thing that has incapacitated me for life, made solitude as hateful as the face of man, made life itself impossible to me. And is it for this I have yearned and suffered, for this spectre that haunts my steps, and turns day into a nightmare, this distortion, life? Oh, where is the joy of expectation, the tremulous rapture, as I stood at the door of my cell, hailing the blush of the dawn, the day of resurrection? Where the happy moments that lit up the night of misery with the ecstasy of freedom, which was to give me back to work and joy? Where is it all? Is liberty sweet only in the anticipation, and life a bitter awakening? The rain has ceased. The sun peeps through the clouds, and glints its rays upon a shop window. My eye falls on the gleaming barrel of a revolver. I enter the place, and purchase the weapon. I walk aimlessly, in a daze. It is beginning to rain again, my body is chilled to the bone, and I seek the shelter of a saloon on an obscure street. In the corner of the dingy back room I notice a girl. She is very young, with an air of gentility about her, that is somewhat marred by her quick, restless look. We sit in silence, watching the heavy downpour outdoors. The girl is toying with a glass of whiskey. Angry voices reach us from the street. There is a heavy shuffling of feet, and a suppressed cry. A woman lurches through the swinging door, and falls against a table. The girl rushes to the side of the woman, and assists her into a chair. "Are you hurt, Madge?" she asks sympathetically. The woman looks up at her with bleary eyes. She raises her hand, passes it slowly across her mouth, and spits violently. "He hit me, the dirty brute," she whimpers, "he hit me. But I shan't give him no money, I just won't, Frenchy." The girl is tenderly wiping her friend's bleeding face. "SHSH, Madge, SHSH, she warns her, with a glance at the approaching waiter. "Drunk again, you old bitch," the man growls. "You'd better vamoose now." "Oh, let her be, Charlie, won't you?" the girl coaxes. "And, say, bring me a bitters." "The dirty loafer." "It's money, always gimme money," the woman mumbles, "and I've had such bad luck, Frenchy." "You know it's true. Don't you, Frenchy?" Yes, dear," the girl soothes her. "Don't talk now. Lean your head on my shoulder, so. You'll be all right in a minute." The girl sways to and fro, gently patting the woman on the head, and all is still in the room. The woman's breathing grows regular and louder. She snores, and the young girl slowly unwinds her arms and resumes her seat. I motion to her. "Will you have a drink with me?" "With pleasure," she smiles. Poor thing, she nods toward the sleeper, her fellow beats her and takes all she makes. "You have a kind heart, Frenchy. We girls must be good to each other, no one else will. Some men are so mean, just too mean to live or let others live. But some are nice. Of course, some girls are bad, but we ain't all like that, and she hesitates. And what? Well, some have seen better days. I wasn't always like this, she adds, gulping down her drink. Her face is pensive, her large black eyes look dreamy. She asks abruptly. You like poetry? Yes. Why? I write. Oh, you don't believe me, do you? Here's something of mine, and with a preliminary cough, she begins to recite with exaggerated feeling. Mother dear, the days were young, when posies in our garden hung. Upon your lap my golden head I laid. With pure and happy heart I prayed. I remember those days, she adds wistfully. We sit in the dusk, without speaking. The lights are turned on, and my eye falls on a paper lying on the table. The large black print announces an excursion to Buffalo. Will you come with me? I ask the girl, pointing to the advertisement. To Buffalo? Yes. You're kidding. No. Will you come? Sure. Alone with me in the stateroom, Frenchie grows tender and playful. She notices my sadness, and tries to amuse me. But I am thinking of the lecture that is to take place in Cleveland this very hour, the anxiety of my comrades, the disappointment of the audience, my absence, all prey on my mind. But who am I, to presume to teach? I have lost my bearings, there is no place for me in life. My bridges are burned. The girl is in high spirits, but her jollity angers me. I crave to speak to her, to share my misery and my grief. I hint at the impossibility of life, and my superfluity in the world, but she looks bored, not grasping the significance of my words. Don't talk so foolish, boy, she scoffs. What do you care about work or a place? You've got money, what more do you want? You better go down now and fetch something to drink. Returning to the stateroom, I find Frenchie missing. In a sheltered nook on the deck I recognize her in the lap of a stranger. Heartsore and utterly disgusted, I retire to my berth. In the morning I slip quietly off the boat. The streets are deserted, the city is asleep. In the fog and rain, the gray buildings resemble the prison walls, the tall factory chimneys standing guard like monster sentinels. I hasten away from the hated sight, and wander along the docks. The mist weaves phantom shapes, and I see a multitude of people, and in their midst a boy, pale with large, lustrous eyes. The crowd curses and yells in frenzied passion, and arms are raised, and blows rain down on the lad's head. The rain beats heavier, and every drop is a blow. The boy totters and falls to the ground. The wistful face, the dreamy eyes, why, it is Cholga's. Accursed spot. I cannot die here. I must to New York, to be near my friends in death. 11. Loud knocking wakes me. Say, mister, a voice calls behind the door, are you all right? Yes. Will you have a bite, or something? No. Well, as you please. But you haven't left your room going on 2 days now. 2 days, and still alive? The road to death is so short, why suffer? An instant, and I shall be no more, and only the memory of me will abide for a little while in this world. This world? Is there another? If there is anything in spiritualism, Karl will learn of it. In the prison we had been interested in the subject, and we had made a compact that he who is the first to die, should appear in spirit to the other. Pretty fancy of foolish man, born of immortal vanity. Hereafter, life after death, children of earth's misery. The disharmony of life bears dreams of peace and bliss, but there is no harmony save in death. Who knows but that even then the atoms of my lifeless clay will find no rest, tossed about in space to form new shapes and new thoughts for eons of human anguish. And so Karl will not see me after death. Our compact will not be kept, for nothing will remain of my soul when I am dead, as nothing remains of the sum when its units are gone. Dear Carl, he will be distraught at my failure to come to Detroit. He had arranged a lecture there, following Cleveland. It is peculiar that I should not have thought of wiring him that I was unable to attend. He might have suspended preparations. But it did not occur to me, and now it is too late. The girl, too, will be in despair over my disappearance. I cannot notify her now I am virtually dead. Yet I crave to see her once more before I depart, even at a distance. But that also is too late. I am almost dead. I dress mechanically, and step into the street. The brilliant sunshine, the people passing me by, the children playing about, strike on my consciousness with pleasing familiarity. The desire grips me to be one of them, to participate in their life. And yet it seems strange to think of myself as part of this moving, breathing humanity. Am I not dead? I roam about all day. At dusk I am surprised to find myself near the girl's home. The fear seizes me that I might be seen and recognized. A sense of guilt steals over me, and I shrink away, only to return again and again to the familiar spot. I pass the night in the park. An old man, a sailor out of work, huddles close to me, seeking the warmth of my body. But I am cold and cheerless, and all next day I haunt again the neighborhood of the girl. An irresistible force attracts me to the house. Repeatedly I return to my room and snatch up the weapon, and then rush out again. I am fearful of being seen near the den, and I make long detours to the Battery and the Bronx, but again and again I find myself watching the entrance and speculating on the people passing in and out of the house. My mind pictures the girl, with her friends about her. What are they discussing, I wonder? Why, myself, it flits through my mind. The thought appalls me. They must be distraught with anxiety over my disappearance. Perhaps they think me dead. I hasten to a telegraph office, and quickly pen a message to the girl, "Come. I am waiting here." In a flurry of suspense I wait for the return of the messenger. A little girl steps in, and I recognize Tess, and inwardly resent that the girl did not come herself. "Alec," she falters, "Sonia wasn't home when your message came." I'll run to find her. The old dread of people is upon me, and I rush out of the place, hoping to avoid meeting the girl. I stumble through the streets, retrace my steps to the telegraph office, and suddenly come face to face with her. Her appearance startles me. The fear of death is in her face, mute horror in her eyes. "Sasha." Her hand grips my arm, and she steadies my faltering step. 12. I open my eyes. The room is light and airy, a soothing quiet pervades the place. The portieres part noiselessly, and the girl looks in. "Awake, Sasha." She brightens with a happy smile. "Yes. When did I come here?" "Several days ago. You've been very sick, but you feel better now, don't you, dear?" "Several days?" I try to recollect my trip to Buffalo, the room on the Bowery. Was it all a dream? Where was I before I came here? I ask. You were absent," she stammers, and in her face is visioned the experience of my disappearance. With tender care the girl ministers to me. I feel like one recovering from a long illness, very weak, but with a touch of joy in life. No one is permitted to see me, save one or two of the girl's nearest friends, who slip in quietly, pat my hand in mute sympathy, and discreetly retire. I sense their understanding, and am grateful that they make no allusion to the events of the past days. The care of the girl is unwavering. By degrees I gain strength. The room is bright and cheerful, the silence of the house soothes me. The warm sunshine is streaming through the open window, I can see the blue sky, and the silvery cloudlets. A little bird hops upon the sill, looks steadily at me, and chirps a greeting. It brings back the memory of Dick, my feathered pet, and of my friends in prison. I have done nothing for the agonized men in the dungeon darkness. Have I forgotten them? I have the opportunity, why am I idle? The girl calls cheerfully, Sasha, our friend Philo is here. Would you like to see him? I welcome the comrade whose gentle manner and deep sympathy have endeared him to me in the days since my return. There is something unutterably tender about him. The circle had christened him the philosopher, and his breadth of understanding and non-invasive personality have been a great comfort to me. His voice is low and caressing, like the soft crooning of a mother rocking her child to sleep. Life is a problem, he is saying, a problem whose solution consists in trying to solve it. Schopenhauer may have been right, he smiles, with a humorous twinkle in his eyes, but his love of life was so strong, his need for expression so compelling, he had to write a big book to prove how useless is all effort. But his very sincerity disproves him. Life is its own justification. The disharmony of life is more seeming than real, and what is real of it, is the folly and blindness of man. To struggle against that folly, is to create greater harmony, wider possibilities. Artificial barriers circumscribe and dwarf life, and stifle its manifestations. To break those barriers down, is to find a vent, to expand, to express oneself. And that is life, Alec, a continuous struggle for expression. It mirrors itself in nature, as in all the phases of man's existence. Look at the little vine struggling against the fury of the storm, and clinging with all its might to preserve its hold. Then see it stretch toward the sunshine, to absorb the light and the warmth, and then freely give back of itself in multiple form and wealth of color. We call it beautiful then, for it has found expression. That is life, Alec, and thus it manifests itself through all the gradations we call evolution. The higher the scale, the more varied and complex the manifestations, and, in turn, the greater the need for expression. To suppress or thwart it, means decay, death. And in this, Alec, is to be found the main source of suffering and misery. The hunger of life storms at the gates that exclude it from the joy of being, and the individual soul multiplies its expressions by being mirrored in the collective, as the little vine mirrors itself in its many flowers, or as the acorn individualizes itself 1,000-fold in the many-leafed oak. But I am tiring you, Alec. No, no, Philo. Continue, I want to hear more. Well, Alec, as with nature, so with man. Life is never at a standstill, everywhere and ever it seeks new manifestations, more expansion. In art, in literature, as in the affairs of men, the struggle is continual for higher and more intimate expression. That is progress, the vine reaching for more sunshine and light. Translated into the language of social life, it means the individualization of the mass, the finding of a higher level, the climbing over the fences that shut out life. Everywhere you see this reaching out. The process is individual and social at the same time, for the species lives in the individual as much as the individual persists in the species. The individual comes first, his clarified vision is multiplied in his immediate environment, and gradually permeates through his generation and time, deepening the social consciousness and widening the scope of existence. But perhaps you have not found it so, Alec, after your many years of absence. No, dear Philo. What you have said appeals to me very deeply. But I have found things so different from what I had pictured them. Our comrades, the movement, it is not what I thought it would be. It is quite natural, Alec. A change has taken place, but its meaning is apt to be distorted through the dim vision of your long absence. I know well what you miss, dear friend, the old mode of existence, the living on the very threshold of the revolution, so to speak. And everything looks strange to you, and out of joint. But as you stay a little longer with us, you will see that it is merely a change of form, the essence is the same. We are the same as before, Alec, only made deeper and broader by years and experience. Anarchism has cast off the swaddling bands of the small, intimate circles of former days, it has grown to greater maturity, and become a factor in the larger life of society. You remember it only as a little mountain spring, around which clustered a few thirsty travelers in the dreariness of the capitalist desert. It has since broadened and spread as a strong current that covers a wide area and forces its way even into the very ocean of life. You see, dear Alec, the philosophy of anarchism is beginning to pervade every phase of human endeavor. In science, in art, in literature, everywhere the influence of anarchist thought is creating new values, its spirit is vitalizing social movements, and finding interpretation in life. Indeed, Alec, we have not worked in vain. Throughout the world there is a great awakening. Even in this socially most backward country, the seeds sown are beginning to bear fruit. Times have changed, indeed, but encouragingly so, Alec. The leaven of discontent, ever more conscious and intelligent, is molding new social thought and new action. Today our industrial conditions, for instance, present a different aspect from those of 20 years ago. It was then possible for the masters of life to sacrifice to their interests the best friends of the people. But today the spontaneous solidarity and awakened consciousness of large strata of labor is guarantee against the repetition of such judicial murders. It is a most significant sign, Alec, and a great inspiration to renewed effort. The girl enters. "Are you crooning Sasha to sleep, Philo?" she laughs. "Oh, no. I protest, I'm wide awake and much interested in Philo's conversation." "It is getting late," he rejoins. "I must be off to the meeting." "What meeting?" I inquire. "The Cholga's anniversary commemoration." "I think I'd like to come along." "Better not, Sasha," my friend advises. "You need some light distraction." "Perhaps you would like to go to the theater," the girl suggests. "Stella has tickets." "She'd be happy to have you come, Sasha." Returning home in the evening, I find the den in great excitement. The assembled comrades look worried, talk in whispers, and seem to avoid my glance. I miss several familiar faces. "Where are the others?" I ask. The comrades exchange troubled looks, and are silent. "Has anything happened?" "Where are they?" I insist. "I may as well tell you," Philo replies, "but be calm, Sasha. The police have broken up our meeting. They have clubbed the audience, and arrested a dozen comrades." "Is it serious, Philo?" "I am afraid it is. They are going to make a test case. Under the new criminal anarchy law our comrades may get long terms in prison. They have taken our most active friends." The news electrifies me. I feel myself transported into the past, the days of struggle and persecution. Philo was right. The enemy is challenging, the struggle is going on. I see the graves of Waldheim open, and hear the voices from the tomb. A deep peace pervades me, and I feel a great joy in my heart. "Sasha, what is it?" Philo cries in alarm. "My resurrection, dear friend. I have found work to do." Section 2, 2 letters. When in September 1901 a young man, Leon Cholgas, assassinated President McKinley and Emma was accused of having been the mastermind behind the shooting, Berkman and Goldman again began to discuss the value of terrorist acts and their place in anarchist theory. Neither one was inclined to support assassination attempts with the fervor of their youth, Emma going as far as to say that acts of violence have proven utterly useless. Their discussion of Cholgas' act began while Berkman was in prison, see the memoirs, The Shock at Buffalo, pages 78 to 84, and continues in the following letters written some 27 years later. I have included them at this point because they reflect on the pivotal event in Alec and Emma's lives, the attempt on Frick's life, which is also the core event around which the memoirs was written. Emma Goldman to Alexander Berkman, November 23, 1928, St. Tropez. Dear Sash. You are right, my dear, it is very hard to understand human nature, and certainly you are doubly right when you say it is hard to find understanding between friends. But since everything is relative in life, one does get at the soul of a friend, if one is observant and has the capacity for love. I don't mean the physical love, I mean a great devotion strong enough to stand the test of time. Such capacity gives one a sixth sense and makes one see things in the friend which he either doesn't see himself or seeing has not the strength to admit. How can I forget your stand on Cholgaz's act? It was a greater blow to me than anything that happened during that terrible period. It affected me more than Johann Most's stand on your act. After all, Most had only talked about violence. You had used it and went to prison for it. You had known the agony of repudiation, condemnation, and isolation. That you could sit down and cold-bloodedly analyze an act of violence 9 years after your own, actually implying that your act was more important, was the most terrible thing I had yet experienced. It merely showed me that you had not changed 1 inch, that you had remained the blind fanatic who could see only one angle of life and one angle of human action. That's why I said the other day that the letter dated December as it appears in the book Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist is historically not correct. You were not capable at the time, 1901, to philosophize as you did in the letter of December 1901, especially the thoughts expressed on page 415. You did not even reason that way when you came out in 1906. I don't mean that you were not intellectually capable, of course not. But you were still so steeped in the old revolutionary traditions and beliefs that you could not possibly have reasoned that way in 1901. And what is more, dear Sash, deep down in your soul you are still the old Adam. Didn't I see it in Russia, where you fought me tooth and nail because I would not swallow everything as justification of the revolution? How many times did you throw it into my teeth that I had only been a parlor revolutionist? That the end justifies the means, that the individual is of no account, etc., etc. Believe me, dearest, I do not say this in anger, I am beyond that now, I hope, it is merely to get your reactions in their proper time and place, that's all. As to your stand on Cholgaz, I find it just as absurd now as I did then. Acts of violence, except as demonstrations of a sensitive human soul, have proven utterly useless. From that point of view Cholgaz's act was as futile as yours. It neither left the slightest effect, the price you have paid and that poor boy to me are far beyond the sin. But to say that a political act is less valuable was nonsense to me then and still is. In the McKinley case it is doubly so, because his policy of annexation marked the beginning of American imperialism and all the subsequent reaction. Of course Cholgaz could not foresee all of that. But in 1901 there were already great signs of imperialism, inaugurated by McKinley's regime. You will say he was only a tool. Yes, and so was Frick. He was the mouthpiece of Carnegie, he represented his interest as much as McKinley represented Wall Street. You will say McKinley was an elected person, or at least that is the superstition. True, but then Cholgaz's act was particularly valuable as a means to destroy the myth. But why argue now, dear heart? In the light of our experience we know that acts of violence are inevitable. But as to removing anything, or even showing up an evil, they are pathetically inadequate. Your act was noble and still more so your fortitude in prison, just as many other such acts and brave souls. Let's not take away from their luster by ridiculous utilitarian hair-splitting as to which is more important. It is as futile as the argument about mind and matter, at least to me. Yes, it was my mistake about your date of my second visit. I first thought you wrote I had been to see you again after the act of Cholgaz. Personal example. Whoever denied that? But what value can it have, when one does things utterly false to oneself, even if approved by comrades? Fess up, kid, how much of your private life or acts would our comrades approve, if they knew about them? Or of mine? Yet I can honestly say that I have never committed anything which was false to my ideas, though heaven knows I cannot say that I have not been false to myself. Like you, I once thought the cause everything and the comrades capable of appreciating example. I think, if you will search your heart, you will find that you have simply not entirely outgrown your old beliefs. Neither have I, for that matter, only that you cling to them more. Since the action of our comrades in your case, even more so in the case of Cholgaz, and since the petty cruel recriminations against the few, myself included, I no longer consider comrades capable of learning by good example. The choice few are all to me, their opinion everything, their respect and friendship my greatest support. For the rest, I have grown indifferent. The process isn't since yesterday, it began with the attitude of many comrades to your act, made terrific strides in 1901, gained impetus during my work with Ben Reitman 28 and reached the climax since I came out of Russia. Never mind about Michael Cohn. 29 He evidently does not want to have anything to do with my book. I wrote him from Toronto and at my request you wrote him last spring. He has not answered. It is not important. I know that before I left for Europe in 1895 I approached S. Janowski, editor of the Freie Arbeiterstimme, to raise money for the tunnel for Ab's attempt to escape from prison. I am not certain whether I told him the purpose or not. I am going to write him, he may remember. I am only sure that I had approached him and that he had promised to do his utmost. I remember how surprised I was then because Janowski was a fanatical Mostianer, i.e., follower of Johann Most, and had treated me shabbily when we first met. Later, when more money was needed, you wrote direct to Janowski. I was already in Europe then. I don't know whether he ever told you that Eric B. Morton's expenses and Anthony Kinsella's to come to Pittsburgh and their first months there working on the tunnel were paid with $200. Carl Schmidt. Carl Stone in Living My Life, p. 268 had given me toward my European trip. I wrote about the whole thing this week. You can imagine how surprised that Philistin will be when he reads that. He was only interested in e.g. the woman, he wrote me in Paris, not her ideas or her lovers. Devotedly. E. Alexander Berkman to Emma Goldman, Monday, late November 1928, St. Cloud. Dear. I am glad to get your long letter. I cannot say that I agree with some of your points, but what is the use of discussing them? Each will remain with his old opinion, anyhow. I have come to think that views, opinions, etc. are less a matter of thinking than of temperament. So the more useless is discussion. I hold, however, that what I wrote in the memoirs is entirely correct in every particular, historically and psychologically. As to Leon, I know very well that in my prison letter I told you that I understood the reasons that compelled him to the act, but that the usefulness, socially, of the act is quite another matter. I hold the same opinion now. That is why we do not condemn any such acts, because we understand the reasons. But that does not mean that we cannot form our opinion about its social effects and usefulness. Of course no one can really foresee usefulness, but that is already a philosophic consideration, not to the point here. And again, I still hold the opinion, as I did formerly, that a terroristic act should take in consideration the effect on the public mind, not on comrades, as you say. The same refers to my remark about the effectiveness of personal example. There were in Russia those bezmotivniki, who believed in terror without motives, on general principles. I never had any sympathy with such an attitude, though even that I could not condemn. So I think that my act, not because it was mine, but because it was one easy to understand by most people, was more useful than Leon's. I still hold that in the U.S., especially, economic acts could be understood by the masses better than political ones. Though I am in general now not in favor of terroristic tactics, except under very exceptional conditions. You say my opinion was a terrible blow to you. That's too sentimental for me. It merely means to say that one should not analyze things, not think over them, and have no critical opinion. You'd hardly admit it in this formulation. Yet it is the same. Just what you say in your letter, that you could sit down and cold-bloodedly analyze such an act 9 years after your own. 9 years is certainly time to think such things over, and prison, away from the impressions of the moment, the best place. That you then felt shocked, I can understand. But that even now you are shocked, that is too much. That acts of violence accomplish nothing, I do not agree at all. The terrorism of the Russian revolutionists aroused the whole world to the despotism of the czars. George Kennan's book Siberia and the Exile System, 1891, merely culminated the matter. Kennan the American journalist could not have written about them had they not committed their acts, been sent to Siberia, etc. As to what you say of comrades and their approval, that is indifferent to me. My attitude always was and still is that anyone preaching an idea, particularly a high ideal, must try to live, so far at least as possible, in consonance with it, for his own sake as well as for the furtherance of his ideal in the minds of those to whom he is preaching it. That is, the people at large. Voltairine 30 declare was right in this, except that she went to extremes. The life, works, and death of certain persons have always exerted a much greater effect than their preaching. That is historic. Not that I mean to say that my own life has always been in consonance with this. Of course not. I am speaking of what I believe in this matter. For the rest, one makes mistakes, of course. But the question here is of the right attitude. The question of whether the comrades can appreciate is neither here nor there. One should act and live according to his own attitude in the matter. But what his attitude is, that is important. By the way, the Freie Arbeiterstimme has been publishing excerpts from Janowski's memoirs. In the last two issues, November 16 and the preceding one, there is the story of the tunnel and Jan's part of it. When he first published a notice in the first number of the FAS, which he then began to edit, he says, "He saved my life, because I had despaired then. I can't say that I remember it." He says he received a letter then from me. Further he speaks of meeting Tony Kinsella, who impressed him favorably, and his visits to Pittsburgh, etc. I'll keep the numbers for you. I am glad you are doing well with your writing. And maybe Augsburg being with you will be an inspiration. I hope so. Well, enough for today. Affectionately. S. Part 2 1906 to 1919. Agitating in the United States, the Blast and the No Conscription League. Section 1, The Blast. The 13 years between Berkman's time in prison for the shooting of Frick and his deportation to Russia in 1919 were devoted to organizing among the working classes in the United States. He threw himself into the task with unextinguishable energy, traveling from one coast to another to tackle the major issues of the day. From 1908 to 1915 Berkman edited Emma Goldman's Mother Earth in New York City. In 1915 he left for California to help defend Matthew Schmidt and David Kaplan, who had been jailed for their alleged participation in the dynamiting of the Los Angeles Times building in October 1910 during labor unrest there. With the outbreak of war in Europe in 1914, one of the major issues for Berkman became how to stop that war and how to prevent the workers of the United States from fighting in it. While the government urged citizens to be prepared to enter the war and organized preparedness parades, Berkman began the No Conscription League and called on men to refuse to join the war effort. On January 15, 1916, Berkman began his own magazine, The Blast, which was published weekly and later irregularly until June 1917. The Blast agitated against a whole range of injustices. It raged against militarism, censorship, and the condition of labor and tried to educate about anarchism. Margaret Sanger, on trial for distributing information about birth control, wrote articles for The Blast on women's rights and family planning. There were also articles about political events in Ireland, Germany, Mexico and, of course, Russia. By simply continuing to exist, despite constant harassment by government authorities, The Blast struck a blow for freedom of speech and freedom of the press. The Blast was instrumental in the international campaign Berkman waged on behalf of Tom Mooney and Warren Billings, both convicted of throwing a bomb into the San Francisco Preparedness Parade on July 22, 1916, which killed 8 people. And Berkman was a tireless organizer, mobilizing workers in the United States and abroad to protest in behalf of Mooney, who was sentenced to die, and Billings. This period marks the only time in Alec's life that he had the opportunity to immerse himself in organizing of this type, and he relished doing so. Because of Berkman's agitational skills, groups in Petrograd and Kronstadt demonstrated on Mooney's behalf. President Wilson, informed of the international dimensions of Berkman's campaign, pressured Governor Stevens of California to commute Mooney's sentence. It is rare, at any time, for those in authority to admit the power of people's campaigns, but District Attorney Charles Fickert admitted that Berkman was the real power behind the defense, and Governor Stevens said the propaganda in his Mooney's behalf following the plan outlined by Berkman has been so effective as to become worldwide. The blast managed to publish for a year and a half until Berkman was hauled off to prison once again, this time accused of conspiring with Emma to induce persons not to register. Often strident and didactic, the blast also breathed urgency, kept its readers informed about all of the most crucial issues of the time, and maintained a commitment to the ideals of anarchism. The articles from the blast that are included here represent the wide range of issues with which Berkman and those who helped him publish the blast were concerned. Though there are articles throughout the magazine signed by various contributors, the majority of the pieces are not signed. One can safely assume that most of these unattributed articles were written by Berkman, though M. Eleanor Fitzgerald, Alec's companion at the time, and the artist Robert Minor, who illustrated many of the blast's covers, may well have helped Alec with some of the writing. At times Berkman did personalize an article with his signature, but it is impossible to tell if he did so following any specific criteria. The first article in this section, from the first issue of The Blast, introduces the magazine. Why the Blast? Volume 1, Number 1, January 15, 1916. Do you mean to destroy? Do you mean to build? These are questions we have been asked from many quarters, by inquirers sympathetic and otherwise. Our reply is frank and bold. We mean both, to destroy and to build. For, socially speaking, destruction is the beginning of construction. Superficial minds speak sneeringly of destruction. Oh, it is easy to destroy, they say, but to build, that's the important work. It's nonsense. No structure, social or otherwise, can endure if built on a foundation of lies. Before the garden can bloom, the weeds must be uprooted. Nothing is therefore more important than to destroy. Nothing more necessary and difficult. Take a man with an open mind, and you will have no great trouble in convincing him of the falsehood and rottenness of our social structure. But when one is filled with superstition and prejudice, your strongest arguments will knock in vain against the barred doors of his bigotry and ignorance. 4,000-year-old superstition and tradition is stronger than truth and logic. To destroy the old and the false is the most vital work. We emphasize it, to blast the bulwarks of slavery and oppression is of primal necessity. It is the beginning of really lasting construction. Thus will the blast be destructive. And the blast will be constructive. Too long have we been patient under the whip of brutality and degradation. Too long have we conformed to the dominant, with an ineffective fist hidden in our pocket. Too long have we vented our depth of misery by endless discussion of the distant future. Too long have we been exhausting our efforts and energy by splitting hairs with each other. It's time to act. The time is now. The breath of discontent is heavy upon this wide land. It permeates mill and mine, field and factory. Blind rebellion stalks upon highway and byway. To fire it with the spark of hope, to kindle it with the light of vision, and turn pale discontent into conscious social action, that is the crying problem of the hour. It is the great work calling to be done. To work, then, and blasted be every obstacle in the way of the regeneration. With the outbreak of war in Europe, preparedness became the watchword of the day in the United States as the government organized flag-waving marches and demonstrations designed to fill U.S. youth with patriotic fervor and the desire to go to war. The blast, naturally, agitated against the war. Preparedness Volume 1, Number 1, January 15, 1916. With subtle cunning this word is being dinned into the ears of the American worker. Prepare to spend millions upon millions for machines and equipment to facilitate the murder of human beings. Prepare to kill peaceful fellow workingmen from some other country who would never think of going to war, were they not like ourselves victims of the superstition that there is something sacred in the commands of rulers or governments. No people in history has ever voted for war, though nations have often voted to pay for the blunders of rulers. Still, it is not unthinkable that a people might vote so, considering that the means of education are in the hands of those who profit by war. Every newspaper controlled by big business and opposed to labor is in favor of a large army and navy. You will find nearly all of these papers opposed to the income tax, to the inheritance tax, to taxation of automobile oil, to the Seamen's Act, opposed to special taxes on war profits, opposed with might and main even to government manufacture of its own supplies. In short, they want the government to spend money without stint, but let the poor pay and they get the profit. Preparedness. Yes, they were well prepared in Europe. All of them. And what have they got? The satisfaction that through thorough preparation they have succeeded in making more widows, more orphans, and spread more human corpses to manure the untilled fields than their most brutal and savage ancestors ever dreamed of. Defend your home. Very well, but first let us get one. Let the landlord and the real estate sharks defend their property. We need not go to foreign countries to grab homes from poor devils there, who at best possess very little. There are plenty of homes here, but those who built them may not use them. In every city block there are dozens of for rent signs, and homeless people galore. Prepare, you disinherited, to take possession of the homes right before your nose, and then defend them against any man who demands that you pay him tribute. The worker's enemy is not someone in a foreign land. It is the parasite upon his back right here at home. Prepare not by making instruments to kill, but by refusing to make them. Build no battleship, make neither gun nor bayonet, let the grass grow over the fortress, and let the general go to work. Turn no nightstick for the policeman, but give him a guidebook instead. Tether the man-eating district attorneys with the cows in a peaceful pasture. When that is done, open the jails, for then there will be no criminals, except perhaps a few harmless kings to be treated in an asylum. Margaret Sanger, 1883–1966, was constantly harassed by the U.S. government for distributing information about birth control. In the following article, she writes about her upcoming trial for distributing obscene material. Not Guilty Volume 1, Number 1, January 15, 1916. There seems to be considerable misapprehension among those who are interested in my coming trial. Many are under the impression that the indictments pending are for circulation of forbidden information. This, of course, is not true. I have been indicted under Section 211 of the Federal Criminal Code, for alleged obscenity. They were issued against me as editor and publisher of The Woman Rebel. My crime consists not in giving the information, but solely in the advocacy of birth control. There are 3 indictments, based on 12 articles, 11 of which are for printing the words "prevention of conception." To the elect of federal officialdom these words themselves are considered lewd, lascivious, and obscene. In none of these articles is any information given, simply discussions of the subject addressed to working women of this country. Many radical advisers have assured me that the wisest course for me to follow in fighting the case would be to plead guilty to this obscenity, and to throw myself upon the mercy of the court, which would mean, according to those familiar with the administration of justice, a light sentence or a small fine. It is unfortunate that so many radicals and so-called revolutionists have failed to understand that my object in this work has been to remove, or to try to remove, the term prevention of conception from this section of the Penal Code, where it has been labeled by our wise legislators as filthy, vile, and obscene, and to obtain deserved currency for this valuable idea and practice. The problem of staying out of jail or getting put into jail is merely incidental in this fight. It is discouraging to find that advanced revolutionists of this country are frantically trying to save agitators from jail sentences and thereby losing sight of the real and crucial issues of the fights. If we could depend upon a strong and consistently revolutionary support in such battles, instead of weakened efforts to effect a compromise with the courts, there would be much greater stimulation for individuals to enter revolutionary activity. To evade the issue in this case, as I have been advised to do upon the assumption that to keep out of prison were the sole aim and object of my birth control propaganda, would mean to leave matters as they have been since 1872. But it is time for the people of this country to find out if the United States mails are to be available for their use, as they in their adult intelligence desire, or if it is possible for the United States Post Office to constitute itself an institution for the promulgation of stupidity and ignorance, instead of a mechanical convenience. The first step in the birth control movement or any other propaganda requiring a free press, is to open the mails to the people of this country, regardless of class. Nothing can be accomplished without the free and open discussion of the subject. These indictments have had the effect of opening the discussion of birth control in magazines and papers of the most conservative nature, whose editors would have been horrified at the subject previous to my arrest. When my case is called in the federal courts, probably next month, I shall enter a plea of not guilty, in order to separate the idea of prevention of conception and birth control from the sphere of pornography, from the gutter of slime and filth where the lily-livered legislators have placed it under the direction of the late unlamented Anthony Comstock, and in which the forces of reaction are still attempting to hold it. Margaret H. Sanger. In The Young Folks, Part 2, a continuation of a previous article, Berkman continued his discussion of capitalism in a Socratic style that he used again, 13 years later, in his book The ABC of Anarchism. The Young Folks Volume 1, Number 6, February 19, 1916. 2. Well, now, how about my question? Tom asked when we met again. We'll discuss it now, Tom. Discuss it? What do you mean? We'll talk it over, I explained. Why, I thought you were to answer my questions. We'll answer them together. You will help me, Tom. But I don't know how. Well, let's see. You said you had asked your father to buy you a new suit. No, a new pair of pants, Tom corrected me. Oh, yes, pants, and your father told you that you couldn't have them. You wanted to know why, and he wouldn't tell you. Yes. Now you tell me why he wouldn't buy them for me. All right. But first tell me, Tom, what is your father's business? Why, don't you know? He works in Jones' factory. They make there the finest furniture in the city. I didn't see any of it in your house, Tom. Of course not, it's too expensive. But you say that your father makes it? Why doesn't he bring some of it home? How you talk. It's Jones' factory, and everything made there belongs to him, and he sells it. Father can't afford to buy such dear furniture. But tell me, Tom, who makes all the furniture that Jones sells? The men in the factory, of course. Does Jones himself make any of it? You make me laugh. Jones is rich, he doesn't have to work. Let's look into this, Tom. You say that Jones himself doesn't make any of the furniture that he sells, so I suppose his workers make it. Yes, of course. All of it? Sure. Then if the men make it all, they can take some of it home when they need it. No, they can't. It don't belong to them. It belongs to Jones. How so, Tom? Well, the factory is his, and all the tools and machinery, too. You mean that Jones built the factory, and made the tools and machinery Jones himself? No, he didn't. I saw some new machines taken into the factory last week. There was a sign on them that said they were made in Pittsburgh. Who do you think made those machines in Pittsburgh? The machinists, of course. Well, then, if Jones himself didn't make the machinery, then perhaps he built the factory. No, he didn't. It was workingmen who built the factory. Well, then, Tom, it seems that Jones didn't help much, so far. He didn't build the factory, nor the machinery, and he is not working on the furniture, either. Why does it all belong to Jones, then? I don't see why. There are many grown ups can't see it, either. But it is not really hard to understand. The truth is, Tom, a factory couldn't belong to only one man. Why? Because one man couldn't build it? It takes many to do it. It takes bricklayers and masons, carpenters and plumbers, iron workers and locksmiths, and many other working men to build a factory or a house. Even a common kitchen chair couldn't be made by one man working all alone. He would need a hammer and nails, or glue, and even before he could use these, he must get the lumber. He would need an axe and a saw. And somebody would have to give him food while he is making all these things. So you see that he would need the help of many other people even to make a chair. Everything that we have today is made by the work of many people, each doing some part of the work. We all live together, we work together, and the things we have should belong to all people together. That's why Jones' factory is not his at all. It really should belong to all the people who helped to build it. But perhaps Jones paid for it, Tom said. Perhaps he did. That means we must find out where Jones got the money. And, by the way, Tom, do you know what money really is? Why, of course, it's cash. Well, we'd better talk this over next time. It's late now. But how about the pants that father wouldn't buy? That belongs to the money question, Tom. The Blast published many letters from its readers. The two below and the article that follows concern the Mexican Revolution, which was often covered by the magazine. Venustiano Carranza, 1859–1920, was president of Mexico from 1915 to 1920. He was supported by President Wilson but was opposed by the Mexican revolutionary leaders Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata. Wilson, the lackey of Carranza, Volume 1, Number 7, February 26, 1916. On February 18, agents of the federal government forced their way into the Office of Regeneration, the revolutionary weekly of the Mexican Liberal Party, published in Los Angeles, and brutally beat up and arrested the editors of the paper, Ricardo and Enrique Flores Magón. I know Ricardo and Enrique, and I am proud to call them my comrades and friends. They are men of that rare type seldom produced outside of Russia and Mexico, men who have sacrificed social position, comfort, and personal safety for the cause of the people. Men big enough to live in direst poverty in order to devote their time, ability, and means to further revolution and liberty. Present-day America has failed to evolve such superior types of social consciousness. Indeed, it has not even learned to appreciate them. Their fate is misunderstanding, persecution, and prison. In spite of tremendous obstacles, the Magons and their co-workers have for years been carrying on their great work. A double task faced them: to educate and organize the Mexican people into an effective weapon of revolution and, still more important and more difficult, to enlighten the American people to the real issues involved in the Mexican uprising. It is due to a great extent to the efforts of regeneration and the Mexican Liberal Party in this country that Roosevelt and his presidential successors did not dare to interfere in Mexico. No wonder that the activity of the brothers Magón has proven a thorn in the flesh of the American exploiters and native oppressors of Mexico. The cry of land and liberty has been finding a thousand-fold echo in the bleeding hearts of the peons. Now Carranza and his henchmen have determined to stifle this rebel voice. Repeatedly the bloodsuckers of Mexico have attempted to suppress our brave comrades. Roosevelt, then president of these free United States, used the whole power of the federal government to aid Porfirio Diaz in stamping out the revolutionary agitation of the Mexican liberal junta. Many of our brave Mexican comrades were railroaded to prison. And now it is the learned academician in the White House who is hastening to the aid of Carranza and Wall Street, to suppress the work of regeneration. They will again try to send the Magons to the penitentiary. We call on all rebels and fair-minded people not to permit this outrage. A letter from Maria Magón. Los Angeles, February 20, 1916. Dear Comrade Berkman. I wired you that Ricardo and Enrique Flores Magan were arrested and Enrique badly beaten. Your most welcome telegram was received after considerable delay. Owing to our somewhat remote location, the messenger failed to find our place yesterday. Your interest in the case of our comrades and your recommendation of bondmen are most welcome and heartily appreciated. I want to give you some of the details of the events attending the arrest. The violence spoken of in the papers was, needless to say, started by the bulls, as usual. While in the office, the minions of the law became excited by Enrique asking someone to get his hat and coat. They began to abuse and manhandle him, and when he resented their abuse, they pounced upon him and beat him on the head with the butt of their guns, inflicting such serious wounds that it was necessary for him to be taken to the emergency hospital. The office and shop resembled a besieged fort after the fracas started, for the gang had so adroitly set the scenes that while they had watched the place all day, or in fact for several days, we never noticed them until they appeared at the office. Our place is surrounded by trees, and the lackeys made their appearance about 4 o'clock. They very courteously served the warrant on Ricardo, who was in the office, and the trouble started a few minutes later when Enrique was called in from the house and assaulted by the bulls. The lackeys that entered the office were 5 or 6 in number, and the men in the shop were helpless onlookers while the scuffle went on, as their slightest move was met with a gun pressed to their ribs, no one being able to raise a hand, contrary to what the papers say. Ricardo and Enrique were literally dragged to a waiting auto, a block away, Enrique bleeding profusely from head to foot. The comrades were called yesterday for preliminary hearing, but not being yet represented by a lawyer, they refused to plead. Their bond, originally set at $3,000, has been raised to $7,500 on some flimsy excuse. No one has been able to see them except a lawyer. We expect to engage Harriman to defend them. We received a very encouraging message from Emma also. Yours for the cause, Maria Magan. P.O. Box 1236, Los Angeles, Cal. P.S. I forgot to mention that as soon as the trouble had started, a swarm of armed bulls who had been concealed in the surrounding shrubbery, sprang from every direction, rifles in hand, making threats and ready for any excuse to fire. M.M. Villa or Wilson, which is the bandit. Volume 1, Number 9, March 15, 1916. Villa. Pancho Villa is the descendant of a long line of peons whose lives were spent in hard toil, cultivating the soil of Mexico and helping to produce foodstuffs for their fellow countrymen and profits for their exploiters. Villa followed the same calling. His childhood was dark and dreary. The son of a peon, he passed his early youth in hard farm work, helping to support his family. The hand of greed lay heavy upon the people of Mexico. The hardest toil barely sufficed to keep the Villa family alive. As a young man, Pancho saw an opportunity to improve his condition by securing work in a neighboring town. He took his widowed mother and younger children with him, he the chief support of the family. It was a garrison town, and one day Pancho learned that his oldest sister, a beautiful girl of 15, was seduced by an army officer. Pancho set out to find the man. He demanded that he make amends. The officer scorned the low peon, and young Villa shot and killed him. The authorities ordered the arrest of Villa. Pancho knew that he, a despised peon, could expect no justice at the hands of the masters. He fled to the mountains. The government set a price on his head and declared him an outlaw. But the townspeople knew Villa and the story of his wrongs. They admired him for challenging the right of an officer to violate the daughter of a peon. They aided Pancho, and by their help he was able to avoid arrest. He gathered around him a circle of other peons embittered by the injustice and oppression they suffered. From time to time they made excursions to neighboring estates, expropriating rich land sharks and sharing the spoils of victory with the needy peons. He was an outlaw, but the people loved him and blessed his name. When the revolution broke out, Villa joined forces with the peons fighting for a chance to live, for a little land and liberty. He has kept up the fight against tremendous odds. Nor has Wall Street been able to corrupt him and buy him off, as they did with Carranza. Wilson. Unlike Villa and his hard-working progenitors, Wilson comes from a long line of exploiters. His forefathers did neither spin nor sew. Yet, they always enjoyed the good things of life, parasites on the back of labor. Wilson himself, unlike Villa, has never tilled the ground nor worked in mine or factory. He has not helped in any productive or otherwise useful work. On the contrary, as teacher and college professor, he used every effort to poison the young minds with the dogmas and dominant views that support present institutions and make more secure the bondage of the people. As president, he has proved himself a menace to the welfare and peace of the country, a weathercock constantly swayed by the breezes from Wall Street. A puppet of the money magnates, his attitude on important issues has been dictated by big business. Preaching peace and sanity a few months ago, he has suddenly veered into the camp of mad militarism. The compelling hand of the Munition and Steel Trust is dictating his policies. And now he cries loudest for the biggest navy of the world. The priests of Mammon got him, body and soul. At this very moment Wilson is preparing to invade Mexico, poor, bleeding Mexico, 4 years torn by inner strife and weakened by the long struggle. He has ordered a punitive expedition against Villa. It is no secret that back of this outcry for the punishment of Villa are the American political and commercial pirates eager for the invasion of Mexico in the holy name of greater profits. Villa killed a Mexican officer to avenge the ruin of his sister. Wilson is preparing to kill thousands of Mexicans on the pretext of avenging the death of some Americans. Which is the greater bandit, Villa or Wilson? There is only this difference between them: Villa had the courage to do his own vengeance, taking the risks and profiting nothing himself. Wilson sits safely in the White House and orders others to do the dirty work. The following article continued the blast's policy of disseminating information about birth control and supporting those active in the campaign to make distributing material on the subject legal. Reb Rainey, who wrote the article, worked in the office of Emma's Mother Earth. A Group That Does Things, Volume 1, Number 10, April 1, 1916. In San Francisco there is an Italian group called Gruppo Anarchico. It appears to be made up of young men chiefly, though a few women attend its sessions. It holds forth in a dingy club room at 1602 Stockton Street, where its members go to read revolutionary periodicals, hear red-blooded speakers and take active part in work which has intelligent resistance for its base. The work consists in doing things instead of talking about them, and that is why this particular circle has more meaning to it than 2,700 assortments of socialistic confab. On the window of the club room is a sign which reads, Gruppo Anarchico Volanta. It is big, clear, done in red, and not a letter is missing. Worked in between the lines is a sketch of mountain peaks, with the flaming sun rising above them. Inside, the walls speak eloquently, with their picture of Montjuic, a print of the 5 Haymarket victims, pictures of Giordano Bruno and Francisco Ferrer, a number of revolutionary posters, and such inspiring placards as, "You aspire to liberty? Fools! Have the strength and liberty will come by itself." Numerous revolutionary booklets, newspapers, etc., are fastened on with clothespins to a railing midway up the wall and are strung out the entire length of the hall, easily accessible to all who care to read them. A homemade desk bookcase in the rear of the hall seems to be a sort of storehouse for excess literature. I am told this group has no officers, that its members come and go as they please, that all contributions are voluntary, including the literature, that the door of the hall is never locked, notwithstanding the fact that the club room is on the ground floor, that anybody is welcome to come in and read to his heart's content, and that, most interesting of all, nobody even knows how many members the circle has. Each member stands responsible for his own acts, but cooperates with other members, all of whom are equally responsible. There isn't anything regular about this aggregation, as far as I can learn. It rests on a foundation of interest, intelligence, spontaneity, and courage. Further than that, it just carries out its own wishes and never seems to think of asking leave of any official dignitary. To illustrate, at the March 10 mass meeting, held in San Francisco to protest against Emma Goldman's arrest, free handbills were given out on which was printed information about preventives. It was simple information, plain enough for any man or woman to read and profit from. One of the Italian boys, interested in the circle, got one of the handbills and took it to his group's meeting place. The idea was instantly recognized as a good one, and one member of the circle forthwith offered to give $10 toward the printing of 20,000 of these bills in the Italian language, so that every man and woman in that district might know how to regulate the size of their families. More individuals came up with cash, and the result was that 20,000 leaflets were printed and passed out as freely as water. Then this happened. One of those bluebirds known as policemen called at the club room and asked a member of the circle, Joseph Macario, who happened to be there, the what, how and why of the group's activity along birth control lines. Now Joseph Macario is beautiful to look at. There is nothing of the liar about him. He therefore didn't hedge, but answered in a way that earned for him an invitational command to call at the chief's headquarters. Joseph went, not in the least ashamed for what he had done, but proud of the fact that he had done a good act, a helpful act, boldly, thoroughly and openly. The chief looked him over, asked why, and the boy answered this: "You know these things, you use them, why shouldn't I and the rest of us?" The chief's answer was short and sweet. He used 3 words. He said to the key turner, "Lock him up." But there are bubbles in Italian blood. When you scratch it you are liable to get an effervescent reaction, which is just what happened in this case. An Italian attorney, Charles Sferlazzo, interested himself straightway, bailed the boy out, and now there promises to be a lively contest over the right of strangers, official or otherwise, to regulate bedroom affairs. The case is to come up this week, and the Italian boy is not going to be alone. Another light on this case is this: since the leaflets were printed, priests have stopped to read those which were pasted up on the window of the club's quarters. By any chance can it be that the men in black recognized that such effrontery meant less births, less marriages, less funerals, and therefore less fees, not to speak of the abatement of respect for mystery mongers, and decided for their own sakes that it would be well to stamp such efforts as obscene and thereby put an end to them? Just an idea, of course, but somehow it sticks. The most important part about the work of these rebels is that they had the courage to stand back of their acts. They signed the name and address of their group on the leaflets they gave out, and they headed the leaflet with this significant announcement: "Workers, procreate only when you like. Numerous families increase the misery that is great already among the poor masses of workers. The capitalist vampires, by means of the priest, morally condemn the use of scientific means in order not to have children. This they do by threatening hell to those who intelligently refuse to put into the world numerous unlucky, unfortunate ones. And by means of politicians, judges, and jailers they make laws, condemn and jail everybody, all those who try to diffuse among the people scientific knowledge. And indeed they tried, a short time ago, Margarita Sanger. They convicted Anderlini in the state of Illinois. A few days ago they arrested Emma Goldman in New York, and they threaten trouble to all those who have the courage to tell you the truth and let you know this practical means to prevent conception." Joseph Macario stated that the information wasn't given out in the hope of solving the social question, but to protest against authority, and by this to voice a stern protest against all limitations of free social development on the part of consecrated authorities. Last evening I went over to the club room of the Circle to hear Alexander Berkman speak. We were a number, including Jake Margulis, the Pittsburgh attorney, who is to defend David Kaplan in his coming trial. Both Berkman and Margulis talked to the crowd which filled the hall to overflowing. Everyone in the place listened with rapt attention, including a number of gumshoe tale-bearers who took slurred notes in the rear of the place. I can't begin to outline Berkman's talk here, but it was fine. He told them intelligent resistance was the key to attainment under the present social system, that what was good for the crowd was good for the man, that everything that served to make people discontented and actively and effectively resistant in their own defense was beneficial, that the man who ties a rope around your neck and accuses you of disorder if you attempt to undo the knot, is a bully and a faker and unworthy of the slightest consideration. Margulis, too, dwelt on the absolute necessity of throwing off imposed burdens, no matter in what form they present themselves. And at the finish both were roundly applauded. There were enough red bubbles in that hall to make a pudding that would reach to Mars. After the meeting I learned that on the night before 6,000 preventative leaflets had been placed in the mail boxes of as many citizens by the members of this group. They had confined their distribution to the Italian quarter and, of course, all the handbills were printed in Italian. 10 members had done the work, voluntarily, fearlessly, determinately. Which only proves what Wendell Phillips said, that a dozen or so determined men can commit a revolution overnight. Fine examples are these youth, fiery, conscious, clear-sighted. They know what ails them and they are not going to be overdelicate in putting an end to the nuisance. Which recalls the American brand of bravery. What an invigorating sight it would be could we but see our native drudges take heart and emulate these dark-skinned defiers. Perhaps they will when they see it is safe. More than one man has finally made his base by walking. Reb Rainey. The blast was frequently suppressed by U.S. authorities. The following 2 articles by Berkman speak of 2 issues blocked by the government. The Bloodhounds Volume 1, Number 11, April 15, 1916. The Bloodhounds of King Plute are on the trail of the blast. Issue number 10 has been excluded from the mails by order from Washington. The official objection is against the article, a group that does things, treating of birth control and mentioning the address of the group. Orders had also been given to suppress the issue of March 15, number 9, though part of that issue had been mailed before the arrival of the governmental ukase. The real reason for the suppression, however, is the fact that the blast is too strong, as one of the officials told us. Too strong for whom? For our readers or for the powers that rule? Have we come to this, that any stupid post office clerk may decide what is or is not fit for the people to read? Who is this postal authority, anyhow, that presumes to censor our expressions and to dictate our mode of writing? To be sure, our writing may be strong, we write for red-blooded men and women, not for the mollycoddles or corruptionists of the post office. And if our frank talk about Wilson and his lackeys, and their plutocratic employers, is not to their taste, so much the worse for them. They have the power, the passing power that rests on popular ignorance, to strangle the blast and jail its editor. But they cannot put chains on thought, nor hold back the hands of time. Our will is not to be subdued. In or out of prison we shall continue to voice the feelings and thoughts of the suppressed and downtrodden, all governmental censors notwithstanding. Have we, or have we not, free speech and free press in this country? With Emma Goldman facing trial in New York for exercising the right of free speech, with the Revolt of New York suppressed by the post office, and the brothers Magan in jail because of their encouragement of the Mexican peons in their great struggle for land and liberty, to mention only a few recent cases, it seems to me that only the willfully blind can persist in the belief that we have free speech or free press in this country. These things are a myth. In America, as in the European monarchies, we enjoy only that modicum of freedom of speech and press which is palatable to the masters. There is free speech for those only who voice popular ideas approved of by the powers that be. But free speech has no significance whatever unless it means freedom to express unpopular ideas. The essence of progress consists in giving a hearing to the new and the unpopular. These, when approved and accepted, finally become popular. But before it has the opportunity to prove its worth, every untried idea is necessarily unpopular, because new. That is not saying that everything new is necessarily worthy and useful. But in order that we may separate the chaff from the wheat, every idea must be sure of a hearing. That is the meaning of free speech and free press, absolute freedom of expression. It is in the interest of the lords of life to allow only as much, and the kind of, expression that does not militate against their power and influence. But where expression begins to undermine the foundations of that power, where it lays hold of the roots of the false ideas supporting our social structure of lies, robbery, and murder, their permitted freedom ceases. When seriously threatened, the beast of privilege cries, "Halt! So far and no farther." But we are determined to ignore the beast and its rules, its cries of rage and its cries of pain. We urge those who believe in real, unconditional freedom of speech and press to manifest their attitude by helping us in this important fight. Deprivation of postal service has put us to heavy expense. We ask our friends to cooperate with us and thus aid our determination to fight for uncensored freedom of expression. Alexander Berkman. More Suppression Volume 1, Number 15, July 1, 1916. Washington, June 6, 1916. Mr. Alexander Berkman, Publisher. The Blast, Box 661. San Francisco, California. Sir. You are hereby notified that, in accordance with the Act of Congress approved March 3, 1901, ch. 851, 31 Statl. 1107, you will be granted a hearing at the office of the 3rd Assistant Postmaster General, Washington, D.C., at 2 p.m., on Tuesday, June 27, 1916, to show cause why the authorization of admission to the blast to the second class of mail matter under the Act of March 3, 1879, ch. 180, Sector 14, 1 Sup. 246, should not be revoked, upon the following ground. The publication is not a newspaper or other periodical publication within the meaning of the law, Act of March 3, 1879, governing second-class mail matter and, furthermore, it is not regularly issued at stated intervals as a newspaper or other periodical publication within the meaning of the law. Moreover, it is in conflict with the provisions of the law embodied in Section 480, Postal Laws and Regulations. Your appearance at the hearing may be in person or by representative. In any event, your answer must be in writing. It should be submitted on or before June 27, 1916, and will be given the same consideration as though you appeared in person or by representative. Respectfully, A. M. Kelly. 3rd Assistant Postmaster General. June 21, 1916. 3rd Assistant Postmaster General. In reply to your communication of the 6th INST. CD number 172588, I want to inform you that it is impossible for me to be personally present at the hearing at your office on the 27th, nor do I care to have a representative there. I hereby present my reasons why the admission of the blast to the second class of mail matter should not be revoked. My chief reason is that such revocation would be tantamount to the actual suppression of the blast, and nothing short of a crime against the freedom of the press. You are an employee of the federal government. Your salary is drawn from funds supplied by the taxpayers. You are supposed to serve the people in connection with their postal facilities. But the tragedy of your situation, as that of all other employees of the government, is that, instead of being the servant of the public, you by virtue of your office automatically become a cog of the governmental machinery, wherein your integrity as a man, an independent and thinking being, becomes subservient to the ends of government, whatever those ends may happen to be in a given case. In the present case, your communication to me is prompted by the attempt of the government to commit one of the greatest crimes against the people whom you are sworn to serve, the suppression of free press. Personally, you probably realize that all progress depends on the liberty of expression, and that the unpopular voice should be respected. As part of the governmental machinery, however, you yourself, whatever your views and feelings in the matter, are made the very instrument of the suppression of free press, though you are specially paid by the people to further the means of their intercommunication. Concerning the points specified in your form letter of the 6th INST, let me inform you that the blast is a newspaper, if by the term is meant a paper publishing news and information in the field of its particular choice. Your statement that the blast is not regularly issued at stated intervals is entirely without foundation. Your assumption is probably due to the fact that copies of the blast do not regularly reach the post office. But that is the fault of the post office, not mine, since the postal authorities of San Francisco, on orders from Washington, have refused to accept copies of the blast for transmission. Nevertheless, the blast is published regularly, at stated intervals, and regularly supplied to our agents throughout the country, by express, as you will see from the enclosed issues of the paper. The blast was first issued as a weekly publication on January 15, 1916, and second-class mail matter applied for and granted. Then the blast was changed from a weekly to a semi-monthly publication. Your office was informed accordingly, whereupon you revoked the second-class mail of the weekly blast and granted second-class mail to the semi-monthly blast. At all times since its inception, the blast has appeared regularly, at stated intervals, first as a weekly, then as a semi-monthly. Thus you will see that there is absolutely no reason why the second-class mail of the blast should be revoked. If it is done, nevertheless, it will be because someone in Washington is determined to suppress the unpopular voice of the blast. Personally, I do not care what the government will do in this case. I know that government means oppression and tyranny. But for your sake, I hope that you will refuse to be a will-less cog in this machinery of suppression. Signed, Alexander Berkman. Editor, The Blast, San Francisco. The Blast published many short articles on diverse issues. Following are an article about Karl Liebknecht, the German revolutionary who opposed World War I, and another about the longshoremen strike in California. Both articles focus on the need for workers to unite together to protect their interests. An Inspiring Example Volume 1, Number 17, August 15, 1916. The stand of Karl Liebknecht, of Germany, against the continuance of the war, is highly significant. An act of physical bravery is ennobling. A deed of moral courage is an inspiration. Liebknecht, daring to be true to his ideals in the face of a powerful government and the still more powerful public war madness, is a great inspiration. Moreover, back of Liebknecht is an intelligent minority in Germany of which he is merely the emphatic spokesman. In every warring country of Europe there are these intelligent minorities, opposed to the slaughter of their fellow men and courageous enough to act up to their beliefs. If all the revolutionary elements of Europe had the sincerity and courage of Liebknecht, there would have been no war. As it is, in every country there are numerous rebels killed and imprisoned because of their opposition to human slaughter. At this very moment our comrade Guy A. Alderd, editor of the London Spur, his co-workers Henry Serra, Alan MacDougall, and numerous others, are tortured in the black houses of English prisons because of their loyalty to their ideals. The new English Military Service Act excuses from servicemen having conscientious objections to murder. In spite of it, our anti-militarist comrades are forced into the army or navy and, if objecting, subjected to imprisonment, degradation, and torture. But the example of these valiant Protestants is compelling the respect of thinking men and women, and rousing the people to the true character of militarism and government. May the workers of this country not fail to learn the lesson. Militarism and conscription are about to be foisted on the people of the United States. This country is to be turned into an armed camp, like England, Russia, and Germany. Only the immediate active opposition of the workers can save us from the fate of Europe. On this most fundamental issue all revolutionists, rebels, radicals of every shade can and must immediately get together, and in cooperation with the more intelligent element of labor, help to crystallize and organize the scattered anti-militarist sentiment of this country and rear an effective barrier against the powers of tyranny and greed. The Hope of the Longshoreman Volume 1, Number 17, August 15, 1916. The strike on the waterfront is too long drawn out. Strikes, to be successful, must be quick and sharp. The longer such a struggle lasts, the less chance for the workers to win, their funds are exhausted, the enthusiasm of the men wanes, their families begin to feel the pinch of hunger. The men grow pessimistic and are ready to return to work under almost any conditions. This applies to every strike. Even unions with big treasuries are quickly exhausted. You can't match dollar for dollar with the Steel Trust, the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, the Cloak Manufacturers, the Standard Oil, or other similar plutocratic organizations. The whole capitalist class, practically speaking, comes to the rescue of even the unorganized employer involved in a labor struggle. In fact, he is aided by the whole power of government, with its police, courts and soldiery. But who comes to the aid of a body of workers defending themselves against the greed of the boss? Only their union, often not even their own international organization. That's why labor generally loses in these skirmishes for the lack of solidarity. The striking longshoremen have repeated the serious mistake of many other strikes. They signed up with the bosses who are not members of the waterfront employers union and permitted part of their men to go back to work. Thus they defeated the very purpose of their strike, to cause a complete tie-up. Now the employers union demands the unconditional surrender of the strikers. The only reply the workers of the coast can give to this demand, coupled as it is with the war ultimatum of the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce, is immediately to declare a general strike. That alone can save the day and turn the now almost certain defeat of the longshoremen into a decisive victory. Naturally, the blast contained articles about anarchism. Down with the Anarchists. Volume 1, Number 17, August 15, 1916. We must get rid of the anarchists. They are a menace to society. Does not Hearst say so? Do not the M. and M and the gentlemen of the Chamber of Commerce, who have also declared war on labor, assure us that the anarchists are dangerous and that they are responsible for all our troubles? Does not every skinner of labor and every grafting politician shout against the anarchists? Isn't that enough to prove that the anarchists are dangerous? But why are all the moneybags and their hirelings so unanimous in condemning the anarchists? Generally they disagree on many questions and they bitterly fight each other in their business and social life. But on two questions they are always in accord. What are those two questions that all the capitalists and profit-mongers are always in perfect agreement on? They are these. Smash the labor unions. Hang the anarchists. Why? Because the labor unions are cutting the boss's profits by constantly demanding higher wages. And the anarchists want to abolish the boss altogether. Now, what is the matter with the anarchists? What do you really know about them, except the lies and misrepresentations of their enemies who are also the enemies of the workers and opposed to every advancement of labor? If you stop to think of it, you really know nothing of the anarchists and their teachings. Your masters and their press have taken good care that you shouldn't learn the truth about them. Why? Because as long as they can keep you busy shouting against the anarchists, they are safe in their saddle on the backs of the people. That's the whole secret. What do the anarchists really want? When you know that, you will be able to decide for yourself whether the anarchists are your enemies or your friends. The anarchists say that it is not necessary to have murder and crime, poverty and corruption in the world. They say that we are cursed with these evils because a handful of people have monopolized the earth and all the wealth of the country. But who produces that wealth? Who builds the railroads, who digs the coal, who works in the fields and factories? You can answer that question for yourself. It is the toilers who do all the work and who produce all that we have in the world. The anarchists say, the products of labor should belong to the producers. The industries should be carried on to minister to the needs of the people instead of for profit, as at present. Abolishing monopoly in land and in the sources of production, and making the opportunity for production accessible to all, would do away with capitalism and introduce free and equal distribution. That, in turn, would do away with laws and government, as there would be no need for them, government serving only to conserve the institutions of today and to protect the masters in their exploitation of the people. It would abolish war and crime, because the incentive to either would be lacking. It would be a society of real freedom, without coercion or violence, based on the voluntary communal arrangement of to each according to his needs, from each according to his ability. That is what the anarchists teach. Suppose they are all wrong. Are you going to prove it by hanging them? If they are wrong, the people will not accept their ideas, and therefore there can be no danger from them. But, if they are right, it would be good for us to find it out. In any case, it is a question of learning what these anarchists really want. Let the people hear them. But how about violence? You say. Don't the anarchists preach and practice violence and murder? They don't. On the contrary, the anarchists hold life as the most sacred thing. That's why they want to change the present order of things where everyone's hand is against his brother, and where war, wholesale slaughter in the pursuit of the dollar, bloodshed in the field, factory, and workshop is the order of the day. The poverty, misery, and bitter industrial warfare, the crimes, suicides and murder committed every day of the year in this country will convince any man of intelligence that in present society we have plenty of law, but mighty little order or peace. Anarchism means opposition to violence, by whomever committed, even if it be by the government. The government has no more right to murder than the individual. Anarchism is therefore opposition to violence as well as to government forcibly imposed on man. The anarchists value human life. In fact, no one values it more. Why, then, are the anarchists always blamed for every act of violence? Because your rulers and exploiters want to keep you prejudiced against the anarchists, so you will never find out what the anarchists really want, and the masters will remain safe in their monopoly of life. Now, what are facts about violence? Crimes of every kind happen every day. Are the anarchists responsible for them? Or is it not rather misery and desperation that drive people to commit such acts? Does a millionaire go out on the street and knock you down with a gas pipe to rob you of a few dollars? Oh, no. He builds a factory and robs his workers in a way that is much safer, more profitable, and within the law. Who, then, commits acts of violence? The desperate man, of course. He to whom no other resort seems open. Violence is committed by all kinds of people. Such violence is mostly for the purpose of theft or robbery. But there are also cases where it is done for social reasons. Such impersonal acts of violence have, from time immemorial, been the reply of goaded and desperate classes, and goaded and desperate individuals, to wrongs from their fellow men, which they felt to be intolerable. Such acts are the violent recoil from violence, whether aggressive or repressive. They are the last desperate struggle of outraged and exasperated human nature for breathing space and life. And their cause lies not in any special conviction, but in human nature itself. The whole course of history, political and social, is strewn with evidence of this fact. To go no further, take the revolutionists of Russia, the Fenians and Sinn Féiners of Ireland, the Republicans of Italy. Were those people anarchists? No. Did they all hold the same political opinions? No. But all were driven by desperate circumstances into this terrible form of revolt. Anarchists, as well as others, have sometimes committed acts of violence. Do you hold the Republican Party responsible for every act committed by a Republican? Or the Democratic Party, or the Presbyterian or Methodist Church responsible for acts of individual members? It would be stupid to do so. Under miserable conditions of life, any vision of the possibility of better things makes the present misery more intolerable, and spurs those who suffer to the most energetic struggles to improve their lot, and if these struggles only immediately result in sharper misery, the outcome is sheer desperation. In our present society, for instance, an exploited wage worker, who catches a glimpse of what work and life might and ought to be, finds the toilsome routine and the squalor of his existence almost intolerable, and even when he has the resolution and courage to continue steadily working his best, and waiting until new ideas have so permeated society as to pave the way for better times, the mere fact that he has such ideas and tries to spread them brings him into difficulties with his employers. How many thousands of rebel workers, of socialists, of industrialists and syndicalists, but above all of anarchists, have lost work and even the chance of work, solely on the ground of their opinions. It is only the specially gifted craftsman who, if he be a zealous propagandist, can hope to retain permanent employment. And what happens to a man with his brain working actively with a ferment of new ideas, with a vision before his eyes of a new hope dawning for toiling and agonizing men, with the knowledge that his suffering and that of his fellows in misery is not caused by the cruelty of fate, but by the injustice of other human beings? What happens to such a man when he sees those dear to him starving, when he himself is starved? Some natures in such a plight, and those by no means the least social or the least sensitive, will become violent, and will even feel that their violence is social and not antisocial, that in striking when and how they can, they are striking, not for themselves, but for human nature, outraged and despalled in their persons and in those of their fellow sufferers. And are we, who ourselves are not in this horrible predicament, to stand by and coldly condemn these piteous victims of the furies and fates? Are we to decry as miscreants these human beings who act with heroic self-devotion, often sacrificing their lives in protest, where less social and less energetic natures would lie down and grovel in abject submission to injustice and wrong? Are we to join the ignorant and brutal outcry which stigmatizes such men as monsters of wickedness, gratuitously running amok in a harmonious and innocently peaceful society? No. We hate murder with a hatred that may seem absurdly exaggerated to apologists for war, industrial slaughter, and Ludlow massacres, to callous acquiescers in governmental and plutocratic violence, but we decline in such cases of homicide as those of which we are treating, to be guilty of the cruel injustice of flinging the whole responsibility of the deed upon the immediate perpetrator. The guilt of these homicides lies upon every man and woman who, intentionally or by cold indifference, helps to keep up social conditions that drive human beings to despair. The man who flings his whole life into the attempt, often at the cost of his own life, to protest against the wrongs of his fellow men, is a saint compared to the active and passive upholders of cruelty and injustice, even if his protest destroy other lives besides his own. Let him who is without sin in society cast the first stone at such a one. The Blast Group. Group Freedom. Italian anarchist group Volonta. Union of Russian Workers. Alexander Berkman. Per Emma Goldman. The following two articles are about the case of Tom Mooney and Warren Billings, accused of throwing a bomb during the preparedness parade in San Francisco on July 22, 1916. The Billings Trial Volume 1, Number 19, September 15, 1916. The trial of Warren K. Billings is now on. The case is progressing more quickly than is usual in trials of this character. 5 days proved sufficient to select a jury and to submit almost all of the evidence of the prosecution. The defense, it is understood, will also require but little time to present its side. It is very likely that a verdict will be reached within another week. Seldom has a trial of such grave character consumed so little time. Murder cases usually drag out for months and months. The trial of Matthew Schmidt, for instance, lasted over 3 months. David Kaplan's trial almost as long. But the reason for the celerity with which the present case is carried on is simple. Rarely has an accusation of this character been so preposterous, rarely has the prosecution evidence been so flimsy as in the case of the United Railroads against Billings, Mooney et al. I say the case of the United Railroads advisedly. For as the trial unfolds in the courtroom, from day to day, it becomes evident even to the most narrow-minded partisan of the prosecution that it is not the state that is prosecuting Warren K. Billings, as responsible for the preparedness parade explosion, nor even the police department of San Francisco, but clearly and unmistakably the real prosecutor is the United Railroads, in the person of one Martin Swanson. And who is this man Swanson? The daily press has assiduously sought to throw the mantle of mystery over the elusive Swanson. But in reality there is no mystery whatever about him. Swanson is just a plain detective. Very plain. Though a former Pinkerton, he is not of the old type plug ugly whose very name has become synonymous with irresponsible brutality. Nor yet is Swanson the modern dime novel sleuth that so delights the hearts of our incipient presidents. No, Swanson is just a common everyday detective. Every detective tries to be an actor off the boards. If he leans to heavy melodrama, he becomes a Pinkerton man, If he inclines to the lighter vaudeville, he joins the Burns staff. If his tendencies are in the line of realism, his ideal is Sherlock Holmes. But Swanson is a bad actor, which is here not meant figuratively but literally. His manner too obviously betrays a conscious, even a self-conscious, imitation of Conan Doyle's super sleuth. Among that element of the local underworld whose intelligence is below the average, Swanson is considered clever. I have no doubt he is, by comparison. Nor am I prepared to contradict a friend's statement to the effect that Swanson is the most intelligent man in the district attorney's office. It is probably quite true, which is not so much a testimonial to Swanson's intelligence as proof of the lack of it on the part of those that elected and chose the incumbents of the district attorney's office. This pen picture of Swanson can be completed by the story of my first meeting with him. The doorbell of the Blast office rang, and the editor, who was just then also filling the no less important position of janitor, answered the call. A stockily built man, above average size, his rather heavy face lightened by a pair of not unpleasant blue eyes, entered. I did not expect any visitors, and this man was a total stranger. I glanced at his face, then at his feet, suspiciously large. "What can I do for you?" I asked. "I see you are from the district attorney's office." The man scowled. It was Swanson. This identification of Swanson is necessary to understand the character of, and the proceedings at, the trial of Billings. The evidence of the prosecution is now all in, and it is clear that it has entirely failed to establish its case. In fact, it has no case at all. The identification of Billings was the most preposterous ever attempted in a criminal court. A few hysterical women had him dressed in half a dozen different suits, all at the same time. No connection whatever has been shown, much less proven, between the accused and the bomb explosion. It has not even been established whether it was dynamite or nitroglycerin, a bomb or infernal machine, or some other fatal contrivance that caused the deaths on Stoyart Street. Indeed, the prosecution failed to prove anything except that an explosion took place on July 22d. And even regarding the circumstances and character of that explosion, the district attorney's witnesses were so hopelessly mixed that an out-of-town visitor in the courtroom might have been led to doubt the very fact of the explosion. The essential features of the Billings trial may be summarized as follows. Who shadowed Billings for weeks previous to the bomb explosion? Swanson. Who offered Billings a bribe of $5,000 to implicate Tom Mooney in the blowing up of the high-power towers of the United Railroads? Swanson. Who offered a similar reward to Israel Weinberg for the same purpose? Swanson. Who was the first to suggest that the most active labor men of San Francisco be accused of the bomb explosion? Swanson. Who arrested Billings? Swanson. Who helped to arrest and search the apartments of the other labor prisoners? Swanson. Who helped to raid the offices of the Blast? Swanson. Who grilled the editor and associate editor of the Blast? Swanson. Who helped to sweat the arrested labor men? Swanson. Who is always at the side of the official prosecutors, Fickert and Brennan? Swanson. Who threatened Israel Weinberg to fix him, when a week before the explosion Weinberg refused to bear false witness in connection with the URR tower explosions? Swanson. Who made the statement, before the trial, to the effect that Billings is to be railroaded, and that after that it will be easy to convict all the other defendants? Swanson. Who stated that he will get Alexander Berkman and the rest of the Blast staff? Swanson. Who is the leading spirit in the specially created Detective Bomb Bureau? Swanson. Whose hand is so plainly seen behind the prosecution? Swanson. It's Swanson all through, the private detective of the Pacific Gas and Electric Company, who has also done yeoman service for the United Railroads. It is all Swanson, who, according to his own admission, is the head detective of the Public Utilities Protective Bureau, an organization formed by the Pacific Gas and Electric Company, the Pacific Telephone and Telegraph Company, the Sierra and San Francisco Power Company, the Western States Gas and Electric Company, and the Northern Electric Railroad. The same Swanson who, according to the 11th hour admission of District Attorney Fickert, is an officer of his staff. The Billings Verdict Volume 1, Number 20, October 15, 1916. There is no justice in heaven or on earth. That is my final conviction. Where is that just providence we hear so much about? Where the sense of justice of the Almighty, or of anyone else, when a human being, utterly innocent, can be convicted and doomed to a living death for the rest of his natural life? Where is justice? Billings has been convicted. Convicted in spite of his proven innocence. For it is literally true that in the Billings trial the prosecution not only failed to make out its case, but the defense actually proved the innocence of Billings, proved that, even according to the state's testimony, it was a physical impossibility for Billings to have been at the place of the explosion. And yet Billings was convicted. Was there ever a more crying injustice? No, not since the days of the Chicago anarchists foully murdered by blind rage and bitter prejudice. Indeed, the San Francisco case is even more heinous in its cold-blooded bestiality. For history can at least explain, if not palliate, the judicial murders of 1,887 by a temporary mental aberration of the people, a virtual insanity of fear and hatred resulting from the bitter class feeling in the tremendous labor struggles of those days. No such excuse can be given in the Billings case. The people of San Francisco were deeply stirred by the Preparedness Parade explosion, but they did not lose their heads. The tragedy filled them with grief, but they scorned the infamy of lynch law suggested by the Hearsts and their vile ilk. They refused to sanction a debauch of blood-drunk vengeance. They would not turn murderers, deeply as they mourned their loss. They waited patiently for the authorities to apprehend the guilty. They wouldn't shed innocent blood. What little hysteria the yellow press, which thrives on it, was able to arouse or stimulate, had all died out long before the Billings trial began. The city had resumed its normal life, the people followed their accustomed pursuits, and even in the courtroom nothing disturbed the even tenor of the usual legal proceedings, save the occasional holy jumper antics of the public prosecutors. There was nothing in the atmosphere in or out of the courtroom, nor anything beneath the surface of the life of San Francisco, to indicate unusual interest in the trial. The Preparedness Parade, nay, its very object, was all but forgotten. The bomb passed into history and the great bulk of the citizenship evinced no particular interest in the trial, because it was generally felt that the police had failed to find a clue to the real perpetrators of the explosion, and that the criminal proceedings against Billings, et.al., were a somewhat ungraceful mode of covering up the inefficiency of the district attorney's office rather than a serious attempt to fasten the crime on the accused. It was therefore generally felt that the arrested labor men were mere police scapegoats, and that there was no case against them. And when the public prosecutor insisted on charging Billings, et.al., with a conspiracy to dynamite people holding different social views and was sarcastically sat upon by Judge Dunn, who demanded actual evidence instead of vague charges of a general conspiracy against the whole world, the public was convinced that the district attorney was merely trying to save his official face. But when the actual trial of the bomb plot began, and the prosecution introduced its witnesses, it quickly became apparent that there was indeed a plot, a deep, sinister plot, not a bomb plot, however, but a plot to clear the district attorney's office of the charge of inefficiency and at the same time stifle the voices of certain men who had become a thorn in the flesh of the enemies of labor. Like the scenes of some absorbing drama, the conspiracy was being unfolded on the stage of the dingy courtroom. Within the railing, on reserved seats, sat the main actors of this intense human play, Warren K. Billings, the first of the accused to be tried, District Attorney Ches Fickert and his assistants, Brennan and Cunha, the attorneys for the defense, McNutt, Lemasny, and Lawler, and on the box-like bench, to the left of Superior Judge Dunn, the 12 men, good and true, all retired businessmen, well known to the district attorney for their loyal service in similar capacity on numerous previous occasions. The jurors, whose combined age was more than equal to 5 centuries, listened with varying degrees of attention to the straggling stream of witnesses for the prosecution who testified under oath, "So help me God," that Billings was in 3 different places at the same time, dressed in as many different suits of clothes. According to these witnesses, Billings was between 1:50 to 2 p.m. on the fateful day of July 22 on the corner of Stoyart and Market Streets, the place of the explosion, with a heavy suitcase, variously and positively identified as black, yellowish, and as a small grip. Billings was, at the same time, on the roof of 721 Market Street over a mile from the scene of explosion, and he was also, at the very same moment, talking to policeman Earl Moore in front of 721 Market Street and also having a long conversation with Estelle Smith in the dental office of her employer. The prosecution's identification of Billings was no less positive and sure than the establishment of his whereabouts. Estelle Smith, chief witness for the state, identified him by a peculiar scar on his forehead, her certainty remaining unshaken even after it was proven that the only scar or rash Billings ever had was on his knee. Nor could Miss Smith be swerved from her faithfulness to obligation when it was established that her mother, Mrs. Kidwell, had been promised by the prosecution a pardon for Mr. Kidwell, her husband, serving time in Folsom Penitentiary for forgery, and that Miss Smith's uncle is imprisoned in San Quentin for murder. She protested that the reward of $17,000 offered for the conviction of anyone for the outrage of July 22 had no temptation for her whatever, though her salary as attendant at a dental office was insufficient for her mode of dressing. Equally protesting and confident was the other star witness of the prosecution, a certain MacDonald, a man about town and notorious dope fiend, who, according to his own testimony, as in a dream saw the suitcase placed on the sidewalk. Confronted by several witnesses who swore that he boasted of being well paid for his testimony, MacDonald admitted that his hotel expenses were being paid by the police to protect him against the defense. Quite as devoid of any hope of reward were a number of other state witnesses, mostly police and detectives, whose testimony impressed everyone as told with the facility bred of practice, and who unanimously agreed that they were incapable of being mistaken or telling a lie. Subtly woven through the state testimony could be traced the fine handiwork of Private Detective Swanson, confidential representative of the Pacific Gas and Electric Co., the United Railroads, Chief Detective of the Pacific Utilities Bureau, etc. It was Swanson, looming large in the background of the district attorney's office, Swanson offering a bribe of $5,000 to Billings and Weinberg, in turn, a week before the bomb explosion, to implicate Mooney in the blowing up of some power towers of the United Railroads Corporation, Swanson, through Brennan, promising $15,000 to one of the attorneys for the defense for double-crossing Billings and Mooney, Swanson threatening friends of the accused labor men with dire punishment for refusing to bear false witness against them. It was always Swanson, the private detective, hovering about the court, prompting the district attorney at the trial, smiling encouragement at the state witnesses, gliding in and out of the courtroom, and nodding familiarly to the jurors in the corridor during recess. All this in full view of the big audience attracted by the sensational trial. But unseen by the casual observer, unseen even unfortunately by the attorneys for the defense, there loomed behind the scenes a grim figure, silent and commanding, whose invisible presence was yet palpably manifest to every one of social intelligence, a figure whose heavy breath surcharged the atmosphere with an ominous sense of a stealthily waged class war, pregnant with mysterious hints of hidden forces, of whispered threats. Chamber of Commerce, Open Shop, Labor and Capital, Law and Order Committee. At last came the turn of the defense. Witness after witness exposed the false network of the state's accusation against Billings. Reputable citizens, professional and businessmen, Grand Army veterans, participants in the preparedness parade and members of patriotic organizations, total strangers to the accused, completely disproved the testimony of the prosecution. They tore its evidence to shreds. The defense produced the man who had spoken to Officer Moore and whom the latter mistook for Billings. A youth on the roof of 721 Market Street resembling Billings, was proven to have been mistaken for the accused prisoner. It was a patient at the dental office who had held the conversation with Estelle Smith, attributed by her to Billings. Billings had no suitcase on that day, nor had he ever visited the place where Miss Smith was employed. Eyewitnesses, supported by photographic evidence, proved the accused to have been far from the scene of the explosion and in no way connected with it. Billings stood completely exonerated. The prosecution was shaken to its very foundation. It did not dare ask for the death penalty. It ignored the evidence and wrapped itself in the folds of the flag. Gentlemen of the jury, implored Assistant District Attorney Brennan in his closing speech, you must convict this boy to wash off the stain put on our flag. We do not ask for his life. We want to give him a chance to tell on the real men back of this conspiracy against our civilization. The crowded courtroom held its breath as the jurors slowly filed in. They had been out 3 hours, 2 of which were spent at luncheon at an open shop place. The fate of a fellow human was in their hands, but long deliberation, it was felt on every hand, was unnecessary. The case of the defense was too clear for doubt. We find the defendant, Warren K. Billings, guilty of murder in the first degree, as charged. Dead silence. The voice of the foreman of the jury died away, like a hollow echo, and a pall of darkness seemed to settle over the courtroom. The audience sat silent, motionless, as if stunned by a sudden blow. Then, as with a common instinct, all eyes turned on Billings. The youth stood with lips twitching, blank astonishment in his eyes, gazing mutely at the jurors. It was only an instant, and then the judge recovered himself. The jury was dismissed. Like shadows, pale and silent, the people faded from the courtroom. Men and women of America, children of liberty and justice-loving sires, will you suffer such judicial assassination of innocent men? The Blast reports another case of government suppression of the magazine. The Daylight Burglary Volume 2, Number 24, January 1, 1917. Martin Swanson, private detective for the United Railroads and the Pacific Gas and Electric Company, with Assistant District Attorney Ed Cunha and Detectives Draper Hand and Mike Burke, raided our office just as we were about to go to the printer with this issue. The corporation detective rang the doorbell at about 10 o'clock Saturday morning, quickly stepped in and took charge. Cunha assisted Swanson in prying into bureau drawers and reading personal correspondence. Cunha asked to see our card index file of subscribers. In clearing a place for him at my work table, I picked up a few letters, some of that morning's mail. Cunha asked, "What's that?" I told him they were personal letters and they did not concern the district attorney's office. He said to his detectives, "Get them." Immediately Hand and Burke grabbed my hands and a desperate struggle took place, as we see by the morning's papers. None of the 4 well-armed men was hurt. But they took my letters. 3 hours rummaging through the house, prying open bureau drawers, reading personal letters and taking mailing lists, manuscripts, and cartoons, resulted in nothing more serious than delaying this issue of the paper. The real reason of the raid was to introduce some shivery music into the anarchist melodrama that District Attorney Fickert is presenting to the public in the newspapers and staging in Judge Griffin's court. While watching the activities of my visitors, I couldn't help a feeling of pity creeping into my heart. I said to Cunha, "How can a man like you engage in such dirty work? As a boy or young man, you must have had a spark of decency in you." To his credit, he blushed. Then stammered, "If I don't do it, someone else will. Life is short, it doesn't matter much after all." "Yes," I said, "life is short, but that's all the more reason why one should be on the side of right and decency. Just think of Faidraig Pearse, Jim Connolly, Tom Clark, and the other gallant Irish rebels who made the world ring with their brave fight for liberty in the streets of Dublin, last Easter week. Then stand up the Mike Burkes, the Brennans, and the Cunhas for comparison. What a pitiful spectacle. Life is short, and if I don't do it, someone else will. Dear Blast, you have had a stormy year, but it has been a glorious one. You must live to carry on the fight for truth. M. Eleanor Fitzgerald. The blast needs funds if it is to have a second birthday. We haven't money enough to pay this week's printing bill. Won't you renew your subscription at once? Let us hear from all lovers of liberty and justice. Among the annoyances occasioned by the daylight burglary on our office, is the necessity to submit an article on the affair of Everett, Washington. They need and deserve your help. An article on the release of Carlo Tresca, Sam Scarlett, Joe Schmidt, and others, in the labor struggle in Minnesota. A compromise was made in which the only concession by labor was a 1-year sentence for each of the 3 strikers. The Haymarket precedent was abandoned. The story of the slugging by the police of an investigator for the San Francisco labor defendants by 2 uniformed policemen in the city prison. This was done in vengeance for his having turned up the police kidnapping of a witness. The Russian Revolution was an inspiration to millions all over the world. To Berkman it was the beginning of a new and just world. March and May Volume 2, Number 4, May 1, 1917. March, the revolutionary month of the proletariat, has again fulfilled its historic mission. A revolution, actually and potentially greater than any of the March days of 1848 and 1871, has been born in the red month of 1917. The Russian Revolution has already accomplished much. It has justified all the sacrifices of the past 50 years. It has honored and hallowed the martyrdom of the numberless heroes and heroines in the fortress of the Petropavlovskaya and the Shluiselberg dungeons, in the frozen wilds of Siberia and the unspeakable hells of Katorga. Only the first word has yet been spoken in the dawn of Russia, only one leaf has been turned in the great book of the new era. The coming days are passionate with promise. After red March, the bloom of May. The storm has broken and scattered the black clouds. It has purified the atmosphere. On its heels follows the bright sunshine, bringing balm to torn hearts, warming to new life and growth. The womb of May holds rebirth and rejuvenation. Prophetic was the vision that chose the 1st of May for the gathering of the forces of the submerged. Its legions rise, stretch their formidable arms and sense their accumulating power in the springtime of life. March, the storm petrel of the revolution. May, the day of new hope and life. That their fruition may blossom in 1917. The echo of the Russian March storm is resounding through the breadth of Europe. More and more distinct grows the rumbling of universal discontent. Its voice, though gagged and stifled, is heard above the thunder of contending cannon. The breath of May is in the air. The million-felt urge of life and liberty cannot be drowned in the sea of warm human blood. The red juice of life has softened the soil, the flesh and bone of a million comrades has manured the earth. The spirit of March is brooding over it. The sun of May is growing nearer, larger. The warm rays penetrate deeper and deeper. They melt the bitterness and hatred of brothers. Hearts are flooded with the joy of spring and the youth of life. Out of the sea of comrades' blood rises the Red International. Out of the fresh grave steps forth the brotherhood of man, the solidarity of the submerged. May, life-giver and liberator. Would that the coming of your days fulfill the passionate promise of the red month of March. Alexander Berkman. Alec and Emma were among the major agitators against U.S. entry into the war and, through the blast, Berkman tried to convince young men to refuse to register or to fight. To the Youth of America Volume 2, Number 5, June 1, 1917. Tyranny must be opposed at the start. Autocracy, once secure in the saddle, is difficult to dislodge. If you believe that America is entering the war to make democracy safe, then be a man and volunteer. But if you know anything at all, then you should know that the cry of democracy is a lie and a snare for the unthinking. You should know that a republic is not synonymous with democracy, and that America has never been a real democracy, but that it is the vilest plutocracy on the face of the globe. If you can see, hear, feel, and think, you should know that King Dollar rules the United States, and that the workers are robbed and exploited in this country to the heart's content of the masters. If you are not deaf, dumb, and blind, then you know that the American bourgeois democracy and capitalistic civilization are the worst enemies of labor and progress, and that instead of protecting them, you should help to fight to destroy them. If you know this, you must also know that the workers of America have no enemy in the toilers of other countries. Indeed, the workers of Germany suffer as much from their exploiters and rulers as do the masses of America. You should know that the interests of labor are identical in all countries. Their cause is international. Then why should they slaughter each other? The workers of Germany have been misled by their rulers into donning the uniform and turning murderers. So have the workers of France, of Italy, and England been misled. But why should you, men of America, allow yourselves to be misled into murder or into being murdered? If your blood must be shed, let it be in defense of your own interests, in the war of the workers against their despoilers, in the cause of real liberty and independence. Registration Volume 2, Number 5, June 1, 1917. Registration is the first step of conscription. The war shouters and their prostitute press, bet on snaring you into the army, tell you that registration has nothing to do with conscription. They lie. Without registration, conscription is impossible. Conscription is the abdication of your rights as a citizen. Conscription is the cemetery where every vestige of your liberty is to be buried. Registration is its undertaker. No man with red blood in his veins can be forced to fight against his will. But you cannot successfully oppose conscription if you approve of, or submit to, registration. Every beginning is hard. But if the government can induce you to register, it will have little difficulty in putting over conscription. By registering you willfully supply the government with the information it needs to make conscription effective. Registration means placing in the hands of the authorities the despotic power of the machinery of passports which made darkest Russia what it was before the revolution. There are thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of young men in this country who have never voted and who have never paid taxes, and who, legally speaking, have no official existence. Their registration means nothing short of suicide, in a majority of cases. Failure to register is punishable by imprisonment. Refusal to be conscripted may be punishable by death. To register is to acknowledge the right of the government to conscript. The consistent conscientious objector to human slaughter will neither register nor be conscripted. Alexander Berkman. War Dictionary Volume 2, Number 5, June 1, 1917. Allies the fairies of democracy. Barbarians the other fellows. Congress the valet of Woodrow I. Censorship the rape of free speech. Conscription free men fighting against their will. Civilization in God we trust. Democracy the voice of the gallery gods. Free speech say what you please, but keep your mouth shut. Huns loyal patriots from Central Europe. Humanity treason to government. Justice successful target shooting. Loyal citizen deaf, dumb, and blind. Kaiser a president's ambition. Liberty loan the bread line of the unborn. Liberty bond a bone from a bonehead. Sedition the proof of tyranny. Militarism Christianity in action. Patriotism hating your neighbor. Registration funeral march of liberty. Slacker Jesus Christ. Trenches digging your own grave. Un-American independent opinion. Undemocratic ideals. Uniform government straitjacket. Victory 10 million dead. War the propaganda of democracy. Which is the braver? The man who falls in line with the great majority or he that faces the wrath of millions for conscience sake? Do not confound us with the pacifists. We believe in fighting. We have been fighting all our lives, fighting injustice, oppression, and tyranny. Almost single-handed at that. We are not pacifists. But we want to know what we are fighting for, and we refuse to fight for the enemies and the exploiters of humanity. Alexander Berkman. Section 2. The No Conscription League. The No Conscription League was formed by Alec, Emma, and a few friends on May 9, 1916. Their manifesto stated, in part, that the No Conscription League has been formed for the purpose of encouraging conscientious objectors to affirm their liberty of conscience and to make their objection to human slaughter effective by refusing to participate in the killing of their fellow men. The No Conscription League is to be the voice of protest against the coercion of conscientious objectors to participate in the war. We will resist conscription by every means in our power, and we will sustain those who, for similar reasons, refuse to be conscripted. Goldman and Berkman had trouble finding hall owners who would rent to them, but, when they finally were able to arrange for league meetings, the halls were packed with thousands of people inside while many times more gathered outside. Berkman writes of one such meeting, there were fully 35,000 that tried to gain admission. Only 2,000 were allowed to enter the hall, but the thousands on the outside took up the applause that reached them from the meeting and filled the air with revolutionary songs. Included in this section is a statement by the No Conscription League, as well as the minutes to a meeting of the League, on June 4, 1917, in which Berkman and Goldman spoke to a packed audience of 5,000 people while at least 15,000 rallied outside the hall. These minutes are included here to convey the excitement, the tension, and the explosiveness that surrounded the activities of Alec and Emma, and also to highlight the courage of these two anarchists during the year in which the United States entered World War I. It is a living document that reflects a mood difficult to capture in accounts of the event written after the fact. On June 15, as a result of the activities of the No Conscription League, Alec and Emma were arrested for violating the Selective Draft Act and put behind bars to await deportation. No conscription. Statement of the No Conscription League. Conscription has now become a fact in this country. It took England fully 18 months after she engaged in the war to impose compulsory military service on her people. It was left for free America to pass a conscription bill 6 weeks after she declared war against Germany. What becomes of the patriotic boast of America to have entered the European war in behalf of the principle of democracy? But that is not all. Every country in Europe has recognized the right of conscientious objectors of men who refuse to engage in war on the ground that they are opposed to taking life. Yet this democratic country makes no such provision for those who will not commit murder at the behest of the war profiteers. Thus the land of the free and the home of the brave is ready to coerce free men into the military yoke. No one to whom the fundamental principle of liberty and justice is more than an idle phrase, can help realize that the patriotic claptrap now shouted by press, pulpit, and the authorities, betrays a desperate effort of the ruling class in this country to throw sand in the eyes of the masses and blind them to the real issue confronting them. That issue is the Prussianizing of America so as to destroy whatever few liberties the people have achieved through an incessant struggle of many years. Already all labor protective laws have been abrogated, which means that while husbands, fathers, and sons are butchered on the battlefield, the women and children will be exploited in our industrial Bastilles to the heart's content of the American patriots for gain and power. Freedom of speech, of press, and assembly is about to be thrown upon the dung heap of political guarantees. But crime of all crimes, the flower of the country is to be forced into murder whether or not they believe in war or in the efficacy of saving democracy in Europe by the destruction of democracy at home. Liberty of conscience is the most fundamental of all human rights, the pivot of all progress. No man may be deprived of it without losing every vestige of freedom of thought and action. In those days when every principle and conception of democracy and individual liberty is being cast overboard under the pretext of democratizing Germany, it behooves every liberty-loving man and woman to insist on his or her right of individual choice in the ordering of his life and actions. The No Conscription League has been formed for the purpose of encouraging conscientious objectors to affirm their liberty of conscience and to make their objection to human slaughter effective by refusing to participate in the killing of their fellow men. The No Conscription League is to be the voice of protest against the coercion of conscientious objectors to participate in the war. Our platform may be summarized as follows. We oppose conscription because we are internationalists, anti-militarists, and opposed to all wars waged by capitalistic governments. We will fight for what we choose to fight for, we will never fight simply because we are ordered to fight. We believe that the militarization of America is an evil that far outweighs, in its antisocial and anti-libertarian effects, any good that may come from America's participation in the war. We will resist conscription by every means in our power, and we will sustain those who, for similar reasons, refuse to be conscripted. We are not unmindful of the difficulties in our way. But we have resolved to go ahead and spare no effort to make the voice of protest a moral force in the life of this country. The initial efforts of the conscientious objectors in England were fraught with many hardships and danger, but finally the government of Great Britain was forced to give heed to the steadily increasing volume of public protest against the coercion of conscientious objectors. So we, too, in America, will doubtless meet the full severity of the government and the condemnation of the war-mad jingoes, but we are nevertheless determined to go ahead. We feel content in arousing thousands of people who are conscientious objectors to the murder of their fellow men and to whom a principle represents the most vital thing in life. Resist conscription. Organize meetings. Join our league. Send us money. Help us to give assistance to those who come in conflict with the government. Help us to publish literature against militarism and against conscription. We consider this campaign of the utmost importance at the present time. Amid hateful, cowardly silence, a powerful voice and an all-embracing love are necessary to make the living dead shiver. No Conscription League 20, East 125th Street, New York. No Conscription League at Hunts Point Palace in New York City. Minutes to the June 4, 1917, meeting. Mr. Alexander Berkman, comrades, friends, and enemies, great applause, and everyone who believes in freedom of thought and liberty. We had a demonstration here a moment ago as to who believes in free speech. The militarists, the false patriots and the others have mass meetings tonight. They have mass meetings this evening. They have meetings tomorrow. We did not send our men to disturb their meetings. Great applause and hurrahs. And who believe in liberty? Do we believe in liberty or do they? We say to you, and I mean all of you, I mean these detectives, these federal men, soldiers, and sailors, we say to all of you, if you want war, go ahead. We believe in liberty, but you can go ahead. Applause and cheers. But we say further to you, if you believe in liberty, if you pretend to fight for liberty and democracy, how can you force us to do what we don't want to do? Great applause and cheering. I see a few, or rather quite a number of young men in uniform in this audience, and I want to know when they look into their own consciences if they do not think that I am not making a speech, but I am talking common sense. That should appeal to you, if you really have a sense of justice. America says we are going to fight Germany. Why? They say we are going to fight Germany because we want to give them liberty and democracy. If you believe that you can give a people liberty and democracy from the outside, if you believe you can give a people or a nation liberty at the end of a bayonet or with bullets, go ahead. We don't object. We shall not interfere. But if you are so generous with liberty as to carry it to Germany across the sea, why don't you retail liberty right here in this country? Applause. A voice, are you a citizen? Mr. Berkman, I have the floor just now. If you want the floor later, we believe in free speech and will give it to you. There is no greater boon in the world than liberty. There is nothing greater in the whole universe than freedom of conscience, freedom of opinion and freedom of action, in short, liberty. But it is we who are fighting for liberty, and no one else, not those who oppose us. We have been fighting for liberty for many years, and even for the liberty of those who oppose us. Great applause. A voice, you know what Rabbi Wise said? Other voices, shut up, shut up. There were many boos and great confusion. Someone threw something at the speaker. Mr. Berkman, I want this man to speak out what is in his heart. That is all right. I say this is a solemn moment. Men and women and soldiers and others, do not make light of this. You are the sons of mothers, even if you are in uniform. You want to go to the front. All right. But consider what you are doing and consider whether you have the right to suppress those who do not believe as you do. Consider well, especially if you pretend to fight under the banner of free speech and liberty. Consider that. Take that home with you to your barracks. Think it over. You have never heard patriots talk to us like that. We talk to you like that. We don't throw glasses or bricks at you. We say to you, consider, look into your own hearts and do what you think is right. But you can't think it is right to suppress the other fellow because he thinks differently. You can't believe it in your own hearts, or you would have less to say in opposition to us, and you would be less, much less than human. We are here to say what we believe, just the same as you are in 101 halls all over the city, in thousands of halls all over the country today to say what you believe. That means liberty of speech, and for liberty I am the first to fight. Great applause. This is a most serious moment. Let me tell you, if you know what is happening in the country today, that you know that this is one of the most tragic moments in the life of this country. Don't make light of it, because it is the most terrible and tragic moment in the life of the country. Conscription in a free country means the cemetery of liberty, and if conscription is the cemetery, then registration is the undertaker. Great applause and cheers and boos, and something thrown at the speaker that looked like a lemon. All right, I am talking now, you can talk later. Someone in the gallery threw something at the speaker and said something the stenographer could not understand. Those who want to register should certainly register, but those who know what liberty means, and I am sure there are thousands in this country, they will not register. Many hurrahs and great applause. There have been many black days, many Black Fridays, and Black Sundays in the history of this country. Black days for labor, when those who feed you were shot down on the streets because they were for better conditions of living. There have been many black days for labor. But there is going to be a blacker day, not a Black Friday, but a Black Tuesday. Great applause. And I believe that those who realize the full significance of forcing a supposedly free country into an armed camp, those who realize that should put on mourning tomorrow. They should mourn the loss of the country's liberty. It is not a day for rejoicing. You rejoice over something that brings you happiness, joy, freedom. But something that means your further enslavement, something that means the coercion of you to do things against your conscience, against your nature, against the dictates of everything that is fine in you, things like that should be mourned and wept over, and not made a holiday of. It is a tragic moment to me, because I love the American people more than those who want to enslave them towards the profit of Morgan and others. Applause. Neither the soldiers of this country nor the workers have any enemies across the ocean. The soldiers and the workers and all those who really have to work mentally or physically, for their bread and butter, they have no enemies there. They have an enemy right here in this country. Applause. They have an enemy that makes money, millions and millions of it, out of your blood, out of small children and widows, by putting them in sweatshops, by working them all hours. Great applause. Someone in the gallery threw something at the speaker which broke the glass on the table in front of him, and the rest of the remarks to finish the sentence were not heard. Those are the enemies we have. A voice: you are the enemy. Mr. Berkman, I have no more love for these exploiting American enemies than I have for the German Kaiser. Someone in the gallery shouted, go back to Europe where you belong. You are not an American citizen anyhow. Also someone threw something that broke one of the electric globes in the footlight row. Mr. Berkman, no, no, gracia. Hence, consider a certain country across the ocean. Look at Russia. There are workers and soldiers that know what they are about. Great applause and confusion. Many voices from the gallery. You believe in free speech, go and fight for your country. They are soldiers the same as we have in this country. They are workers the same as we have in this country. And let me tell you, they know that 8 hours is a working day there. There was considerable confusion in the gallery, and evidently a struggle of some sort went on up there. No argument there, referring to the gallery. Sit down. Everybody keep their seats. There was great confusion, people standing up around the hall. Keep your seats. We know there are men here to break up this meeting. Emma Goldman, one moment. There are United States soldiers here who are on duty. Soldiers now, no argument there. Mr. Kane, listen to an American citizen. Meanwhile there was great confusion throughout the hall. Mr. Berkman, I don't believe these soldiers are real Americans. My friends, do you know what is happening in Russia today? Do you know that 8 hours work is what the workers want in every country? Do you know what is good for the workers? Do you know what the soldiers of Russia are helping the workers in that country to do? Do you know that after all the cause of the soldiers and workers is the same everywhere? Great excitement and Miss Goldman assumes charge. Miss Emma Goldman, please be quiet, please be quiet. Great applause and cheers. Friends and fellow workers. Friends, don't you know that the soldiers came here to disturb the meeting? Many voices yes, yes. I ask you all to keep quiet, no matter what the soldiers do. I demand of you to keep absolutely quiet. Let them disturb the meeting. We are not going to disturb the meeting. Applause. Friends, workers, soldiers, detectives, and police. Laughter and hisses and applause. I am going to speak to you all. I am surprised that the police here don't stop the soldiers from breaking the lights. Hurrahs and applause. Throughout Emma Goldman's remarks she was so frequently interrupted by applause that reference will not be made to the times. Friends, please don't applaud, time is too precious. If the police don't stop the soldiers from breaking the law, is it because the police are afraid of the soldiers? I hope that they will preserve order. Now, friends, if this meeting would not take place at all, I think you should know that there are 20,000 people outside waiting to get into this hall, to prove to you more than anything that we can say that the people of New York who don't want war and don't want conscription and don't want militarism. At the same time we consider ourselves more consistent than those who believe in war and believe in militarism. We say that those who believe in war, believe in conscription and in militarism and should do their duty and fight. We have no objection against it, but we refuse to be compelled to fight when we don't believe in war and when we don't believe in militarism and when we don't believe in conscription. Now, why don't we believe in war and in militarism? The good papers of the city have told you that because we are pro-Germans we do not believe in war and we do not believe in militarism. That is an unbelievable lie. I am just as much opposed to the German government as I am to the American government, and why do I not believe in militarism? I will tell you why. When I was 8 years of age my father had a government position, and every year compulsory military registration was required. The highest officials of Russia would come to our place, the heads, the representatives of militarism, and would there compel the youth of our land, the peasant boys, to become soldiers. And at that time the mothers and the fathers of the whole community turned out in mourning and considered it a day of sorrow and of tears and of pain when their sons were taken away into the army. It impressed itself with indelible power upon my mind and upon my conscience. 10 years later, when I came to America, I was told that this was the land of the free, that no man is compelled to be a soldier in America. I actually believed that this was the promised land, the land that rests upon freedom, upon opportunity, upon happiness, upon recognition of the importance and the value of the young generation. But since that day 27 years almost have passed, and I have come to the conclusion that when the law for conscription was passed in the United States, the funeral march of 500,000 American youths is going to be celebrated tomorrow, on Registration Day. I am opposed to militarism because I have seen since my early childhood what it means to sacrifice a young man, who has hope and youth and a life of opportunity before him, on the altar of militarism. I, therefore, promised myself, even as a child, that as long as I lived, and as long as my voice carried, I shall cry out against compulsory militarism, against conscription. My friends, we are told that the people want war. If the people of America want war, if the people of New York City want conscription, how does it happen that the city is going to muster up not only the entire police department, but the National Guard and a body of parasites known as the Home Guards, who have nothing else to do. Now, my friends, I ask you, why do you have to muster up your police, soldiers, home guards, and National Guard to celebrate your registration day? If the people want war, why so much police, why so many soldiers to compel them to become soldiers? If the people want war, why not give them a chance to say that they do? If you want to sacrifice their sons upon the altar of militarism, why not give the people a chance to decide? Those in power knew that they could not put the people to a test, they were afraid to put the American people to a test, and that is why they imposed war upon them, and barely 6 weeks later imposed conscription upon them. Therefore, I, as an anarchist who became an American out of choice, protest. You patriots, you born Americans, you became Americans because you had to. You were dropped on this earth. I had my choice whatever, but I came to America out of free will, and I, as an American out of choice, say that if you force people into militarism, if you force our young men into the army, please have the decency to say that you will Prussianize America in order to democratize Germany. Tremendous applause. You must realize that you will be making a laughing stock out of yourselves. Nobody believes you. Don't you suppose that the fact that you are breaking up meetings and causing disturbances and locking up boys and girls and disturbing and harming people, don't you suppose those things are known abroad? How much the Russian peasants and the workingmen must enjoy themselves when they hear of this wonderful democracy in the United States. I understand, friends, that a meeting of Russian soldiers was stopped in the city tonight. I am glad of it. The Russian soldiers will go back to the Council of Workmen and Soldiers and they will tell them that when America says she is fighting for democracy, she is telling the world a lie. She is not fighting for democracy. I say that those who sit in a glass house have no right to throw stones about them. Now, friends, I am here frankly and openly telling you that I will continue to work against conscription. We are told that you have stenographers here to take down what we say. This is not the first time we are having stenographers at our meeting. And I have always said things that everybody can hear, and what is more important, I want the police and the soldiers to hear what I have to say. It will do them good. They need education. Now, friends, if I do not tell you tonight not to register, it is not because I am afraid of the soldiers, or because I am afraid of the police. I have only one life to give, and if my life is to be given for an ideal, for the liberation of the people, soldiers, help yourselves. My friends, the only reason that prevents me telling you men of conscriptable age not to register is because I am an anarchist, and I do not believe in force morally or otherwise to induce you to do anything that is against your conscience, and that is why I tell you to use your own judgment and rely upon your own conscience. It is the best guide in all the world. If that is a crime, if that is treason, I am willing to be shot. It is a wonderful death to die for your ideal, but I impress it upon the minds of the patriots present, I impress it upon the minds of the police present, upon the minds of the soldiers present, that for every idealist they kill thousands will rise, and they will not cease to rise until the same thing happens in America that has happened in Russia. Don't you know, friends, that there was a time when Russian soldiers locked up every idealist and sent them to Siberia and to underground prisons and suppressed free speech and assembly and tortured them to death? Yet today the whole civilized world, including the United States government, is trembling in its boots before the Council of Workmen and Soldiers who are standing for liberty. And, friends, young men, soldiers, I am not afraid. I am not afraid, for all you can do is to take my life. You can never take my ideals. Neither the police nor the soldiers, nor the United States government nor all the powers on earth will take my ideals. My ideals will live long after I am dead. Now, friends, I come to something else far remote from what I have to say tonight, and which is unfortunately always my luck. The newspapers were good enough to say that all of our meetings are paid for by the German Kaiser. Of course, they know better. They know that if the German Kaiser paid for this meeting, we could have the largest hall in town and invite the police. They know perfectly well that we are not paid by the German Kaiser. No, friends, You workingmen and working women, who are here tonight, you have to pay for tonight's meeting, not the German Kaiser. I am going to appeal to you because this meeting has to be paid for by your money, and in the second place, to demonstrate to the gentlemen of the press, present here tonight, to the soldiers and to the police, and to the detectives, that the money which you are going to give is hard-earned American pennies, the amount of money your masters are good enough to give you in return for the amount of wealth which you are producing every day. And so, friends, I appeal to you tonight to give liberally, to give as much as you can, when the collectors go through to pay the expense of the meeting. We are very fortunate that we don't have to pay for our protection. We get that perfectly free. We are very grateful that the soldiers are present tonight. It is the only time in our life and their lives that they have heard the truth, and I am glad they are here, and so friends, when the collectors pass, please give as generously and as liberally as you can, and give only if you are opposed to war, and if you are opposed to militarism and conscription. I shall then have a word or two to say after the collection is over. Meanwhile, I call the attention of you soldiers to the fact that if you wish to demonstrate that you believe in American institutions, you will behave yourselves like gentlemen, not like ruffians. There was considerable confusion throughout the hall and up in the gallery. Now, after the collection, I shall have a few closing remarks to make, and I am going to stand here until you are through with the collection. Someone asked for 3 cheers for Emma Goldman, and the response was tremendous. Cheers and applause, mingled with boos, and also some cheers for Alexander Berkman. Friends, don't please make a mistake. Don't shout hurrah for Emma Goldman or Alexander Berkman, because they are mere incidents in the history of the world. It is better to shout hurrah for the principles of liberty. That is better than one Alexander Berkman or one Emma Goldman, or 100,000 Alexander Berkmans and Emma Goldmans. They will go, but the principle of freedom, the principle of self-possession, the principle of self-emancipation, the principle of social revolution will live. Friends, the collectors can go on quietly and continue their work. There was great confusion throughout the hall at the time, and Miss Goldman quieted the audience. Everyone became quiet again. Don't forget, friends, that the opposition to conscription only begins, it does not end tonight. Do not forget, also, that the work for peace, for international peace only begins. I know, friends, who are here tonight, that you will be glad to learn from the note just sent up that fully 20,000 people are outside of the hall. Dear friends, I congratulate the press of New York. The press of New York. The newspapers of New York have rendered our anti-conscription work more service than 1,000 Emma Goldmans could render. Of course, the press did not desire to have 20,000 people at such a meeting. What the press wanted was merely to paralyze you into silence, to make you believe that you are going to be imprisoned for this and be shot on the spot. It is too bad that America cannot hang you and quarter you and shoot you all at once, for the press would be in favor of that. These blood-curdling articles that appear are only for the purpose of paralyzing you. They don't know, the poor chaps, that if anyone has an idea you can't terrorize him no matter what you do. So I am personally grateful to you, to the press. I am grateful to the police for having sent out so numerous an army, grateful to the young soldiers who really mean no harm. They are innocent boys. They have never yet faced danger. They think it is going to be a picnic, they think they are going to enjoy themselves, poor young gentlemen. I wish you could go to war and have a picnic. I wish you could enjoy yourselves, and I wish you could carry on your war as if it were a frolic, or as if it were a baseball or football game, but you are mistaken, as war means an entirely different thing. We know that war means the annihilation of every fundamental principle of liberty. We know that centralized militarism means nothing else but the carnal brutality of men, bloodshed, and conquest, in its most abominable aspect. We tonight of the Anti-Conscription League raise our voices to the very sky to tell you that you may fight your battles, if you believe in the trenches, but you are representing a losing cause. You represent the past and we represent the future. The conscription law has been the means of awakening the people of America. Before the conscription law was passed, the American people used to think, why, we have freedom, we can do whatever we please, we can go to war if we want to and stay away if we don't want to. My friends, we are grateful to the government for having passed the conscription bill, for it will teach the American people that American liberty has been buried and is dead and is a corpse, and that only our voice is going to raise it up and revive it again, until the American people and all the people living in America will unite in one great mass and will throw out capitalism and government by militarism. It was our intention to have a number of other speakers here tonight. They are all here. I don't want you to think for a moment that anyone backed out, but we are not going to give the satisfaction to the patriots to break up this meeting. Therefore, friends, I want you to close this meeting with the singing of the International and to go out quietly. Your friends on the outside are waiting, and you will all raise one mighty voice that is going to drown militarism and government and capitalism. At the close of the meeting, an old lady was helped to the platform by someone on the platform and distributed some papers, taken from an envelope. The pamphlets were afterward taken up by the soldiers and the old lady was arrested. Meeting closed. Part 3, 1919 to 1922. In and about Russia, the Bolshevik myth, the Kronstadt Rebellion, the Russian tragedy and a letter from exile. Section 1. The Bolshevik myth. In her autobiography, Emma wrote of her deportation, with Alec, from the United States. It was 4:20 a.m. on the day of our Lord, December 21, 1919. I felt dizzy, visioning a transport of politicals doomed to Siberia, the A-tape of former Russian days. Russia of the past rose before me and I saw the revolutionary martyrs being driven into exile. But no, it was New York, it was America, the land of liberty. Still, neither Emma nor Alec were despairing. On the contrary, they were excited, enthusiastic about returning to their native land, the land of revolution. My heart trembled with anticipation and fervent hope, wrote Emma, Soviet Russia. Sacred ground, magic people. You have come to symbolize humanity's hope. Berkman, for his part, wrote in his diary, to think that it was given to Russia, enslaved and tyrannized over for centuries, to usher in the new day. Unreservedly shall the remaining years of my life be consecrated to the service of the wonderful Russian people. In the blast he wrote, I have no fear of the Russian Revolution failing. Its success is assured. But Russia was not what they expected. And though both Berkman and Goldman worked enthusiastically, at the beginning, to create a society controlled by the people, they both discovered, all too soon, that Lenin and Trotsky's plans for the country had little to do with anarchism, democracy, socialism, or communism. Party officials lived in luxury while the poor starved under a complicated and multi-layered system of food rationing, freedom of speech and press was largely denied, and many who actively opposed Bolshevik policies were imprisoned and shot. Berkman and Goldman did everything they could to dissuade their comrades in Russia from pursuing policies of terror. They met with Lenin and tried to meet with Trotsky to convince them that they were steering the country toward disaster. Their efforts were fruitless. Finally, when the Kronstadt sailors, outside Petrograd, were bombarded into submission for demanding that the original ideals of the revolution be fulfilled, Alec and Emma decided to leave Russia. In his diary, Berkman wrote, Days of anguish and cannonading. My heart is numb with despair, something has died within me. The people on the street look bowed with grief, bewildered. No one trusts himself to speak. The thunder of heavy guns rends the air. Berkman's diary, started by him during his deportation and ending on September 30, 1921, the day he decided to leave Russia, was published as The Bolshevik Myth in 1925. Chapter 1, The Log of the Transport Buford. On board the UST Buford. December 23, 1919. We are somewhere near the Azores, already 3 days at sea. No one seems to know whither we are bound. The captain claims he is sailing under sealed orders. The men are nearly crazy with the uncertainty and worry over the women and children left behind. What if we are to be landed on Denikin 31 territory? We were kidnapped, literally kidnapped out of bed in the dead of night. It was late in the evening, December 20th, when the prison keepers entered our cell at Ellis Island and ordered us to get ready at once. I was just undressing, the others were in their bunks, asleep. We were taken completely by surprise. Some of us expected to be deported, but we had been promised several days' notice, while a number were to be released on bail, their cases not having been finally passed upon by the courts. We were led into a large, bare room in the upper part of the building. Helter-skelter the men crowded in, dragging their things with them, badly packed in the haste and confusion. At 4 in the morning the order was given to start. In silence we filed into the prison yard, led by the guards and flanked on each side by city and federal detectives. It was dark and cold, the night air chilled me to the bone. Scattered lights in the distance hinted of the huge city asleep. Like shadows we passed through the yard toward the ferry, stumbling on the uneven ground. We did not speak, the prison keepers also were quiet. But the detectives laughed boisterously, and swore and sneered at the silent line. "Don't like this country, damn you. Now you'll get out, yes sons of B. At last we reached the steamer. I caught sight of 3 women, our fellow prisoners, being taken aboard. Stealthily, her sirens dumb, the vessel got under way. Within half an hour we boarded the Buford, awaiting us in the bay. At 6 a.m., Sunday, December 21st, we started on our journey. Slowly the big city receded, wrapped in a milky veil. The tall skyscrapers, their outlines dimmed, looked like fairy castles lit by winking stars, and then all was swallowed in the distance. December 24. The Buford is an old boat built in 1885. She was used as a military transport during the Philippine War, and is not seaworthy anymore. We ship sea constantly, and it pours through the hatches. 2 inches of water cover the floor, our things are wet, and there is no steam heat. Our 3 women companions occupy a separate cabin. The men are cooped up in crowded, ill-smelling steerage quarters. We sleep in bunks built 3 tiers high. The loose wire netting of the one above me bulges so low with the weight of its occupant, it scratches my face whenever the man moves. We are prisoners. Armed sentinels on deck, in the gangways, and at every door. They are silent and sullen, strict orders not to talk to us. Yesterday I offered one of them an orange. I thought he looked sick. But he refused it. We caught a radio today about wholesale arrests of the radicals through the United States. Probably in connection with protests against our deportation. There is much resentment among our men at the brutality that accompanied the deportation, and at the suddenness of the proceedings. They were given no time to get their money or clothing. Some of the boys were arrested at their work benches, placed in jail, and deported without a chance to collect their paychecks. I am sure that the American people, if informed, would not stand for another boatload of deportees being set adrift in the Atlantic without enough clothes to keep them warm. I have faith in the American people, but American officialdom is ruthlessly bureaucratic. Love of native soil, of home, is manifesting itself. I notice it especially among those who spent only a few years in America. More frequently the men of southern Russia speak the Ukrainian language. All long to get to Russia quickly, to behold the land they had left in the clutches of Tsarism and which is now the freest on earth. We have organized a committee to take a census. There are 246 of us, besides the 3 women. Various types and nationalities, Great Russians from New York and Baltimore, Ukrainian miners from Virginia, Lets, Lithuanians, and 1 Tartar. The majority are members of the Union of Russian Workers, an anarchist organization with branches throughout the United States and Canada. About 11 belong to the Socialist Party in the United States, while some are nonpartisan. There are editors, lecturers, and manual workers of every kind among us. Some are bewhiskered, looking typically Russian, others smooth-shaven, American in appearance. Most of the men are of decided Slavic countenance, with broad face and high cheekbones. We'll work like devils for the revolution, Big Samuel, the West Virginia miner, announces to the group gathered around him. He talks Russian. "You bet we will," comes from a corner bunk in English. It's the mascot of our cabin, a red-cheeked youth, a 6-footer, whom we have christened the baby. "Me for Baku," an older man joins in. "I'm an oil driller. They'll need me all right." I ponder over Russia, a country in revolution, a social revolution which has uprooted the very foundations, political, economical, ethical. There are the Allied invasion, the blockade, and internal counter-revolution. All forces must be bent, first of all, to secure the complete victory of the workers. Bourgeois resistance within must be crushed, interference from without defeated. Everything else will come later. To think that it was given to Russia, enslaved and tyrannized over for centuries, to usher in the new day. It is almost beyond belief, past comprehension. Yesterday the most backward country, today in the vanguard. Nothing short of a miracle. Unreservedly shall the remaining years of my life be consecrated to the service of the wonderful Russian people. On January 17 Berkman and the other Buford deportees arrived in Finland. From there they traveled, by train, to Russia, arriving there on January 20. They were met by large welcoming committees and were repeatedly asked, "Are American workers starving? Is the revolution about to break out in America?" An anarchist on the Buford with Berkman warned that anarchists will not permit the Bolsheviks to suppress them in Russia, but Berkman objected, "Socialist or anarchist? We are all revolutionists now." A few days later an enthusiastic Berkman was in Petrograd. Chapter 3 in Petrograd. January 21, 1920. The bright winter sun shines upon the broad white bosom of the Neva. Stately buildings on either side of the river, with the Admiralty rearing its slender peak on high, foppishly graceful. Majestic edifices as far as the eye can reach, the Winter Palace towering in their midst in cold tranquility. The brass rider on the trembling steed is poised on the rough Finnish rock 32 about to leap over the tall spire of the Petropavlovskia guarding the city of his dream. Familiar sight of my youth past in the Tsar's capital. But gone are the gilded glory of the past, the royal splendor, the gay banquets of nobles, and the iron columns of the slavish military marching to the thunder of drums. The hand of revolution has turned the city of luxurious idleness into the home of labor. The spirit of revolt has changed even the names of the streets. The Nevsky, immortalized by Gogol, Pushkin, and Dostoevsky, has become the prospect of October 25. The square in front of the Winter Palace is now named in honor of Uritsky, the Kamenov-Ostrovsky is called the Red Dawn. At the Duma the heroic bust of Lassalle faces the passers-by as the symbol of the new day. On the Konogwardiasky Boulevard stands the statue of Volodarsky, arm outstretched, addressing the people. Almost every street reminds me of the past struggles. There, in front of the Winter Palace, stood the priest Gapon in the midst of the thousands that had come to beg the Little Father for mercy and bread. The square ran crimson with the blood of the workers on that fateful January day in 1905. Out of their graves, a year later, rose the first revolution, and again the cries of the oppressed were drowned by the crack of artillery. A reign of terror followed, and many perished on the scaffold and in the prisons. But again and again rose the specter of revolt, and at last Tsarism gave way, powerless to defend itself, forsaken by all, regretted by none. Then came the great October Revolution and the triumph of the people, and Petrograd ever in the first line of battle. The city looks deserted. Its population, nearly 3 million in 1917, is now reduced to 500,000. War and pestilence have almost decimated Petrograd. In the fights against Kaldin, Denikin, Kolchak, and other white forces, the workers of the Red City lost heavily. Its best proletarian element died for the revolution. The streets are empty, the people are in the factories, at work. On the corner the young woman Milicioner, rifle in hand, walks to and fro, stamping with her booted feet on the ground to keep warm. Now and then a solitary figure passes, all wrapped up and bent, dragging a heavy load on a sleigh. The stores are closed, their shutters on. The signs still hang in their accustomed places, painted fruit and vegetables advertising the wares no more to be found within. Doors and windows are locked and barred, and everything is silent about. The famous Approxendver is no more. All the wealth of the country, bought or stolen, used to be paraded there to tempt the passer-by. High-born baronia and chambermaid, good-natured blonde peasant and sullen Tartar, absent-minded student and crafty thief, mingled here in the free democracy of the marketplace. All things were to be had in the dvor, human bodies were bought and sold, and souls bartered for money. It is all changed now. At the entrance of the labor temple flames the legend, "Who does not work shall not eat." In the public stolovaya, dining room, vegetable soup and kasha, gruel, are served. The diners bring with them their own bread, issued at the distributing points. The large room is unheated, and the people sit with their hats and coats on. They look cold and pale, pitifully emaciated. If only the blockade were taken off, my neighbor at the table says, we might be saved. Some parts of the city bear evidence of the recent Yudenich campaign. Here and there are remnants of barricades, piles of sandbags, and artillery trained upon the railroad station. The story of that fight is still on everybody's lips. It was a superhuman effort, little Vera enthusiastically related. The enemy was 5 times our number and at our very gates on Krasnaya Gorka 7 miles from the city. Men and women, even children, turned out to build barricades, carry munitions to the fighters, and prepare to defend our homes to the last hand-to-hand struggle. Vera is only 18, fair and delicate as a lily, but she operated a machine gun. So sure were the whites of their victory, Vera continued, they had already distributed the ministerial portfolios and appointed the military governor of Petrograd. Yudenich officials with their staffs were secretly in the city, waiting only for the triumphant entry of their chief. We were in desperate straits, it seemed that all was lost. Our soldiers, reduced in numbers and exhausted, were disheartened. It was just then that Bolshevik 33 rushed to the scene. He gathered the little army about him, and addressed them in the name of the revolution. His powerful voice reached the furthest lines, his passionate eloquence lit the embers of revolutionary zeal, inspiring new strength and faith. Forward, boys! For the revolution! Shatov thundered, and like desperate furls the workers threw themselves upon the Yudenich army. The flower of the Petrograd proletariat perished in that struggle, but the Red City and the revolution were saved. With justified pride Shatov showed me the order of the red banner pinned on his breast. For Krasnaya Gorka, he said, with a happy smile. He has remained the jovial good fellow I knew him in America, made riper and more earnest by his experience in the revolution. He has held many important positions, and has won a reputation as an efficient worker and successful organizer. He has not joined the Communist Party, on many vital points, he says, he disagrees with the Bolsheviki. He has remained an anarchist, believing in the ultimate abolition of political government as the only sure road to individual liberty and general well-being. Just now we are passing through the difficult stage of violent social revolution, Shatov said. Several fronts are to be defended, and we need a strong, well-disciplined army. There are counter-revolutionary plots to be guarded against and the Cheka must keep a watchful eye on the conspirators. Of course, the Bolsheviki have committed many errors, that's because they are human. We live in the period of transition, of much confusion, constant danger and anxiety. It is the hour of travail, and men are needed to help in the work of defense and reconstruction. We anarchists should remain true to our ideals, but we should not criticize at this time. We must work and help to build. The Buford deportees are quartered in the Smolny. By Zorin's invitation I am staying at the Hotel Astoria, now known as the first house of the Soviet. Zorin, who was employed in America as a millman, is now secretary of the Petrograd section of the Communist Party, and the editor of the Krasnaya Gazeta, the official daily of the Soviet. He impresses me as a most devoted communist and indefatigable worker. His wife, Liza, also an American emigrant, is the typical IWW. Though very feminine in figure, she is rough and ready of speech, and an enthusiastic Bolshevik. Together we visited the Smolny. Formerly the exclusive home of highborn young ladies, it is now the busy seat of the Petrograd government. The quarters of the Third International are also located here, and the sanctum of Zinoviev, its secretary, a large chamber sumptuously furnished and decorated with potted flowers and plants. On his desk I noticed a leather portfolio of huge size, the gift of his co-workers. In the Smolny dining room I met a number of prominent communists and Soviet officials. Some were in military uniform, others in corduroys and black student shirts belted at the waist, the tails on the outside. All looked pale, with sunken eyes and high cheekbones, the result of systematic undernourishment, overwork, and worry. The dinner was much superior to the meals served in the public stolovaya. Only the responsible workers, communists holding important positions, dine here, Zorin remarked. There are several gradations of payak, rations, he explained. Soldiers and sailors receive 1.5 pounds of bread per day, also sugar, salt, tobacco, and meat when possible. The factory workers get 1 pound, while the non-producers, most of them intelligentsia, receive half a pound and even less. There is no discrimination about this system, Zorin believes, it is just division, according to the value of one's work. I remember Vera's remark. Russia is very poor, she said, but whatever there is, all should share alike. That would be justice, and no one could complain. In the evening I attended the anniversary celebration of Alexander Herzen. For the first time I found myself within the walls of the Tsar's palace, whose very mention had filled me with awe in my childhood. Never had I dreamed then that the forbidden name of Herzen, the feared nihilist and enemy of the Romanovs, would someday be glorified there. Red flags and bunting decorated the platform. With interest I read the inscriptions. Socialism is the religion of man, a religion not of heaven but of the earth. The reign of the workers and peasants forever. A large crimson banner represented a bell, Kolokol, the name of the famous paper published by Herzen in exile. On its side was stamped, 1870-1920, and beneath, the words. Not in vain have you died, what you have sown will grow. After the meeting the audience marched to the home of Herzen, still preserved on the Nevsky. The demonstration through the dark streets, lit only by the torches of the participants, the strains of revolutionary music and song, the enthusiasm of the men and women indifferent to the bitter cold, all impressed me deeply. The moving silhouettes seemed the shades of the past come to life, the martyrs of Tsardom risen to avenge the injustice of the ages. How true is the Herzen motto! Not in vain have you died, what you have sown will grow. The assembly hall of the Tauride Palace was filled with Soviet deputies and invited guests. A special session had been called to consider the difficult situation created by the severe winter, and the growing scarcity of food and fuel. Row above row stretched before me, occupied by men and women in grimy working clothes, their faces pale, their bodies emaciated. Here and there were men in peasant garb. They sat quietly, conversing little, as if exhausted by the day's toil. The military band struck up the International, and the audience rose to their feet. Then Zinoviev ascended the platform. The winter had caused much suffering, he said, heavy snowfall impedes railroad traffic, and Petrograd is almost isolated. A further reduction of the payak, ration, has unfortunately become necessary. He expressed confidence that the workers of Petrograd, the most revolutionary, the advance guard of communism, would understand that the government is compelled to take this step, and would approve its action. The measure is temporary, Zinoviev continued. The revolution is achieving success on all fronts. The glorious Red Army is winning great victories, the white forces will soon be entirely defeated, the country will get on its feet economically, and the workers will reap the fruit of their long martyrdom. The imperialists and capitalists of the whole world are against Russia, but the proletariat everywhere is with the revolution. Soon the social revolution will break out in Europe and America. It cannot be far off now, for capitalism is crumbling to earth everywhere. Then there will be an end to war and fratricidal bloodshed, and Russia will receive help from the workers of other countries. Radek, recently returned from Germany where he was a prisoner, followed Zinoviev. He gave an interesting account of his experience, lashing the German social patriots with biting sarcasm. A pseudo-socialist party, he said, now in power, but too cowardly to introduce socialism, traitors to the revolution they are, those Schademans, Bernsteins, et.al., bourgeois reformists, agents of allied militarism and international capital. The only hope is in the Communist Party of Germany, which is growing by leaps and bounds, and is supported by the proletariat of Germany. Soon that country will be swept by revolution, not a make-believe social democratic one, but a communist revolution, such as that of Russia, and then the workers of Germany will come to the aid of their brothers in Russia, and the world will learn what the revolutionary proletariat can accomplish. Joff was the next speaker. Of aristocratic appearance, well-dressed, his beard neatly trimmed, he seemed strangely out of place in the assembly of ill-clad workers. As chairman of the Peace Committee, he reported on the conditions of the treaty just concluded with Latvia, receiving the applause of the assembly. The people are evidently eager for peace, whatever the conditions. I had hoped to hear the deputies speak, and to learn the views and sentiments of the masses they represent. But the members of the Soviet took no active part in the proceedings. They listened quietly to the speakers, and voted mechanically on the resolutions presented by the Presidium. There was no discussion, the proceedings lacked vitality. Some friction has developed among the Buford deportees. The anarchists complain of discrimination in favor of the communist members of the group, and I have been repeatedly called to the Smolny to smooth out difficulties. The boys chafe at the delay in assigning them to work. I have prepared the enquêtes of the group, classifying the deportees according to trade and ability, to aid in placing them to best advantage. But 2 weeks have passed, and the men are still haunting the Soviet departments, standing in line by the hour, seeking to be supplied with the necessary propiski and documents admitting them to work. I have pointed out to Zorin what a valuable asset these deportees are to Russia. There are mechanics, miners, printers among them, needed in the present scarcity of skilled labor. Why waste their time and energy? I cited the matter of exchanging American currency. Most of the deportees brought some money with them. Their payok is insufficient, but certain necessaries can be bought. Bread, butter, and tobacco, even meat, are offered on the markets. At least 100 of our boys have exchanged their American cash for Soviet money. Considering that each one had to find out for himself where the exchange could be made, often being directed wrongly, and the time each had to spend in the Soviet financial departments, it can be safely assumed that on the average each man required 3 hours for the transaction. If the deportees had a responsible committee, the whole matter could have been managed in less than a day. Such a committee could attend to all their affairs, and save time, I urged. Zorin agreed with me. It ought to be tried, he said. I proposed to go over to the Smolny, call the men together, explain my proposition to them, and have the committee elected. It would be well to assign a little room as the committee's office, with a telephone to transact business, I suggested. You are very American, Zorin smiled. You want it done on the spot. But that isn't the way, he added dryly. I'll submit your plan to the proper authorities, and then we'll see. At any rate, I said, I hope it can be done soon. And you may always call on me, for I am anxious to help. By the way, Zorin remarked, looking at me quizzically, trading is forbidden. Buying and selling is speculation. Your people should not do such things. He spoke severely. You cannot call buying a pound of bread speculation, I replied. Besides, the difference in the payok encourages trade. The government still issues money, it is legally in circulation. Yes, Zoran said, displeased. But better tell your friends not to speculate any more. Only shkumiki, self-seeking skinners, do that. You are unjust, Zoran. The Buford men have donated the greater part of their money, the provisions and medicines they brought, to the children of Petrograd. They have been deprived themselves of necessities, and the little cash they have kept the government itself has turned into Soviet money for them. Better warn the men, Zoran repeated. Berkman traveled to Moscow where he spoke with government officials who were convinced that the Communist Party in the United States was very influential. Alec told them this was not true, but they didn't believe him. Berkman commented on the widespread hunger that he had already seen. He was told that all the problems stem from the Allies' blockade against Russia and that the peasants were poor because they often refused to contribute. He was also told that sometimes executions are resorted to when Bolshevik rules are defied. We abolished capital punishment, but in certain cases exceptions have to be made. One mustn't be sentimental. Scarcely in Russia a few days, Berkman was already worried about the true course of the revolution. In the following 2 chapters Berkman wrote about his experience at a market in Moscow and the rationing of food. Chapter 7 The Market. I like the feel of the hard snow singing under my feet. The streets are alive with people, a striking contrast to Petrograd, which gave me the impression of a graveyard. The narrow sidewalks are crooked and slippery, and everybody walks in the middle of the street. Rarely does a streetcar pass, though an auto creaks by occasionally. The people are better dressed than in Petrograd and do not look so pale and exhausted. More soldiers are about and persons clad in leather. Cheka men, I am told. Almost everybody carries a bundle on his back or pulls a little sleigh loaded with a bag of potatoes dripping a blackish fluid. They walk with a preoccupied air and roughly push their way ahead. Turning the corner into the Myasnetskaya Street, I noticed a large yellow poster on the wall. My eye caught the word Prikaz in big red letters. Prikaz order. Instinctively the expression associated itself in my mind with the old regime. The poster was couched in the familiar style, I command, I order, repeating themselves with the frequency usual in the old police proclamations. I command the citizens of Moscow, I read. Citizens. I sought the date. It was marked January 15, 1920, and was signed by the Commissar of Militia. The Prikaz vividly recalled the gendarmes and the Cossack order of things, and I resented it. The revolution should find another language, I thought. I passed the red square where the heroes of the revolution are buried along the Kremlin wall. Thousands of others, as devoted and heroic, lie in unknown graves throughout the country and on the fronts. A new world is not born without pain. Much hunger and misery Russia is suffering still, the heritage of the past which the revolution has come to abolish forever. On the wall of the old Duma, near the Ivarskaya Gate, I read the legend cut into the stone, religion is opium for the people. But in the chapel nearby services were being held and the place was crowded. The cassocked priest, long hair down his back, was musically reciting the Greek Catholic litany. The worshippers, mostly women, knelt on the cold floor, continuously crossing themselves. Several men, shabbily dressed and carrying portfolios, came in quietly, bowed low and crossed themselves reverently. A little further I came upon a marketplace, the historic Okhotny Riad, opposite the Hotel National. Rows of little stalls on one side, the more pretentious stores on the other, the sidewalk between them, it has all remained as in the time past. Fish and butter were offered, bread and eggs, meat, candy, and cosmetics, a living page from the life the revolution has abolished. An old lady with finely chiseled features, in a threadbare coat, stood quietly holding a Japanese vase. Near her was another woman, younger and intellectual looking, with a basket containing crystal wine glasses of rare workmanship. On the corner little boys and girls were selling cigarettes and lepioshki, a kind of potato pancake, and further I saw a crowd surrounding an old woman busily dishing out chchi, cabbage soup. a fiver, she cried in a hoarse, cracked voice. Delicious chi, only 5 kopecks. The steaming pot breathed an appetizing odor. Give me a plate, I said, handing the woman a ruble. God be with you, little uncle, she eyed me suspiciously, a fiver it costs, 5 kopecks. Here's a whole ruble, I replied. The crowd laughed good-humoredly. She means 5 rubles, someone explained, a ruble is only a kopeck. It ain't worth that, either, a little urchin chimed in. The hot liquid sent a pleasing warmth through my body, but the taste of voblia, fish, was insufferable. I made a motion to return the dish. Please permit me, a man at my elbow addressed me. He was of middle age, evidently of the intelligentsia, and spoke in accents of the cultured Russian. His shiny dark eyes lit up features of a sickly pallor. Your permission, he repeated, indicating the dish. I handed him the plate. Avidly, like a starved man, he swallowed the hot chi, gleaning the last shred of cabbage. Then he thanked me profusely. I noticed a thick volume under his arm. Bought it here? I asked. Ah, no, how is it possible? I have been trying to sell it since morning. I'm a civil engineer, and this is one of my last, he patted the book affectionately. But excuse me, I must hurry to the store before it is too late. They haven't given any bread out for 2 days. Extremely obliged to you. I felt a tug at my elbow. Buy some cigarettes, little uncle, a young girl, extremely immaculated, held her hand out to me. Her fingers, stiff with cold, were insecurely clutching the cigarettes lying loose in her palm. She was without hat or coat, an old shawl wrapped tightly about her slender form. Buy, Baron, she pleaded in a thin voice. What Baron? A girl nearby resented. No more Baron, master, we're all Tovarishchi now. Don't you know, she gently chided. She was comely, not over 17, her red lips strongly contrasting with the paleness of her face. Her voice was soft and musical, her speech pleasing. For a moment her eyes were full upon me, then she motioned me aside. Buy me a little white bread, she said modestly, yet not in the least shamefaced, for my sick mother. You don't work? I asked. Don't work, she exclaimed, with a touch of resentment. I'm typing in the Sovnarkaz, but we get only 1/2 pound of bread now, and little of anything else. Oblava. Raid, military. There were loud cries and shouts, and I heard the clanking of sabers. The market was surrounded by armed men. The people were terror-stricken. Some sought to escape, but the military circle was complete, no one was permitted to leave without showing his papers. The soldiers were gruff and imperious, swearing coarse oaths and treating the crowd with roughness. A milicianer had kicked over the chi pot, and was dragging the old woman by the arm. Let me get my pot, little father, my pot, she pleaded. We'll show you pots, you cursed speculator, the man threatened, pulling her along. Don't maltreat the woman, I protested. Who are you? How dare you interfere, a man in a leather cap shouted at me. Your papers. I produced my identification document. The Chekist glanced at it, and his eye quickly caught the stamp of the Foreign Office and Chikrin's signature. His manner changed. Pardon me, he said. Pass the foreign Tovarishch, he ordered the soldiers. On the street the military were leading off their prisoners. Front and rear marched the soldiers with bayonet rifles held horizontally, ready for action. On either flank were Cheka men, their revolvers pointed at the backs of the prisoners. I caught sight of the Chi woman and the tall engineer, the thick volume still under his arm. I saw the aristocratic old lady in the rear, the 2 girls I had spoken to, and several boys, some of them barefoot. I turned toward the market. Broken china and torn lace littered the ground, cigarettes and lepioshki lay in the snow, stamped down by dirty boots, and dogs rapaciously fought for the bits of food. Children and women cowered in the doorways on the opposite side, their eyes following the soldiers left on guard at the market. The booty taken from the traders was being piled on a cart by Chekists. I looked at the stores. They remained open, they had not been raided. In the evening I dined at the Hotel National with several communist friends who had known me in America. I used the occasion to call their attention to the scene I had witnessed on the marketplace. Instead of being indignant, as I expected, they chided me for my sentimentality. No mercy should be shown the speculators, they said. Trade must be rooted out, buying and selling cultivates petty middle-class psychology. It should be suppressed. Do you call those barefoot boys and old women speculators? I protested. The worst kind, replied R., formerly member of the Socialist Labor Party of America. They live better than we do, eat white bread, and have money hidden away. And the stores? Why are they permitted to continue? I asked. We closed most of them, put in K., commissar of a Soviet house. Soon there will not be any of them left open. Listen, Berkman, said D., an influential leader of the labor unions, in a leather coat, you don't know those poor old men and women, as you call them. By day they sell lepioshki, but at night they deal in diamonds and valuta. Every time their homes are searched we find valuables and money. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I have had charge of such searching parties myself. He looked severely at me, then continued, I tell you, those people are inveterate speculators, and there is no way of stopping them. The best thing is to put them to the wall, Rastrelliat shoot them. He raised his voice in growing irritation. Not seriously. I protested. No. He shouted in a rage. We're doing it every day. But capital punishment is abolished. It's rarely resorted to now, are tried to smooth matters, and that only in the military zone. The labor Chekist eyed me with cold, inimical gaze. Defending speculation is counter-revolutionary, he said, leaving the table. Chapter 8 in the Moscommune. The commissar of our Osobniak, having to lay in provisions, invited me to accompany him to the Moscommune. It is the great food supply center, a tremendous organization that feeds Moscow and its environs. Its trains have the right of way on all lines and carry food from parts as distant as Siberia and Turkestan. Not a pound of flour can be issued by any of the stores, the distributing points scattered throughout the city, without a written order signed and countersigned by the various bureaus of the commune. From this center each distributor receives the amount necessary to supply the demands of the given district, according to the norm allowed on the bread and other cards. The Moscommune is the most popular and active institution. It is a beehive swarming with thousands of employees, busy determining the different categories of payok and issuing authorizations. Besides the bread rations, sugar, tea, etc., given to the citizen by the store of his district, he also receives his ration in the institution that employs him. The payok differs according to the quality of the citizen and the position he occupies. At present soldiers and sailors receive 2½ pounds of bread per day, Soviet employees 3 pounds every 2 days, those not working because of age, sickness, or disability other than military receive 3/4 pounds. There are special categories of preferred payok, the academical for old scientists and professors whose merits are recognized by the state, and also for old revolutionists not actively opposed to the communists. There are preferred payoks in important institutions, such as the Comintern, the Third International, the Narkominodel, Foreign Office, Narkomput, Commissariat of Railways, Sovnarkhoz, Soviet of Public Economy, and others. Members of the Communist Party have the opportunity of receiving extra rations through their communist organizations, and preference is given them in the departments issuing clothing. There is also a Sovnarkom payok, the best to be had, for important communist officials, commissars, their first assistants, and other high-placed functionaries. The Soviet houses, where foreign visitors and influential delegates are quartered, such as Karakan's Osobniak and the Hotel Lux, receive special food supplies. These include fats and starches, butter, cheese, meat, sugar, candy, etc., of which the average citizen receives very little. I discussed the matter with our House Commissar, who is a devoted party man. The essence of communism is equality, I said. There should be only one kind of payek, so that all will share equally. The ERKP, Communist Party, decided the matter long ago, and it is right so, he replied. But how can it be right? I protested. One person receives a generous payek, more than enough to live on, another gets less than enough, a third almost nothing. You have endless categories. Well, he said, the Red Army men at the front must get more than the city man, they do the hardest fighting. The soldier at home also must be encouraged, as well as the sailor, they are the backbone of the revolution. Then the responsible officers deserve a little better food. Look how they work, 16 hours a day and more, giving all their time and energy to the cause. The employees of such important institutions as Narkomput and Narkominodel must be shown some preference. Besides, a great deal depends on how well a certain institution is organized. Many of the big ones procure most of their supplies directly from the peasantry, through special representatives and the cooperatives. If anyone is to receive preference, I think it should be the workers, I replied. But they get almost the worst payek. What can we do, Tovarishch? If it were not for the cursed Allies and the blockade, we'd have food enough for all, he said sadly. But it won't last long now. Did you read in the Izvestia that a revolution is to break out soon in Germany and Italy? The proletariat of Europe will then come to our aid. I doubt it, but let's hope so. In the meantime we can't be sitting and waiting for revolutions to happen somewhere. We must exert our own efforts to put the country on its feet. The commissar's turn in line came, and he was called into an inner office. We had been waiting several hours in the corridors of the various bureaus. It seemed that almost every door had to be entered before a sufficient number of resolutii, endorsements, were secured, and the final order for supplies obtained. There was a continuous movement of applicants and clerks from office to office, everyone scolding and pushing toward the head of the line. The waiting men watched closely that no one got ahead of his proper place. Frequently someone would march straight to the office door and try to enter, ignoring the queue. Into the line, the cry would be raised at once. The sly one. Here we been standing for hours, and he's just come and wants to enter already. I'm Vinacharetti, not to wait in line, the man would answer disdainfully. Show your authorization. One after another came these men and women Vinacharetti, with slips of paper securing immediate admission, while the tail was steadily growing longer. I'm standing 3 hours already, an old man complained, in my bureau people are waiting for me on important business. Learn patience, little father, a workman replied good-humoredly. Look at me, I've been in line all day yesterday since early morning, and all the time these Vinacharetti kept coming, and it was 2 p.m. when I got through the door. But the chief there, he looks at the clock and says to me, says he, no more today, no orders issued after 2 p.m. Come tomorrow. Have mercy, dear one, I plead. I live 7 versts away and I got up at 5 this morning to come here. Do me the favor, Golubchik, just a stroke of your pen and it's done. Go now, the cruel one says, I haven't time. Come tomorrow, and he pushed me out of the room. True, a woman back of him corroborated, I was right behind you, and he wouldn't let me in either, the hard-hearted one. The commissar came out of the office. Ready? I asked. No, not yet, he smiled wearily. But you'd better go home, or you'll lose your dinner. In the Kuratoninsky Sergei was waiting for me. Berkman, he said, as I entered, will you let me share your room with you? What do you mean? I've been ordered to vacate. My time's up, they say. But I have nowhere to go. I'll look in the morning for another place, but meantime, you'll stay with me. But if the house commissar should object, are you to be driven into the street in this frost? Remain on my responsibility. Berkman attended an anarchist conference where the increased persecution of anarchists was the main topic. One speaker said, "We fought side by side with the Bolsheviki on the barricades, thousands of our comrades died for the revolution. Now most of our people are in prison, and we ourselves in constant dread of the Cheka." Berkman also attended the first anniversary meeting of the Third International and commented, "The audience was official and stiff. The proceedings mechanical." He visited some schools, clean and warm though I found very few children in them, but later he was told that the schools he saw were only for show. Berkman had wanted to meet Lenin since his arrival in Russia to speak with him about his mounting concerns regarding the course of the revolution. In the following chapter he wrote about his encounter with Lenin. Chapter 13 Lenin. March 9 Yesterday Lenin sent his auto for me, and I drove to the Kremlin. Times have changed, indeed. The old stronghold of the Romanovs is now the home of Ilyich, 34 of Trotsky, Lunacharsky and other prominent communists. The place is guarded as in the days of the Tsar, armed soldiers at the gates, at every building and entrance, scrutinize those entering and carefully examine their documents. Externally everything seems as before, yet I felt something different in the atmosphere, something symbolic of the great change that has taken place. I sensed a new spirit in the bearing and looks of the people, a new will and huge energy tumultuously seeking an outlet, yet ineffectively exhausting themselves in a chaotic struggle against multiplying barriers. Like the living sentinels about me, thoughts crowded my mind as the machine sped toward the quarters of the great man of Russia. In bold relief stood out my experiences in the country of the revolution. I saw much that was wrong and evil, the dangerous tendency to bureaucracy, the inequality and injustice. But Russia, I am convinced, would outgrow these evils with the return of a more ordered life, if the Allies would cease their interference and lift the blockade. The important thing is, the revolution has not been merely political, but deeply social and economical. Some private ownership still exists, it is true, but its extent is insignificant. As a system, capitalism has been uprooted. That is the great achievement of the revolution. But Russia must learn to work, to apply her energies, to be effective. She should not wait for miraculous aid from beyond, for revolutions in the West. With her own strength she must organize her resources, increase production, and satisfy the fundamental needs of her people. Above all, opportunity to exercise popular initiative and creativeness will be vitally stimulating. Lenin greeted me warmly. He is below medium height and bald, his narrow blue eyes have a steady look, a sly twinkle in their corners. Typically the great Russian in appearance, he speaks with a peculiar, almost Jewish, accent. We talked in Russian, Lenin asserting that he could read but not speak English, though I had heard that he conversed with American delegates without an interpreter. I liked his face, it is open and honest, and there is not the least pose about him. His manner is free and confident. He gave me the impression of a man so convinced of the justice of his cause that doubt can find no place in his reactions. If there is any trace of Hamlet in him, it is reduced to passivity by logic and cold reasoning. Lenin's strength is intellectual, that of the profound conviction of an unimaginative nature. Trotsky is different. I remember our first meeting in America, it was in New York, in the days of the Kerensky regime. He impressed me as a character strong by nature rather than by conviction, one who could remain unbending even if he felt himself in the wrong. The dictatorship of the proletariat is vital, Lenin emphasized. It is the sine qua non of the revolutionary period, and must be furthered by all and every means. To my contention that popular initiative and active interest are essential to the success of the revolution, he replied that only the Communist Party could lead Russia out of the chaos of conflicting tendencies and interests. Liberty, he said, is a luxury not to be permitted at the present stage of development. When the revolution is out of danger, external and domestic, then free speech might be indulged in. The current conception of liberty is a bourgeois prejudice, to say the least. Petty middle-class ideology confuses revolution with liberty. In reality, the revolution is a matter of securing the supremacy of the proletariat. Its enemies must be crushed, and all power centralized in the communist state. In this process the government is often compelled to resort to unpleasant means, but that is the imperative of the situation, from which there can be no shrinking. In the course of time these methods will be abolished, when they have become unnecessary. The peasant doesn't like us, Lenin chuckled, as if at some pleasantry. They are backward and strongly imbued with the sense of private ownership. That spirit must be discouraged and eradicated. Besides, the great majority are illiterate, though we have been making educational progress in the village. They don't understand us. When we shall be able to satisfy their demands for farm implements, salt, nails, and other necessaries, then they will be on our side. More work and greater production, that's our pressing need. Referring to the resolution of the Moscow anarchists, Lenin said that the executive committee had discussed the matter, and would soon take action upon it. We do not persecute anarchists of ideas, he emphasized, but we will not tolerate armed resistance or agitation of that character. I suggested the organization of a bureau for the reception, classification, and distribution of political exiles expected from America, and Lenin approved my plan and welcomed my services in the work. Emma Goldman had proposed the founding of a League of Russian Friends of American Freedom to aid the revolutionary movement in America, and thus repay the debt Russia owed to the American Friends of Russian Freedom, which in years past had given great moral and material support to the Russian revolutionary cause. Lenin said that such a society in Russia should work under the auspices of the Third International. The total impression I carried away was that of a man of clarity of view and set purpose. Not necessarily a big man, but one of strong mind and unbending will. An unemotional logician, intellectually flexible and courageous enough to mold his methods to the requirements of the moment, but always keeping his final objective in clear sight. A practical idealist bent upon the realization of his communist dream by whatever means, and subordinating to it every ethical and humanitarian consideration. A man sincerely convinced that evil methods may serve a good purpose and be justified by it. A Jesuit of the Revolution who would force mankind to become free in accordance with his interpretation of Marx. In short, a thoroughgoing revolutionist in the sense of Nechayev, one who would sacrifice the greater part of mankind if need be to secure the triumph of the social revolution. A fanatic? Most certainly. What is a fanatic but a man whose faith is impregnable to doubt? It is the faith that moves mountains, the faith that accomplishes. Revolutions are not made by Hamlets. The traditional great man, the big personality of current conception, may give to the world new thoughts, noble vision, inspiration. But the man that sees every side cannot lead, cannot control. He is too conscious of the fallibility of all theories, even of thought itself, to be a fighter in any cause. Lenin is a fighter. Revolutionary leaders must be such. In this sense Lenin is great in his oneness with himself, in his single-mindedness, in his psychic positiveness that is as self-sacrificial as it is ruthless to others, in the full assurance that only his plan can save mankind. Berkman was asked to head a delegation traveling to the Latvian border to welcome an expected 1,000 deportees from the United States who, it turns out, were not deportees at all but prisoners of war who spoke no English. While waiting for them, Berkman took an opportunity to speak with a Jewish peasant about life in the communist state. Their conversation is included in the following segment from Chapter 14, On the Latvian Border. Chapter 14 On the Latvian Border. The red-bearded Jew sat in silence, with gentle motion lulling one of the children to sleep in his lap. The young peasant complained of the Rasvierstka, which had taken everything from his village. His last horse was gone. Spring was at the door, and how should he plow or sow with no cattle in the whole place? His 3 brothers were drafted, and he remained alone, a widower, with 2 small children to feed. But for the kindness of his neighbor's wife, the little ones would have perished long ago. There's much injustice in the world, he sighed, and peasants are treated badly. What can they do? They have no control of the village Soviet. The KUMD, Committee of Poverty organized by the Bolsheviki, carries on with a merciless hand, and the common muzhik is afraid to speak his mind, for he'd be reported by some communist and dragged off to prison. Seeing you are not a communist, I can tell you how we suffer, he continued. The peasants are worse off now than before. They live in constant dread lest a communist come and take away their last loaf. Chekists of the Osovietil enter a house and order the women to put everything on the table, and then they ride away with it. They don't care if the children go hungry. Who would plant under such masters? But the peasant has learned something. He must bury in the ground what he wants to save from the robbers. Several peasants entered. They looked at Moishi in silence, and he nodded reassuringly. From scraps of their conversation I learned that they supplied the Jew with products, he acting as middleman in the trade. One must be careful not to deal indiscriminately with strangers, Moishi remarked. Some of those he saw in the market looked suspicious. But he would supply me with provisions, and he named prices much below those of the Moscow market. Herrings, which cost 1,000 rubles in the capital, at 400, a pound of beans or peas at 120, flour, half wheat, at 250, eggs at 60 rubles apiece. The peasants agreed with Moishi that the times are worse than under the Tsar. The communists are just robbers, and there is no justice to be had nowadays. They fear the commissars more than the old chinovniki. They resented my question whether they would prefer the monarchy. No, they do not want the pomeshchiki, landlords, again, nor the Tsar, but they don't want the Bolsheviki, either. We were treated like cattle before, said a flaxen-haired peasant with blue eyes, and it was in the name of the Little Father. Now they speak to us in the name of the party and the proletariat, but we are treated like cattle, the same as before. Lenin is a good man, one of the peasants put in. We say nothing against him, another remarked, but his commissars, they are hard and cruel. God is high above and Ilyich, Lenin, far away, the blue-eyed peasant said, paraphrasing a popular old saying. But the Bolsheviki gave you the land, I remonstrated. He slowly scratched his head and a sly smile came into his eyes. No, Golubchik, he replied, the land we took ourselves. Isn't it so, little brothers? He turned to the others. He speaks the truth, they assented. Will it go on like this much longer? They asked, as I was departing. Maybe something will change. Returning to the station I met the members of our train crew straggling up the hill, weighted down with sacks of provisions. The young student of our medical staff carried a squealing hog. How happy little old mother will be, he said, this porker will keep the family alive for a long time. If they hide it well enough, someone suggested. A soldier drove by, and we asked for a ride to the station. Without answering he passed on. Presently another cart overtook us. We repeated our request. Why not? The young peasant exclaimed cheerfully, jump in, all of you. He was jolly and talkative, his soul ajar, as the student characterized him, and his conversation was entertaining. He liked the Bolsheviki, he said, but he had no use for the communists. The Bolsheviki were good men, friends of the people, they had demanded the land for the farmer and all the power for the Soviets. But the communists are bad, they rob and flog the peasants, they have put their own kind into the Soviets, and a non-communist has no say there. The KUMD is full of idle good-for-nothings, they are the bosses of the village, and the peasant who refuses to bow down before them is in hard luck. He had been on the Denikin front and there it was the same thing, the communists and commissars had everything their own way and lorded it over the drafted men. It was different when the soldiers could speak their minds and decide everything in their company committee, that was liberty and everyone felt himself a part of the revolution. But now it is all changed. One is afraid to speak honestly, there's always a communist about, and you are in danger of being denounced. That's why he deserted.